Hello, everyone, and welcome back for our fourth and final day of Feeders Spaceship Explosions in Alliance Tournament 20. We are here to find out which are the last teams who will be qualifying for the main tournament in October and who will be going home. I'm your host, Aliaros. I'm joined by Mystical Might and Theronth Valarax. Misty, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Hopefully, going to be spamming less in the background with some of the decisions that teams make. So, looking forward to the matches today. Fingers crossed.
Indeed, should be good. And Theronth, welcome to the desk. How have you been enjoying this tournament so far?
Hi, Ali. Thanks for having me here. I'm enjoying a lot the sight of Navy Ravens finally being used in a proper way, utilized in the best place that to be utilized in the tournament arena. Of course.
Indeed, indeed. And last year, I recall you brought some stunning economics analyses to our desk chat, as we had last year the points inflation, where multiple copies of a ship would increase its points. This year, we don't have that concern, and so we've been seeing a lot of these triple battleship comps. How do you feel the economics of the triple battleship comp rates in this year's rule set?
Well, with the climate shifting in some places, the prices of garlic are going up. So not everybody can afford that spice to their comps anymore. So people are trying to reach out to new places to save money, and thanks to Caldari discounts this year and the lack of duplication malus for bringing the same ship a couple of times. So Navy Raven actually is only a couple of points more than a Nighthawk. Is it a good ship? Well, I'm sure later we'll see the win ratio of it appear on the screen, but it definitely is a choice now. And a lot of ships that recently, in previous years, they have been skipped over because of that malus of the points getting more and more expensive when there is more and more of them fielded by a team. They might see the light of the day. So some interesting choices already so far. Raven Navy is one of them. Um, yeah, stoked up about it.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely been one of this has been, I think, one of the first tournaments where we've really seen a lot of Raven Navy issues. Um, Misty, for your Raven Navy issue fit, we've seen three different varieties. We've seen the cruise, we've seen the torp, we've seen the rapid heavy missile launcher. If for those teams that are coming in today and they're building their comps, which weapon system should they bring?
I guess it's kind of a twofold answer. One is that cruise and torpedoes get a bonus on the Raven Navy issue hull. Rapid heavy missiles don't. Somehow, the team that we saw fielding rapid heavy missile launcher Raven Navy issues yesterday almost made a good run of it. I think they had some target selection issues that really led them astray, but they were doing okay. Um, I would probably say so torpedoes or cruise would both be fine. It depends entirely on the strategy you want to run, but I think that 3 Raven Navy issues is not good. I think that Raven Navy issue, because of its cheap point cost, might slot well into Rush at the upper level. It's 38 points. You can fit it with torpedoes. You can hit out to 90 kilometers, depending on the fit that you decide to go with. Less if you want to go with more tank or more BCUs in the lows. Um, but it does a lot of damage, right? So if you're able to get your rush ships on top of something, then it should help the single Raven Navy issue apply its torpedoes fairly well. Um, I think teams need to stop bringing 3 Raven Navies. I think bringing 1 is fine, and then use the rest of your points for filling out the rest of your comp properly, instead of just having 3 battleships and a trash low end.
So, honest question. We know 3 Raven Navies, that's too many Raven Navy issues. 3 Armageddon Navy issues, too many Armageddon Navy issues. Is there any battleship that's better in threes?
If I may take this one, I
Oh,
think
go for it, yeah.
I think our beloved potato shaped space vessel is actually pretty decent when you bring 3 of them. Obviously, also the typhoons, either be it the Typhoon Navy, which is preferable, Typhoon Fleet, actually, should I say. Um, and I'm gonna challenge the notion that Armageddon Navy is not good when you bring 3 of them, because as long as you use it as a like rapid heavy missile platform, and your allotment is decently constructed, it can still deliver satisfactory effects.
All right. Well, we've got dueling opinions on the desk. We will have to. We've got our vibes. We're going to have to find out which vibes are correct by watching these matches. And our first match up is going to be Punishing Gray Raven versus Doro Sweetpunch. We've seen both these teams before. Both teams did fairly well in their earlier matches. The winner of this match gets into the AT. But first, the bands. These bands are looking similar to some of the bands that we saw yesterday. We've got the Arbitrator, the Zarmaz, the Sleipnir, the Cenotaph, the Scimitar, and the Widow. Theronth, what do you think of these bands that we've got in front of us?
Arbitrator is a decent opening band, but it lowers the control, obviously, but not in a way that is like completely shuts it out. Because if you really want to get out control, you have to ban full on all of the GD ships, right? But it can try to maybe telegraph stuff that, oh, we don't want to fight control, right? Please don't bring control against us, and then you can do uno reverso basically, and capitalize on the team that gets baited. And the other red team's bans, Cenotaph pretty standard. They don't want to deal with that, for as long as they have to deal with that, because after this today, they might not be as strong as they were so far in the feeder, so dominant, right, and meta bending. Scimitar, pretty good ban as well. It forces it into other logistics for the shield compositions. Maybe Basilisk. Basilisk actually seeing a lot of play, which uh, which is actually not surprising because it got bats recently. So red team, decent bans.
Yeah, and Misty, what do you think? We've got our Zarmaz again and the Widow once again on the ban line.
I found it interesting. Doro has previously banned the Dominics, but they've not opted to this time. And I wondered whether leaving it open was because they wanted to bring it. But then banning the Widow doesn't really play into that too much. You wouldn't be too afraid of a Widow if you're bringing a drone setup because it's going to have very limited effect on your team. Um, I've been looking back at both of these teams' previous comps, and they've both brought medium gun spam or ham rush. The scimitar ban from Punishing Grey Ravens is interesting because Doro's only ever really brought an Osprey or a Basilisk, and I'm not sure what they're expecting to see from Doro in this matchup that would have them banning the scimitar. The scimitar ban implies that they don't want to be kited too much. Like you see scimitar more with the heavy missile launcher kind of kites that we've been seeing, and the Basilisk with the rushes because the Basilisk puts out more reps. So if you're brawling, more reps is probably a good thing, and also it's a little bit more tankier. So it would be interesting to see what both of these teams decide to bring, given the bans.
And Misty, who are you putting your points on?
I've already put all my points on Doro, Sweetpunch. I'm going to lose them all. Back to zero.
All right. Doro believers. Theronth, what about you?
For me, it's going to be the Punishing Grey Raven,
Nice.
solely
Yeah,
based on the name.
both teams had very good showings earlier, and both teams have arrived on grid. So we will send it to the arena where Wingnut and Rose Alahari will cast this upcoming match.
G'day, mates. Welcome to the arena. I'm, of course, Wingner, and we're joined by Rose, and we have a triple Armageddon Navy comp versus another potato salad.
Oh, I am so happy as a fan of the potato salad, Dami Mommy. I am so happy to see this. And paired with the Vexers, I think this is going to be a really good drop match. Now, I did put my points on Doro, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we've seen this exact comp, I think, a few times now, which is maybe becoming a bit of a standard. With the match going to be underway in about 30 seconds, I'm going to be curious to see what these Armageddon Navies try and shoot first, because Dominic's are not exactly light tank machines.
And you can see that if you look at both sides, they have very similar, the double Vexer, double Inquisitor, and they have some different mid-sized ships. So we will see if the EOS Ashmu Pontifex versus the Hugin Magus Pontifex. We'll kind of see which one makes for the better match as they start moving and the match is ongoing.
Yep, we see the Geddon Navies also drop bounce. I believe both sides dropping sentries first. Yes, indeed. So both sides starting getting some sniping on. They're going for Dominic's first. All right, so they're going to try and get Dominic's. The other team is going, you know what? We agree. We're going to go for an Armageddon Navy as well.
I think that would be an absolutely fantastic trade if they can make it, if it can be made.
And why they
But
change their
it
mind? We're
does
going to
look
kill a Vexor first. Fair enough.
yeah, the Vexor of Star Harrier is going ahead and taking some damage. He has lost his shield, and he's slowly crawling into armor now. Um, but it does look like Destinova is gone ahead and webbed, so we'll see if they're trying to trade something, a potato for a mini potato.
Yeah, so the thing with this as well is that while the Dominix is going down, all he has to do is not live, he has to survive the clip. If he can get through one clip from these rapid heavies, they can buy enough time to maybe get the reps back up and get back up to full. The Vex are going down, some damage already lost. They just don't need to survive, they just need to last just long enough.
And we are seeing now the effects of the second Vexor of Flower Fallen also starting to go down as the Dusty Noah is also it looks like that's a trade that they're trying to make, a double Vexor for a Dami. Pretty smart choice. Get rid of 2 drone boats versus 1 potato. Like, it works.
They can get rid of if they can kill the other Vexor and not lose the Dominix, it's definitely a good trade. However, if they lost Dominix for 2 Vexors, I would not be a fan of that. But he's still dipping, but he's starting to hold. I'm just checking to see if the missiles are still coming, and I think
They
they
might
might
be
be out.
they might be on
Yep, I
reload,
think
but
they've clipped. That's
it
the clip.
looks like Lou Maham in the Inquisitor, it does look like that they were trying to take him out as
Oh, there it
well.
is. Here it is. It's coming back again. All right, he should
Oh,
go now. Yep, there you go. The missiles all being fired from the rapid heavies. This should be the death of Destiny Noah. And I don't know what they're going for. It looks they're going to go for an Armageddon Navy next. All right then.
yeah,
There he goes.
with the Dominix down, I would say a smart thing to do. Doro still has 3 of their battleships. Punishing Grey Raven is really gonna have to see if their target collar is gonna have to be on point, to try not to lose the rest of their Dominix.
Oh
However, it
no,
does look
Lou
like one of
Mohammed
their
about to go
Inquisitors
down.
going down.
Yeah, he went down to both the Inquisitors being neutered out and a single flight of Fed Navy Hobgoblins.
Oof.
So his friend's going to go down soon too, and it was looking all right at the start for Punching Grey Raven, but it is starting to look a little bit iffy. They're going to start losing the second Dominic before they kill a single Ged Navy.
Yeah, and Doro, Sweetpunch still having both of their Logi. Um, wait. Yeah, okay. I'm
Yeah,
not losing my brain. Okay,
yeah, you're good.
hey, it's early morning in the USTZ. I gotta. I'm just making sure my
Don't you
brain is
talk
here.
to me about early in the morning, miss. Don't you start
I
that with
know.
me.
I know it's midnight for you as the other Logi of Punishing Grey Raven goes down. It does look like now that they've lost their Logi, this might be a cleanup game for Doro as they are trying to get through the Dominics of Mark Kaloof.
Yeah, so the one thing about usually with these rapid heavy comps, they don't really have much damage beyond their missiles, but Geddon navies do get a pretty sexy drone bay, so they can consistently apply pressure to keep the ships low for the second volley. And yeah, see they're firing again, and the second Dominic should go down now. And at this point, Punishing Grey Raven is in deep trouble.
Oh yeah, I would say that they are going to have a really, really hard time coming back from this. With the second Dominix, the second potato going down. Um, I am glad that I put my points on Doro. I was this triple get-in setup seems to be working so far in the tournament.
Yep, it's all gone a little poorly for Punishing Grey Raven. They had a reasonably good start going for the Vexes, was potentially quick kills, but these Ged navies you can't really ignore them. You have to start to break the rapid heavy clips. He was just getting deleted. Oh wow!
Yeah,
I'm
like
sorry.
it
I
is.
thought he'd take a bit longer than that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was sitting here and he popped. There was no keeping that EOS alive. He got deleted as it looks like the Vexor of Frank Latank is also potentially getting deleted, but it looks like they might be they reloaded potentially.
Just want a quick mention as
And
well.
he's got some
For
down.
those who are watching, at the moment the fancy UI you're seeing is a little bit buggery for this match. Should be fixed next time. But yeah, that's why you're not seeing any of the webs and other effects going on. So we'll have to keep you informed. Not that it really matters at this point because these Ged navies are running roughshod. They might get one though. Look at that.
Yeah.
They might kill one. They might get one.
Hey, if Punishing Grave Raven manages to take down a Geddon, Uh, with what they have, they should be proud, I would
No
say,
panicking,
because
Lemming. It's fine. Don't have to panic. It's all
yeah,
good. I got you. By the way, good note as
definitely.
well. Now that the Logi is gone, the Dominix of Kit Kat has left the fight and gone somewhere else, so that way the drones can do the work while keeping somewhat safe. So it looks like the Geddon navies aren't really bothering with him. They're gonna go kill the Ishimu instead. Okay.
Yeah,
The Ishimu actually
the
done pretty
last
good. He's actually
Vexor.
got both Logis neutered. Like the Ishimu did his job here. He's got both logistics frigates neutered out and basically useless. It didn't matter, unfortunately. Like you do your job correctly and still unfortunately lose.
Yeah, and even with the second Vexor of Les Routiers going down, they have lost another control for their drones, and it looks like they are finally starting to go after the Dominics of Kit Kat.
Yeah, it's going to be a big old chip to chew through, especially when they're missing one third of their damage. But nevertheless, well done from Doro Sweetpunch. I do like you saying that name. They've done very, very well with this match, even if triple Armageddon Navy is. I know some people aren't the biggest fan of that.
I mean, at this point, though, they are down to a double get a navy, but even then, they have have put in the work. They are showing that they are here to come in and at least get a shot at winning. Um, and I look forward to seeing their future in the AT.
Indeed.
And
Now I'm just going to relax and watch this Geddon get killed. Like, let's just see how long it takes them to go through it. It's pretty damn
I
tanky.
mean, that Dominic's of Kit Kat though, he is in armor. I don't know if they're gonna be able to trade it for a Get a Navy.
Another quick mention as well is that the Dominixes do have a lot of newts fitted to them, but unfortunately, the comp they're versing, while the newts can still affect Logi and tackle and all those modules, it doesn't really stop the damage of the triple Geddon Navy, who are both firing rapid heavies and drones, which I don't know if you know, both do not give a damn about your newts.
Oh god, no. Th They can just, keep popping cat boosters, and they are seeming to just not give a crap about the Ashmu and all those newts that are on field.
Yeah, again, the Ishimi did a reasonably okay job basically turning off the Logi, but unfortunately, Logi is only T1 Inquisitors. They're not exactly the world's great logistics ship. So he did his job, he did the right thing, but it almost in a way it probably wasn't even point effect. Let me just check.
I mean, there's definitely
Yeah,
a difference between T1 and T2 Logi, so them choosing, to go after T1 Logi instead of maybe something that could have a little bit more impact,
so
we'll
the
let the
fun thing
desk
here as
talk
well is
about it.
if you think about it through mass, right? You've used an 18-point ship to neutralize two 3-point ships. So even if
Oh
even
god.
winning in that scenario, at least for this, it wasn't particularly effective. But if they were Tech 2 Logi frigs, that would be more of an efficient trade.
Yeah, that's a 12-point difference in that too. That is not the smartest call, in my mind, because that trade makes no sense. Maybe going after, the Hugin, Magus, Pontifex, something giving them boosts, long range webs might be a little smart, but, the Ashimu has finally died, and we wait for the, Pontifex of Punishing Gray Raven. It looks like he is moving. He's trying to move quickly though, but it looks like, he is last on the firing
He's
line.
going for a beacon. We're going to see if he's going to try and go for the Wreckager, I think. But he's going a bit too fast. You need to slow down to activate the beacon, my boy.
Oh,
Wait, hold on, I just
let's
see.
see.
Give me a second. Am I seeing a web effect on it? Sorry, I'm just. I swear I just saw a web effect on
No,
it. I'm
it
very.
it looks like he is slowing down. He went from 3,000 speed to he's slowly falling under
There's the
1,000 at
MJG. All
this
right,
point. So,
here we go.
let's
He's
see.
he's jumping out, or at least close to out. Wow. Okay, that was really close to the border. Oh, come on. No, don't tease us like that. 124. There you go. Match is over. We are free. He had a little show there. Congratulations. Now we're going to go back to the studio and see what they think.
Welcome back to the desk where triple Armageddon Navy issues have saved Misty's points. Misty, how are you feeling about that match?
Maybe I've been too tough on you. Get a Navy issue. Maybe I've been too tough.
Yeah, so how did that team manage to succeed? They brought the triple Armageddon Navy issue. It's not as It hasn't been performing as well as the triple Dami setup, but here we saw it decisively dismember the triple Damis.
Yeah, I think it was a series of minor things that happened during the match. The so I was asking in the background. I was talking to Theranth, and I was asking whether he thought the decision to leave the Inquisitors alive for the Dominic's team was the right choice, instead just going into a Armageddon Navy issue. And he correctly pointed out that the Vexers had approached the Inquisitors, had them tackled down, and were running newts on them the entire time. So they were capped out. They weren't able to contribute to the match in any meaningful way. I think it's just somehow that Doro's damage just didn't seem to really make that much of a dent in the Armageddon Navy issues. I did expect a little bit more damage to be coming out from the Dominixes and the EOS. Um, I think that their decision to remove the Vexes at the very beginning made sense because they are squishy. Again, they could also get on your Inquisitors and get newts on them, so it makes sense to remove that E-War option. But yeah, I'm not sure if there was anything that Dora could have done differently. Perhaps they could have spread their Dominixes out a bit more and made it so that the Armageddon Navy issues had to chase them down one by one instead of just having them all grouped up in the middle. I don't think that the Dominic snoots had that much of an impact on the match, to be honest, given that the Vexers were able to get their newts off and the Ashmu was also newting as well. So I think just spreading out the Dominics a bit more would have helped.
Yeah, Theron, we've seen a lot of these triple Dami comps in especially the second weekend because, of course, they did quite well the first weekend, and now here they are in the second. Uh, how difficult are these comps to execute?
After drilling them a little bit, you will notice that the approach and mute people kind of a strategy is the one you end up going a lot for most of the time, especially in this meta. I think where you have well, in the feeders meta currently right now that we have with a lot of ham rushes, Sleipnirs flying around, buzzing around, more dummies, Armanis, Raven navies. Basically, the game plan is you bully people into your corner them up, get them muted out, and then because drone comps they don't have a lot of DPS, well, not the levels usually of more traditional weapon systems. You grind them down until at some point something breaks. It's either the logistics or the newts just shut off the local reppers and hardness of the battleships, and then they are easier to crack as well. And I think we've seen that here as well. That the Dominixes started to they had a decent idea of putting those vexers on Doro's Sweetpunch Inquisitors, as Misty said. But I think what was lacking is that they didn't have enough of that power. Even though there was actually 4 decent drone ships there, there was also an EOS which adds DPS to the overall comp. Their own logistics were so neutralized by the Armanis and their Vexors that they just folded faster because Armanis were just pumping not only the drone DPS on top of them, but also they had their own newts and they had the rapid heavies. So I was a little bit worried at the beginning when Doro decided to primary a Dominix, but then when I saw that they are doing the correct play and going with the Vexors to the backline as well, um, it was fine afterwards. They stabilized, they killed the dummy, and from that, they were in the driver's seat comfortably.
Yeah, it's great to see that comp succeed. We'll have to see if we see the Dominics eating more bans throughout the rest of the day. Speaking of bans, we have Fraternity versus Deteriorated coming up, and that means we have some bans to talk about. And we've got a couple of slightly different ones here. Uh, First off, we've got the Sleipnir, and then a quick fire back with Ferox Navy issue and Loki. Not too much time Fraternity spent thinking before banning the Cenotaph and the Zarmaz, those two classics, and Deteriorated went in the tank for a whole 2 minutes and 31 seconds before banning the Orthrus. Misty, Ferox Navy issue. We have not seen that so much. What's going on with that?
I imagine that the Ferox Navy issue has been banned because we've seen it in what some people have been affectionately calling Shockto, I believe, which is like Shield Octo, essentially just shield medium guns, good projection, decent tracking, decent damage, and you basically can either snapshot the lower end and clear things like logistics frigates or support frigates really quickly at range at the beginning of the match, or you can, depending on the type of comp that you're going up against, either burn away or rush in and get your damage onto some of the mainline ships. So maybe an attempt to weaken the shield medium gun span that we've been seeing, alongside the Loki ban, also trying to remove some of the strength of the ham rushes that we've also been seeing alongside that. The Orthros ban is the one that really stands out as an odd choice to me. I don't think it's particularly strong in heavy missile launcher kite, nor in hamrush, because it's a pretty paper thin ship. It does have a bonus to the scram range, but I don't think that really makes up for the other drawbacks that it has, which is that it just dies if it gets sneezed at.
Yeah, it's we've seen it a couple times so far this tournament, but it has not been nearly as dominant as it was back when Mordu's Legion earned the Z Killboard Guide tag Balance Legion. It has eaten some nerfs since then. Theron, in this band set, what kind of comps do you think these two teams might be looking at?
I'll start with Deteriorated because this is actually a very similar band set what they brought last time. And sorry, and then they fielded a Sleipnir and Vagabond kind of a rush. So the Perks Navy was like maybe an attempt at weakening um, this Shockto kind of a comp that is also kinetic heavy when you have a triple Ferox Navy on top, and Sleipnirs and Vagabonds they don't really like getting pounded by railguns with kinetic and thermal damage. So um, interesting though that they've chose those bans almost instantly after Fraternity banned Sleipnir. So of course this comp is out of the window. Curious what they will slot in instead.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. And before we go down to the match, Misty, where are you putting your points?
Ooh, I'm gonna put some points on Frat just because I kind of have to. That's where my points are going.
You're not going for the bet on Deteriorated and win both ways strategy?
No, no, no. I'm gonna curse my team or I'm gonna win big.
That I respect it. And Theronth, which team are you picking?
I'm betting on Q Kappa because he has slain us in the last 80, so I have to pay the man respects.
That is an excellent reason to send your points that way. But we have both teams on grid. We will find out which of us keep our points and which of us distribute them to the rest of Twitch chat in just a minute with Wingnut and Rose.
And both teams have landed, as we see Deteriorated and Frat in the arena. Goodness, honestly, I am really surprised at what Frat brought. Double Bantam, double Skybreaker, and triple Golem, choosing to put a lot of points in their top heavy slots.
Yeah, triple cruise goal. We may see, because with the Nighthawk, this may be an attempt at a pseudo tinker with Bantam support. Meanwhile, of course, we see a reasonably common Get Navy, a triple Get Navy, all rapid heavy fit with a slightly different midships, but nevertheless, the comp is still the same, and the match is about to be underway.
Yeah, and this is not the this set that Deteriorated has brought is very, very similar to kind of what we saw in the last match with different stuff in the middle. But triple battleship and double Logi seems to be
Okay,
really, really
think
handy as they're
I think this
rolling.
is pseudo tinker for one reason. That Nighthawk has no launches, which means it's probably a full links boat. So yeah, this I believe is a pseudo tinker setup with these triple golems. So this might be a comp where the pseudo tinker can do well, but the Geddon navies can just start bumping away from each other. They don't really care what range or what they're doing. So we have to keep an eye on this. This has potential, but I don't see if it's going to go well or not.
I don't know. I mean, we will have to give it a go and see if Tinker, I don't know if Tinker, Pseudo
Wow,
Tinker
goodbye
makes a
vigil.
comeback, but that Vigil gets popped.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not too surprised. They got stuff like a Bellicose and a Hugan Webs as well. They can delete small stuff if they desire, as well as their Drago. What are they? What in the world is these cruisers shooting? Hold on. Are they shooting the battleship? Okay, they're shooting the battleship. I saw damage going to the Pontifex and I was about to panic. Okay, crisis averted. They are shooting Q
Yeah.
Kappa and the Geddon Navy.
Okay, I was gonna say cruise missiles don't really apply very well to small stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
target
they're
painters
streams.
help. It looks like they've got some going from the Golem of Astralis, potentially the Golem of Dao Yin. Um, and it does look like though Frat has lost one of their Bantams and a Jackdaw. So far Deteriorated playing this super super smart, trying to delete the last Bantam of Fraternity.
Not gonna lie, I am surprised by how little damage they're doing. I mean, it is, cruise comps are not known for massive DPS, but you'd expect them to be able to start punching a hole into a Geddon Navy. But at the moment, that Geddon Navy doesn't even notice it being shot at this point. Like, what in the like? Did they fit
Eh,
no damage mods? Is that like, did they go like double tank or something? What? Okay, there we go. That's some good damage to Leona. There we go.
eh,
Hello.
I have no idea, but you can see that the Inquisitors have deteriorated. One is getting neutered out, or being attempted to be neutered out. But they are catching reps. They're managing to keep some
Oh,
things alive.
I found out why. I zoomed out and then saw a giant wave of drones. They're all rep drones. The Geddon Navies didn't bring a single DPS drone. They are all rep drones. Heavy rep drones, mediums and light. They brought nothing but rep, which honestly is the perfect counter to
That's
what they're versing.
smart. That is absolutely a smart option depending on the comp, but it does look like the Navy Geddon of Leona is into hull, getting
Oh,
close to
there's a
hull at this
bump. There
point.
we go. We went golem bowling with Q Kappa, and I think they're still, I think,
Hey!
within range, but they're starting the bumps.
And bumps golem bowling is pretty fun. I would say, but uh we'll see if that can help
They need more
Deteriorated.
bumps. It's not enough. They got to keep going.
It's
They got to
not
bump them
enough.
even harder.
They just gotta
That,
keep
that,
trying to bowl for that
oh
strike. It
no!
is not coming
Look at
out.
Leona though. Leona's starting to lose hull now. They were holding for a
Oh,
while, but I think they're going to start breaking through.
and their
Come on,
Maulist
fumble
of
bump.
Alakir is also trying. He is holding in hull somehow. They've got him, pointed though, so oh gosh, this is a
He's,
nail
I
biter for
believe, dying.
sure.
He's dying to a skybreaker off screen. We'll just ignore that one. Nighthawk goes down. There goes their links, and Leona. There we go. Okay, there goes one Armageddon Navy. I
Yeah, and there goes
honestly,
one of the Skybreakers as well.
this is interesting. This is very interesting. This does look a little bad for the triple golem setup, but they might actually have it unless this bump actually pushes them away from each other. Because, like, sure, they lost all their support, but the Geddon Navy's lost one third of their DPS already. They lose a second one, they can't break through. They
No, they will
really need to kill a golem
be able
ASAP.
to.
Like, they have to get rid of one. They got to kill damage now.
Yeah, I see webs, it looks like potentially from the Hugin on both golems. Looks like they're trying to slow them down. Um, but they really Deteriorated really needs to make a call here. Having lost a third of their DPS, they need to figure out which golem, but it does look like potentially Daoyan Yin is taking a little bit of damage, but it looks like he might have a local repper.
I guess a Skybreaker. And this is both the
Yep.
positive and negative of Logi drone setups, right? Like, the Logi drones are amazing for repping, but unfortunately, they're only rapid heavies. They have nothing but rapid heavies. There's no DPS drones, there's no consistent DPS, there is only your missiles. So whenever they reload, these golems can rep to full and wait for the next volley. And they're kind of in trouble. They don't have enough damage to actually break through. That golem is going to hold unless they get a good bump.
It looks like Q Kappa is over here in range of the golems. It looks like he might be going for a bump.
They
Potentially
actually did, I think.
he's oh,
I'm sorry, I'm just
as
excited that
he
they
gets
actually did
blown
it.
up too.
I'm actually excited because I think they actually did it. I don't know if this is the first time this year we've seen a pseudo tinker actually work. Did I miss one the last few days? Because this is the first time
I
I've seen
don't
it work in a
think
while.
so. I am astounded. Now we just have to see if Fraternity cleans up the field before Deteriorated does. If Deteriorated can get through that hole and that tank of the 3 golems, honestly, I don't think they can. I
No,
think
they
this will
cannot. Like,
be,
I'm sorry. There is not
yeah.
a snowball's chance in hell of that one working. So the triple golem setup is actually going to work. Oh my! Like, I'm just gonna point as well. Like, the golem as well slow boated away from a bump attempt at one point. She's like kind of just turned in one direction. I didn't want to mention it before because like, who cares? But when you manage to avoid a bump in a propless battleship, that is either lucky or some amazing piloting.
Somehow they managed to pull this off. We just it looks like the last Navy Geddon of Reggie Ador for Deteriorated is gonna go down. Looks like he's in hull. His Logi are trying. I think it is an attempt in vain, but um, man, now I just
Ugh,
gotta see Frat clean up the field, and
that's gonna be
if they've
suffering, man, to watch them try and killing the field. They have cruisers. They're gonna
I
be trying to hit
know.
They're going to be trying to hit cruisers with cruisers. This is not exactly easy application here. Good flights and local, and I agree because this is not what I expected to see.
Honestly, I was expecting Fraternity to lose. That's why I put my points on Deteriorated, but I am glad to be wrong in the fact that this was such an interesting match that we'll let the desk talk more on.
I'm not gonna lie. Like,
I'm
I
just kind
feel
of
like
blown
I'm gonna
away.
sound like I feel like I'm gonna be an armchair asshole right now. But this match could have been won by just one bump, problem solved. And they had 3 Getting Navies. They had 3 attempts at a bump that would send these golems out far enough, and they didn't do it. They have 3 attempts worth of this. There was no tackle either, by the way. I didn't see a single scram or web or any attempt from any ship to slow them down. They had 3 shots to get these ships away from each other and kill one. It didn't happen. What?
Yeah,
Like just
they and what they have now, I mean, I don't do they have enough mass to even try to go bowling again
no.
effectively?
I mean,
Yeah,
there's a chance they
mass
could
is
win by pushing the
back.
golems out the arena. Let's be honest, but like that's not going to happen. There we go. Boundary
That's
violations happening. Their team has decided to leave. Big respect for that.
they have recognized that there's 2 minutes left on the clock, and they're not gonna make us, suffer. So I can, hats off to Deteriorated for that, as their Hugin looks to be target painted and might be the last to go out. Does he boundary?
Yes, indeed. And there we
Is he
go.
going?
Thank you very much to Fraternity for bringing something wild and making it work. With that, we're going to go back to the analyst desk and see what they think about that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Tinker is back, baby. And with that, it is sending Fraternity into the Alliance Tournament and Deteriorated down to continue their skins run later today. What a match. That is the first time we've seen Tinker win this feeders. It's first time we've seen Tinker win in a couple of years. Theronth, what is a Tinker?
Tinker is basically a concept that is based around the concept of large transfers, large capacitor transfers. They generate more energy that they consume. So as each pilot can have one fitted to their ship in the current rule set, if you chain them in a proper way, you can feed cap from one to the other, and even under the newt pressure, your local tank will not fold. You will keep on having your hardness on, and as such, you can withstand a lot of punishment and slowly bear down, dismantle the opponents. Because if they don't get your core, then you can just tank forever.
Yeah, and it's definitely a sort of interesting thing to watch because if you break them up, then there's a chance for them all to fall apart. And it looked like they might. Misty, what were they doing to try to counter the Tinker there?
Yeah, so one of the things that the desk has kind of harped on about whenever we've seen Tinkers come into play is the fact that bumping is a very effective strategy for trying to counter them. The remote cap transfers that Theronth has just referenced actually have a very small range. There's no fall off or anything to them. They either are on or they aren't. If you can bump the ships apart about 6.5, 7 kilometers, then they should be out of cap transfer range, and that means that their tank will turn off almost immediately. When you don't have cap boosters in an extra large ASB, it is very cap hungry. It will take like a few cycles for it to take all of your capacitor, and then you'll be unable to run it at all. So I think if they'd done a better job with bumping, we did see some attempts, which, kudos, very good job. But you need to tackle down each of these ships that you're trying to bump apart to stop them from just reapproaching each other. We saw that they did bump the Nighthawk. It wasn't quite out of range of the cap transfers, and the golems weren't webbed down or tackled down, so they could slowly reapproach this Nighthawk. What you need to do is follow up each bump with another bump very quickly to ensure that the ships are moving apart. As long as they're about 20 kilometers away, they're never going to catch up, right? Because they don't have any prop mods. So it is literally just about following up with your bumps. And also, quick note, Q Kappa, if you want to bump and you're starting at 5 kilometers away, don't approach bump, or else your ship will never go above like 300 meters a second. You're already too close to get a proper acceleration going, and you will lose acceleration as you approach the ship that you're approaching. You have to double click in space. I know it's tough for some people, all right? Everyone loves to approach somebody and anchor up. but double click in space, and your ship will not lose the speed. It will continue to accelerate directly into the ship you're trying to bump, which is very good for forcing somebody away from the rest of their friends.
And one of the other things that we noticed with those Armageddon Navy issues is that when the golems were starting to shoot them, it seemed like they disappeared fairly quickly. Uh, let's just take a look at the Armageddon Navy issue in general. There's a number of different ways to fit this. And Misty, where would you put this on this chart? The ones that we just seen.
I mean, honestly, it feels like they're probably going to fall towards the front end of this graph. I think these Armageddon Navy issues were fairly low tank. We saw that Q Kappa originally at the very beginning when he was getting shot was taking huge chunks of damage, and then we were seeing multiple quick reps coming in from both the Inquisitors and a local rep, which implies that the buffer available was fairly limited. So it's possible that they decided to go with a high resistance and lots of BCUs, ballistic control units, which will boost the missile damage coming out from these Armageddon Navy issues, and less so for plates, which would have allowed them to kind of persist on grid for a little bit longer. I'm not sure plates would have really helped too much. It would have given them more time to bump and more time for their newts to maybe make a dent in the cap boosters that the golems had. But yeah, it's hard to say without actually knowing the fit for sure.
Yeah, it's a very interesting trade-off there, whether you're going to go for the more damage, more tank, and obviously there's a right answer for any given match, but you don't necessarily know what it's going to be before you load the grid. So we're going to get ready for our next match. But before we go into the bands phase, I just wanted to make a quick shout out for those of you, especially who are watching on the PC. You may have noticed that there is a lovely overlay available for the very first time in this feeder tournament. The overlay was made by Hoff Winchester. It is a wonderful little thing where you can look at the bottom half of the screen. We've got all the ships and the players and all the stuff. You can hover over them. You can see information about the players. You can see information about the ships. Really a great way to pull up some of the stuff that we try to keep in our minds and try to tell you about. But sometimes we get so excited by all the pretty explosions, we forget to mention something. So thank you, Hoff, for that. On to our next match. We've got Of Essence versus Hull Control. We are still in the world where a win gets you in and a loss gets you a chance for more skins. And so we've got another set of bands to talk about. Theronth, can you take us through these bands?
Well, we've got the usual suspects over here, the trio of Zarmast, Sleipnir, and Cenotaph. Also Loki, notably. So we've got 4 people now that always need to be banned if you want to gimp, or should I say rather, severely weaken a Hamrush. So Sleipnir, Seno, and Loki. Zarm is just a decent ban altogether. The Armageddon Navy hated by Mystical over here is also banned. So we are lucky we won't have to see this one, so we don't have to complain about it, Misty. And Sleipnir and the Widow actually is an interesting ban because we haven't seen so many Widows, I think, so far in feeders. And it is a ship that really does get it requires the comp behind it to be well constructed because it's not the cheapest one. And once a Hamrush gets on top of it, it's going to get devastated. So it's I, I'm curious why are they banning both the Widow and Sleipnir and Loki on the blue side of Hull Control, but I guess they might know something we don't know about because currently the Widow cannot be a flagship. It can be first time in years actually in the Alliance Tournament proper. I don't know, like it's interesting for me.
It's really interesting to choose to take that out. We've seen, I think, more widows in the bands than on the grid. So maybe this is something where there's some strategy that's enabled by it that we just haven't seen. The finest theory crafting minds still working beyond the veil of the Edge of Glory. Perhaps they will come to us in the main event. Misty, anything that you see in here that you'd like to shout out for us?
I just found it interesting. Hull Control has banned the Armageddon. No, sorry. Hull Control has banned the Sleipnir and the Loki. We have seen Of Essence use a Sleipnir rush, I believe, on the first day where they had, if I'm recalling correctly, and I'm going to check, they had 2 Cinnables in their rush and they won. So I guess contributing to the number of Cinnaballs winning. 3 is good. 2 is apparently also acceptable in this case. I think that Whole Control will probably want to run battleships. They've run battleships in each of the matches that they've played so far. They've done Triple Navy Raven, which I don't think is necessarily an excellent comp, but they've also had their Lashak and Navy Geddon comp, I believe, which did work out fairly well, even though they were flying into a pretty tough setup. So, I'm expecting battleships out of Whole Control and probably something rushy out of Essence.
Be interesting to see what they bring. Twitch chat thinks this one is about 50-50. I personally have my points on Whole Control just for some very enjoyable posting during the off-season tournaments. Theronth, where are you putting yours?
For me, it's going to be Whole Control. I'm a big fan of tab-build posting, so this one sways me that way.
Yeah, the posting vote, you can't get away from that. Misty, what about you?
I've just put a quarter of my points on of Essence because we need to support the underdogs, and I hope they make it into the main tournament.
All right. Well, with that, we will go to the arena where Wingnut and Rose will tell us who wins their points and who redistributes them to Twitch chat.
Well, one side looks familiar and the other side looks very, very different. We have another Potato Salad Triple Dominix comp, which is, I think, actually an exact mirror of the last one. On the other side, we have a double regular Armageddon with a bunch of control arbitrators.
Yeah, the of Essence setup is something that we have, I believe, even seen earlier today. The Ashmu Pontifex Eos mid with the double Vexer, double Inquisitor. I believe we did see that earlier. Now,
Oh my! I
the
went to
whole
zoom into the
control
Geddon to see what
side.
it got fitted, and I just saw the most brightest pink Geddon I've ever seen. What in the world? I was looking for guns and
Oh
I
my
got
god!
blinded instead.
You know, I am excited for this because I love seeing all the little skins that we have in the AT. It makes me so happy. As somebody who loves skins, this makes me so happy as boosts go up. They are getting ready
It's so bright.
as we count
So yeah,
down.
these are completely no gun Geddons, so they're full utility, probably mostly newts, but they may have a smart bomb or two, versus a full drone comp. So if they've got more than one smart bomb, they actually might be able to do a lot of damage to the Dominic's drones, so therefore removing the damage. And we get match underway, a bunch of bounces immediately drop to see if they what they shoot first.
And
What are we
smart
going
bombing
for?
drones is a
Aneros.
really
Okay, we're going
smart
for an
idea.
Aneros immediately.
Hey,
He's gonna have
taking
trouble
out the
getting anywhere in
Logi.
the arena. Oh yeah.
Taking out the Logi is really, really smart. I can see why of Essence was like, "Hey, you deleted. Goodbye."
Yep. He's going to get a lot of damage on him, but I think with some assistance, he should be able to survive. In fact, I can already see a wave of rep drones, which I believe are from the arbitrators to keep him alive. So, unless something changes, he should be able to stay pretty consistently alive for a long time.
And it looks like they've switched to one of the vengeances of Sweet Alar. Looks he has lost his shield.
He
Does
was
look
being hit
like
by
that
a bunch of
he is
medium
taking
drones that were
reps
chasing him.
though.
Little flight medium drones chasing him down. Actually, there's a lot of flights of medium drones chasing him down.
There
He's not going to die to
access
that,
to
but
Apollo
it's
Jones.
enough. Yeah. Okay, he's good. All right, so let's see where this match starts to change. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. The Geddon of Jita is flying straight towards the sentries. They might be about to smart bomb them off. He might actually just go and smart bomb all these sentry drones off. They're
I
both
see
going.
that
I
he
bet you they
is
both got smart
moving.
bombs. I bet you they both have
There
smart bombs.
that would take a lot of Essence damage off of the field, and
I hesitate to say, but
that's
watch this hot pink Armageddon go straight into these drones and then start absolutely deleting them. Yep, there we
oh,
go.
and
There's
we
the
see
first
the smart
pulse.
bomb go off.
I only see one though. I don't see multiple pulses, so he's only got one smart bomb, which to be fair is still enough. Yeah, one
Okay.
smart bomb, but I think they both got them fitted.
Let's see.
No, the other one hasn't fired his
No,
off.
I only saw, the bright pink one of Cheetah smart bombing. I do not see the
Well, you better
second
hurry
Geddon of
up. That Anurus
Richard.
is getting hurt bad. Also, the Anurus is getting close as well, trying to get under the sentry's guns. The sentries do not have the best of tracking up close, so that Anurus is actually getting under the sentry's tracking. So he's hopefully not going to die. This is really well
He's
done for sure.
he is using that to his advantage for sure. He does have a cloud of, rep drones swarming him, so, even then, I would think this he would be pretty safe.
I'm also amused by the the two Armageddons burned in to smart bomb the drones and then just didn't bother and just left. They didn't even finish them off.
Yeah,
So they're
so
going
they
in now.
have damage, but
Yeah.
does look like they are heading back towards the main group of the fight as the malediction of whole control is the first blood drawn in or first death in this match.
Yep, when we see the Geddons already reaching out with their newts, the Geddons have a very sexy newt range, so they're out newting out the Inquisitor, and I believe, yeah, they're newting out both Inquisitors, and I saw a newt on a Vexor as well. So those Geddon navies, the newts may not be the strongest, nor do they have the special suck of the Balgorn, but they have an ultra long reach for what they are.
Which having that long reach can make a difference, make a play in this,
And then
and I would
Daenerys is
definitely
so good
say
now. Daenerys is just loving life right now. He's just chilling underneath all these bouncers, and he's not even taking damage. He's actually gaining shield. The guy is vibing.
goodness.
I'm sorry. I'm just watching him and waiting to see if they ever abandon these bouncers. I think they're still shooting. Yeah, they're still shooting with those bouncers against the EOS, I believe. Yeah, the EOS of Vladislav. Oh god, I don't speak European names. How do I say that?
That's Vladislav, that is correct. You got
Woo,
it.
I got it right.
Woo! Give
Yeah, they
yourself a
haven't
gold star,
abandoned
you
the
got
moment.
it.
Yay, I like those. But yeah, he's still being hit, but he's going to tank pretty well because yet again he's got an Aniros repping him, and while he's not
Yeah.
directly close to it, he's in range perfectly fine. As we now see the Geddons are brawling out with the Dominixes. Everyone's trading newts, so no one's going to have capacity anymore. And the Dominixes, oh shit, the Dominixes are smart bombing. I just saw like multiple
Oh.
smart bombs going for those Dominixes. They're going to try and smart bomb off these DPS drones. If they do that, there's no damage on this comp. There's only drones. There's only Armageddon drones and EOS drones. If they're gone, that's it. They have no teeth.
It might just be could we call this something along the lines of battle of the tank? 'Cause I mean, with if either side has no teeth, it is, well, just gonna be what
I
points they can get. I wonder if this will be one of the lower point matches we see in feeders.
I mean, this is stuff I used to love in TQ play, doing drone wars with people. But this is a drone war. That both comps only have drones. Both comps have smart bombs, and the Dominixes are actively trying to remove all of the Armageddon drones. To the point the Armageddons have to actually recall their drones. So honestly, by all rights, I think Kurak should be able to build up some tank now, as long as nothing changes. Which, I mean, it just did. More drones just came out. Look at
Well,
that.
it
There's
does
three
look
smart bomb cycles. There's three smart bombs there. Two from one Dominix, one from another. They have so many smart bombs.
they're trying to keep Kuruk alive. That the Geddon of Jita is really, really close to him. As
Oh,
he
whoa, whoa,
goes
whoa.
down, they were able to take out a Dominix, but they traded for the Aneros, so good trade for Evessence, but, it wasn't quite
I may have
enough.
got distracted there. I'm not gonna lie. I was too busy watching the smart bombs. I didn't notice the gigantic angry wave of heavy drones. They finally abandoned their bouncers, dropped mediums and heavies, and obliterated the Oneros in moments. So that's now going to be a match going on their side at the moment, as long as nothing
Now,
changes.
Whole Control is going over the last Logi of Evessence, so we will see, I guess, who drops first
Wait,
next?
hold on, hold,
As
I,
the Vengeance is also
no,
taking
I have to stop this. Hold on, the Dominix of Kurok MJD'd out of the arena. I, Oh, okay. He got bumped. Okay, he got bumped. Okay, that's fair. I was like, what in the world? I'm missing everything at the moment.
I
This is
I would
1 a.m. gaming. Oh, he was trying to MJD away, and his
Oh,
friendly EOS bumped him out. Oh, that's the
well,
worst way to go. Being bumped by an enemy is one thing. Being bumped by a friendly?
oh gosh, that's some elite gameplay there. Um, man, that EOS is probably gonna get an earful, but hopefully we'll see Dax make a comeback. We'll see. I don't know. Both of these Dominixes are taking damage. They're trying to take down the EOS of Whole Control, who is currently in armor. I am still very can just
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
yeah.
I'm very loopy from this. Vladislav is about to go down. Domix is trying to go into to smart bomb off more drones, but I think he's being scrammed so he can't even move. And yeah, this has been a weird match. It's like so many odd things have happened.
See, I this might be a more thing for the desk to talk about, but this is the first use of smart bombs in this style, hasn't it? For the feeders?
You see it off and on. You never really see them really focus on it because drone comps have not been uber strong for a while. So the whole idea of just mass like smart bombing drones hasn't really been a thing that's been required. But
That's fair.
when it's required, this stuff pops up really quickly. Like the counter is right there.
See, as somebody who's a fan of drone comps, that is, I'm really happy that we're getting to see this match in the confusing glory that it is, as, Whole Control is starting to lose both of their arbitrators as the first one of, oh god,
I'm not gonna lie.
Tumpa
I think
I don't know how to say
I
that
think
name.
Essence will win this, but man, this is this has not gone how it should have gone. It's been chaos.
And hey, occasionally we need that chaos. So I'd love to see it. I'm glad they brought the chaos on this Sunday morning for feeders or some Sunday time frame because
Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that because now that Dominic's is going down way too quickly. Okay, I should not have said that. That Dominic's goes down. I think they should. No, they would be ahead in points. Never mind. Crisis averted. We're all good. I did the math in my head. The math was wrong. I'm sorry.
I was
I'm
gonna say I
sorry.
think they'd have to take down both Dominics first, or at least
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, I was
I don't
doing bad
know.
math.
Math is hard. It's okay.
Yep, 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 yep. Well, we have 30 seconds left, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be grateful to get the hell out of this arena because this is loopy land, and I don't know if I wanted to be welcome here.
Yeah, I think this is Smart Bomb Loopy Land. I don't know if I want to continue to stay here as well as we see the arbitrator of Siad going ahead, getting weapon pointed. Looks like that is their next target. They've got 10 seconds left. Of Essence is ahead on points. Even if they don't get it, I think they'll be okay.
Yep, yep. 5 seconds left, and I'll say to everyone who bid on Hull Control, thank you much for your points. I will
You're
enjoy them
welcome.
myself.
You
And
are
with that, we'll go
so
back to the
welcome.
studio. Gonna go back to the studio now and see what they think about it.
Welcome back to the desk. We have just seen the battle of the drone blobs, and in this case, you know, shocker, drones won. So, of Essence, they are into the Alliance Tournament. Whole Control, they'll be continuing their skins run later today in our redemption bracket. Very exciting stuff. Let's talk about the drones, though. So, one of the things that we saw is the team, first off, dropped sentries. The sentries were shooting at the Oneros. The Oneros got in and started orbiting. And then what happened? Theronth, tell me about how you're supposed to play that in your drone comp.
This is like one of the ways to deal with a technology, because I mentioned earlier that the drone comps, they don't have historically a lot of DPS, especially those armor Domi EOS based ones with some support at the low. So you have to go basically for the Oneirus. But if you tunnel vision too much with your sentries, and as you said, the Oneirus gets closer and starts orbiting them because sentry drones, bouncers in this particular case, they don't have the greatest tracking, even though Dominic's has a bonus for this. The Oneirus is basically outspeeding the drones, and we saw that he went full armor back again, and then even started regenerating shield. So when you see that this is happening, this is the case, because of the drone-based ships, they have usually massive drone base, so they can have multiple flights inside of them. What you should do as a captain, that is, when you become aware of the situation, or target caller, you just order your teammates abandon the drones that are shooting this on Aeros now and completely missing. If you don't have any way to slow him down, tackle him down there, and then start either drop a new set of sentries so that he is in a prime sniping position for them in, because he's like something like 50 kilometers now from you, orbiting your previous set of drones. Or as Whole Control did, you can drop the combat drones, and then they will slowly move over and force that on heroes to either start running away again, or or just die there, and then you can start doing like silly stuff with abandoning drones, trying to reconnect to your sentries, which becomes like an ultimate clown fiesta if you have to do that. But yeah, that's pretty much what you should do in the situation like that. And also, it highlights one particular weakness of the technology, because those versus sentry blob, because those logi frigates they can wrap each other, so they have easier time keeping each other alive.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting place to be. Different buttons to press from most of your other things. F, not F1, and tons of right clicking for the reconnection. Misty, was one of those teams advantaged over the other on the warp-in?
I mean, to a degree, just because of the way that the match started, with the sentries going out immediately, being essentially directly across from your opponent and at range is a pretty good place to start. It makes it harder for the Ineros to burn in immediately and get under those sentries, as we saw later on in the match. But I don't think it really mattered too much with the way that the beginning of the match went. I think that the more interesting part, and I think where the advantage was, is that one team, Whole Control, decided to go for two Geddons, which do get a bonus to drones, but I believe it might be hit points and damage, or maybe just damage. I can't quite remember. And then the Dominix gets a bonus to damage, but also to tracking and range, which meant that they would be able to drop sentries, they'd be able to project out and try and kill that Ineris at the beginning. Later on, um, they'd have better tracking with their heavy drones when they put them on the Ineros. We saw the Ineros die basically immediately. It was tackled, so it couldn't run away. Um, so I liked the Dominic setup more. The Armageddon Navy setup isn't too bad. With the long range nukes, it does mean that you might have an easier time controlling some of the enemy team. If you're going into perhaps a rush or something like that, you'll be able to shut down micro drives before they get to you, or you'll be able to deal with some of the logistics frigates, at least putting some pressure on them, or logistics cruisers, putting pressure on them at range, even if you can't stop them from repping completely. You'll be able to break the cycles every now and then, and make them really sweat to get those reps out. But no, I don't know. I just think the Dominic's team was probably set up better to win in the long run, and also both teams had spot bombs, which I think was really interesting to see, used well. The Dominics is getting on top of each other and running their smart bombs to kill off some of the Armageddon drones, making it difficult to keep consistent damage coming out. And I think if it wasn't for the Commissar EOS putting a bolt round back into the back of the head of the Dominics trying to run away, then it would have worked out a little bit better. But Dominic tried to run away from the fight, and that's not allowed. And then, we saw the fruits of his labors, though.
Yeah, yeah, you'll die one way or the other in the arena or outside of it, and hopefully we'll be able to see that later. So we have one more match coming up: Space Violence versus Bright Side of Death. Again, this is winning in, and here are the bans. We see the Dominix is banned, so we are not going to be seeing some potato salad this time. Theronth, what do you think of the Jackdaw ban first thing?
Um, it's not an assuming ban. Basically says we don't want you to be able to kill our Ewar that is slow end. So Crucify is Molluses. Jackdaw cannot be damped. So whenever, well, it can be technically damped, but it has a resistance bonus in sharpshooter mode. So basically, it's to me says we want to bring damps.
Yeah, could definitely be damps and something that could be far away from the rest of the team. Misty, anything you see in the rest of these bands you want to call out?
Honestly, they all seem pretty standard. I think the most interesting part of the bands might just be the fact that the Dominics at the very end took 2 minutes and 40 seconds to come through from the Bright Side team. So I guess they were just kind of trying to figure out, okay, what don't we really want to see in this match? I think they may have been contemplating bringing the Dominics perhaps and deciding against it, decided to ban it out. That's the most likely thought process given the amount of time that they spent on that ban. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to bring.
Yeah, and based on what we've seen from these teams so far, Theronth, where do you think you're going to put your points?
Um, well, you're asking me as I see already stuff that is landing on grid, so I'm gonna cheat a little bit here, and I'm just going to say that I am excited about the SOT comp.
Indeed, indeed. And we do see things landing on grid. Very exciting. We will send it to the casters, Wingnut and Rose, to break this down. Tell us what's going on over there.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to this is the match that I have been waiting for all day: Space Violence versus Bright Side of Death. We see triple Claymore, double Tholos, and double Bantam from Space Violence. I don't know if I can control my excitement. This is going to be a fun match.
Yeah, versus again another drone comp. We've got rid of Dominic's. No worry, they brought another set of Dominic's. It's fine. And Armageddon.
Yes, they brought
But
EOS too, so
this is a
they're
Claymore ham rush,
fresh.
by the way. I just double checked; those are ham, so they're gonna have a full ham rush moment going on here. This is going to be a very curious match to see what happens.
Now, I love that we saw the the ban of the Cenotaph. However, we see its cousin, the Tholos here, the destroyer-sized ship, um,
I have to
be
ask:
ready
is
and
it
go.
Tholos or Tholai
Oh, for
or
plural?
Tholes?
Ooh,
Yeah,
I think
Tholes. That sounds horrible. I'm
Thol
not going to say that word ever
I
again.
think Tholai would be appropriate, because I
Tholai,
think the OS ending, adding an
Tholaces.
I,
All
yeah,
right,
would
match is
be
underway. We will pontificate on upon that later. As yep, this rush is rushing. Who would have guessed?
Hey, they are that's Sepal is throwing himself into the enemy comp. He is ready to go as we see the control bar of Bright Side of Death absolutely
Oh my god, that's a
fill
lot of
up.
control.
It is yeah, I'm seeing a lot of jams. We don't know if they're landing on the Bantams, but we see them attempting to jam, as it looks like they're going for the Tholos of No Name Nexus as their first target. However, it looks like they're trying to Space Violence is trying to trade for the Eos of Midas Bartholomew. It's a good trade, in
They're
my
gonna
book.
give it a good go. There's so much anti-control going on. Like so many missile guidance disruptors and tracking disruptors and jams and newts. They're trying to reduce DPS as much as they can to let the EOS survive. And the Guardian should, as long as damage is reduced enough, keep that EOS up forever. But at the moment, there's not really that much damage coming back. This is again a drone comp, and I'm not really seeing much in the way of actual functional damage from them at the moment.
I see Space Violence doing more as far as their attack bar, while their control bar is not quite as big. I see their attack bar doing more work. Um, but man, all of the webs points, newts, nos, target paints, weapons disruptor, like you name it, it is here. Looks like they are trying to land jams
Wait, hold on a minute.
on everything.
I just checked the EOS, like what's around the EOS. That's all like Logi drones around the EOS, which means this is a drone comp with two SEALs and Armageddon, and the spare like drone bays in their smaller ships is Logi drones. Like, where's your damage,
I mean,
guys? They've got like two and
that's
a half ships worth of damage, and it's not really that much. They did kill a ship though, so I'm saying that they did kill a Tholos, but
it looks
I'm
like they're
still
trying to go
surprised they
after the
did.
second one too. It looks like they're trying to go after the second Tholos of Yobaflex, but they traded the first one for an Eos. So
Eesh. Yuck.
yeah, I mean, it's a good trade if they can trade both of them, but I think if that Tholos is able to get the point and the dart on that second Eos or even the Geddon, I think we might have some problems.
So we see a comp like this almost every year. Not exactly this exact comp or even these ships, but a comp that is so heavy on control and then backs it up with so much logi and drone and rep drones, and forget that damage is a requirement because
Yeah.
they've already lost one third of the DPS and they didn't have much to begin with. Like, what are you going to do? What's the plan
Oh,
here? I mean, sure, you're going to make space violence's life painful. Then what?
I mean, they
Oh, never
made it
mind. They killed a
painful
bantam.
by popping by
They
killing
killed a
that
bantam.
Bantam, yeah.
Okay, I shit.
Yeah.
I talk trash and they immediately prove me wrong. Okay, fine. I'm sorry.
It's
Jesus.
okay.
Oof.
We will throw a little bit of shade, it's alright. But I that the fact that the attack bar on Bright Side of Death is so low, and you can see Space Violence is going for it. Now they have lost both Tholoses and both Logi. However, they have more attack so far showing. Now that doesn't mean Bright Side of Death can't be a grower, but Space Violence looks like they're trying to take down that Geddon of Top Hop or Top Hep, and,
Top hop.
it is Top
It's a,
Hop? Okay,
it's a
good.
top
I
hop.
thought it
Yep.
was an E. I was about to be like, snakes? Herp? Nope. Um, but yeah, we will see if they can take down this Geddon with what they have. I do think losing the Tholos, with before taking the Geddon out is a little bit of a loss because of how the, um, damage pods work, and they work better on larger ships, but it looks like they managed to take it out anyway.
I'm just watching and waiting. And they did get rid of the Armageddon. At this point, there is an EOS worth of damage, and they're mostly known for other things other than damage at the moment. So this is. I mean, I don't want to jump a gun here, but I think this is entirely over. Like, sure, Space Violence's life is not pleasant. They are still being jammed. They're still being guide disrupted. They're still being like every single E-war on the planet, but they can start pushing through now
I would agree. I would say that
for the
Space
broadsword.
Violence has a little bit better of a chance now, but it does look like they are losing their broadsword as he goes into Hull. But they're trying to trade it for that last EOS and potentially even the Guardian of Skydart. So a double trade versus a there is a lot of potential on both sides. However, do I think Bright Side of Death has enough to break through these claymores? Not without a lot of help.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye as well. I saw some ECM drones on the Guardian for a while there. I was wondering if they were just getting lucky on jams potentially, or that was their consistent plan of why they're not going for the Guardian. They just want to try and ECM it off. But there you go. Look at them. They all broke free. They're rushing for the Guardian now. They heard me
Ooh,
talking. They're getting in my head again, and they're now rushing the Guardian down. Can they
and
actually
that
catch it
se-
though?
and
Yeah, they
that
caught it. Never mind.
sequel of lobotomy absolutely gets popped. Absolutely just mm, he did was not long for this world as soon as he was targeted.
Oh, said the words. Beautiful. I get the drink now. But yeah,
Yeah.
Guardian has now been he's now being tackled down. At least I believe so. Yep, he's now tackled down. They're gonna try and kill him off quickly and then continue on the rest of the comp. Which is funny
It
because they're gonna
looks
leave
like
that
they're
Ashimu in pretty low pretty low armor if they do that.
we will see which falls first. Now, it does look like Bright Side of Death is trying to put a little bit of damage into that Loki. We can see that shield bar is not full and he's kind of sneaking down.
Honestly,
Um,
they're struggling to hit. They're really struggling. I'm willing to bet at this moment the guidance disruptors are really making them suffer. Like they're shooting everything they've got. It's scrammed, it's webbed, it's slowed down. Okay, it was scrammed, it's not anymore. It's not
yeah,
applying that well. I think the guidance disruptors are actually ruining these claymores now. That is back in bright side. That's
I
being
think
said.
Bright Side of Death was really smart. No, with the control bringing Logi drones because they were prepared in case their guardian went down. But I really think the amount of control versus what Space Violence brought absolutely, was not in Space Violence's favor. They are going to have an uphill battle, even if they don't manage to lose their Loki. Um,
I this
but yeah,
I
it'll be an uphill battle because of all the disruptors and jams.
like these claymores have been just wailing on this guardian with everything they've got, and it's just like budged to like 2/3 armor at the very most. Like they're not going to kill it in time. The Loki's going to go down first, even with the you know piddly amount of DPS they've got functional left in that comp. They can still slowly push through the Loki unless he's run away. Nope, he's still there, still getting droned. Hey, they put okay. Here we go. There's some DPS like light DPS drones in Loki as well. So it looks like the smaller ships have put out their full DPS wings, everything they've got. They're putting out every bit of DPS they can find to kill this Loki, and they're gonna get him. This is
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that they are going to manage to take down this Loki of Artemold as it just leaves the triple claymores left. And I
and
don't
notice
know,
by
with
the way,
all of those
Loki
disruptors.
dies. Loki dies. Web goes after the Guardian. They will not apply to that Guardian ever again. They are guidance disrupted down. The Guardians are picking up speed. They're not killing it. GG. How in the this is bright? Okay, bright side. Well done. They've always been a dark horse of mine, but like what? This comp is
See,
not. I'm not a fan of this. No,
I would say there's 2 minutes left. I wouldn't completely count out space violence. Now,
I
do
will.
I think what? Okay, look, this is me having a little bit of hope as that's where my channel points are. But,
Ah,
yeah,
I
with the
see.
amount of control I am really worried they are gonna just no longer exist in this world.
Uh, I mean, there. I'm sorry, like because of the last match, I was thinking like, there's a way they could win by bumping ships out of the arena, but I get the feeling it's not really going to be a viable option. Oh, I vey. Okay, well, I guess start going to the claymore. As long as nothing dies, nothing big dies on the bright side. Again, I get to say that they should be perfectly safe to carry this. Like if they got rid of the Guardian, I think Space Vance would actually, so bright side would actually fall behind.
Yeah, so if Space Violence manages to take out the Eos or the Guardian, they would manage to overtake Bright Side of Death. If they tried for anything else, they have to take over 27 points. So anything over 27 points or grouping above 27 points.
I also point like the
That
layers of
is
pain they're under right now, right? They are missile guidance disrupted out, but they're also being jammed so they can't even shoot anything. And they're also they're being
and
scrammed so they
damped.
can't move. They're also being scrammed so they can't move and chase things. This is like 3 layers of pain for them. They can't be. They'll probably be glad this match is going to end soon. They able to
The
escape finally.
they are probably just sitting here and going, can this end now?"
Let me free, please. Just set self destruct on the ship.
Yeah. Free myself?
Well, we're in the final stage. 10 seconds now, boys. We will finally escape this obscene amount of control from Brightside. Good fights in chat and good fights from us. Thank you very much, and let's get the hell out of it. Let's go back to the studio.
Hello. Well, CCP Jotun was looking for this. BSOD have successfully squeezed their way into the Alliance tournament with a very, very girthy control bar. So they go on to the Alliance tournament. Their opponents go on to the redemption bracket. We will be seeing them later today. But let's talk about the control and how effective it was. Theron, was that control bar doing everything it needed to do in that match?
I think so. Yeah. They got dumps in there. They got correctly enough guidance disruptors because I was worried for a moment that there will be more tracking disruptors than guidance disruptors on those crucifiers, but they seem to be just enough to get them where they needed to be. And I assume there were also newts from that Armageddon, so they had a full spread. Not to mention my favorite type, the balanced mode, ECM, and on one Blackbird. I hope that they also guessed correctly and skewed their jammers to against Minmatar in this particular case. However, like no matter how big and how impressive your control bar is, it doesn't matter if you don't actually screen because the enemies that you're trying to basically shut down, they can still move on top of you and apply damage just as usual, even if they are dumped or even if they have the range limited because of the tracking or guidance disruptor modules. So they used it well enough, but it was a bit of touch and go at some point.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about those guidance disruptors because I think we saw those doing some pretty big work at the end of the match here. So, as you were watching, you may have noticed that things died, things died, things died, and then at some point things just stopped dying. Right about when we had the Loki triple claymore left. So, if we could just take a look at what those guidance disruptors are actually doing to those claymores and why it was so effective. We've got our missile application formula here. The claymores were shooting heavy assault missiles. Those are fairly large. And in order to hit ships, they need to be enhanced and able to actually do damage up. But the guidance disruptors really messed with them. So, Misty, how did we see that play out in the match?
Yeah. So the guidance disruptors, initially, when both teams hit the grid, I was saying in the back channels that a lot of the E-War that they were bringing was going to be fairly useless because they had to screen with their EOSs and the Armageddon Navy. It meant that they were just going to get hit by the hams, regardless of whether they had guidance disruptors. The damps wouldn't have really done much because they were going to be at 0. So the only E-War that mattered was the Blackbird. We did see the guidance disruptors play a bigger role towards the end of the match, where the 3 claymores were chasing down the Guardian, because they didn't have any webs fit on their ships, at least that I could see, they were guidance disrupted by the crucifiers. And what that does is you can either reduce the range of the missiles or you can reduce the application of the missiles. You can make it so that the faster a ship moves or the smaller the SIG it has, the less damage the missiles do. And that's essentially what we saw happening with the Guardian, where it just shrugged off the damage and went, meh, I don't really care that there's 3 battle cruisers on me at the moment. You don't really do much. Unfortunately, I think that the Blackbird also played a massive part towards the end of the match. I was saying that the fewer ships there are on grid, the more jams there are from the Blackbird to go on each individual ship. And because they were all Minmatar, it plays well into the space violence, I believe. There's 2 spaces, madness and violence. Space violence, where it's harder for the Blackbird to get jams out on everyone at the beginning because there's so many Minmatar ships, but, later on in the match, when there's fewer ships, you can focus those jams on a select number of people.
Yeah, it's quite devastating and quite frustrating to find yourself jammed by a blackbird that is miles and miles away from your current position. But that was that last match. We've got another one. The cadence of matches marches on for Scary Naval Theory versus Neon Nightmares. Again, fighting to go to the Alliance Tournament, stay out of that redemption bracket. So let's take a look at the bans that both teams have brought in. And, oh, that's a new one. We've got a Basilisk right off the bat from Scary Naval Theory, followed up by the Typhoon Fleet issue, Armageddon Navy issue from Neon Nightmares, quite quick. The, Sleipnir and the Loki, they went into the tank there, and the Zarmazd. Theronth, where do you think they, what do you think they were thinking about with the Sleipnir Loki ban?
These are the Loki basically is a linchpin, a great enabler for Ham Rush. So banning this weakens Ham Rush. We also get Sleipnir, which makes Minmatar Rush way weaker as well. The Basilisk is puzzling me because why ban a Basilisk unless the scimitar is still open, right? So they must be afraid of a cap transfer on the basis because it's one of those logistic ships that they have a bonus to range and cap use of the remote capacity transfers, so you can actually feed your team from far away. I wouldn't say it's Tinker because Basilisk Tinkers were very bad historically ever since Surgical Strike. Maybe they know something we don't know. This one is puzzling me. I do like the blue bands though because both the Typhoon and Armageddon AB means that the Kingslayer setups based around those ships will be weaker, so we won't see those um, in this particular match.
Yeah, Misty, anything you see in these bands you wanna call out?
So, I believe Neon has brought 2 setups so far, and both of them have been rushes utilizing Sleipnirs. One of those comps actually did use the Basilisk, and I think the Basilisk ban from Scary Neville 3 just wants to weaken Rush, perhaps the Ham variety that could still be brought with the Nighthawks or for some godforsaken reason, the Claymores if they wanted to bring those. Um, I think that Neon is more likely to lean away from the rushes that they've been bringing so far and move more towards either a gun spam that wants to keep its range or some form of kiting setup. With the removal of the Typhoon fleet issue and its strong cruise missiles, and the Armageddon Navy issue with its longer range newts, and also the rapid heavies that it can bring, and the removal of the ZARM being a strong single point repairing ship, it does kind of suggest to me that they want to do more consistent damage over time from range without necessarily being run down.
Could very well be, and, Twitch chat, you've put your points primarily on Neon Nightmares. I see a lot of, I'm gonna call it interesting Neon Nightmare spam in chat, really pushing the boundaries of, what we do in the spam. One ship that was not banned, that does make rush comps good, I do spot it on grid, that is our friend, the Cenotaph. So we will send it to the arena where we are Cenotaph gaming with Wingnut and GM Ren.
Well, they attempted to ban out Rush, so we decided we're going to bring Rush anyway. And on the other side, we have yet again the exact same potato salad comp. GM, what are we seeing from the Rush comp here?
we're seeing a bit of a mixed bag of tricks. We're seeing the Nighthawks with a Cenotaph, and the lower end is gun spam with triple swivel and a broadsword. This Squall has also launchers fit, but I'm hard pressed to find them right now, so I couldn't tell you what it's fit
It's
with.
somewhere on them, right?
It's
somewhere there.
somewhere
We'll
on
find
them. And they have a light missile Heron Navy, who we've seen used to great effect earlier by preventing jams on their Logi in a previous match, if I remember correctly.
Yes, indeed. I think it was jammed and also providing anti-drone support. Well, these three Dominixes are going to be up against a massive rush. Their newts will help, but they might have to get very lucky with the smart bomb timing to remove the breacher pods from the Cenotaph.
Yeah, the Cenotaph against triple battleship cores has been very successful so far, so we'll have to imagine that is the primary for the Dominixes, but we'll
Yep,
see where
match
the drones
underway.
are going.
It's a match on the way, and Rhea Metal in the Swipple burning forward immediately. The rest of the comp is just kind of chilling, actually. They're kind of just like, we're just going to sit at zero and relax. Okay, now they're moving. Okay, I think they just took a little while to decide to move. Now, there's a chance here that these Dominixes could survive the mass breacher potting if they time smart bombs really well, but that's asking too much. Hey, look at that, a school MJD. The school is
A,
MJD. Wait, what?
a Squall MJD. We've
Yeah,
seen it all today.
he's using the beacon. All right, buddy. Caldari Daddy, that's right, I said your name. Look at the jump. If he
We
was in
are
a more threatening ship, that would be an amazing jump. I'm not gonna lie.
we are seeing damage going out onto the Nighthawk of Tali, but the Scimitar so far able to keep it up as they approached and are past the sentry blob, and immediately Neo Shocker in one of the Inquisitors is being taken out for a scary naval theory.
I'm still laughing about the squall. I'm not gonna lie. That man jumped in like feet first into hell and just like, okay, well, I'm here now. What? Nothing can happen. Meanwhile, they are targeting. It looks like the EOS and also a little bit of damage on the Vex, but I think they're finally solidifying on the EOS. Remove the links, well, most of the links at least, and some of the damage. But the Nighthawk
Yep,
of Tali is being absolutely pounded.
absolutely. While on the other side of the arena, we see the double Svipple have tackled Charlandra and taking the second Inquisitor out. So SNT have now lost all their Logi.
Now keep an eye on the Cenotaph as well. At the moment, the Cenotaph is not being impeded in any particular way. There's no tackle on him. There's no newts or anything. He's just kind of doing his own thing.
Yeah,
As
but
he's
he
now, I
is
believe,
also,
chasing after Dominic's.
I was going to say, he is not anywhere near something either. So we'll see if now that he's approaching the Dominics, there is a breacher pod going out. But so far, the big things have been left alone as the blue team here is going
Oh,
after the low end.
I think it just happened. I think the Cenotaph fired the breacher and the Dominic's immediately smart bombed it off. Oh, never mind. Nope. There goes another one. Ah, you got
There
it.
goes
Never mind.
another one. And now we can see Onslaughter starting to tick over from the Cenotaph damage.
Oh, that was a shame. I thought that was going to be like, absolute Giga Brain moment, but unfortunately did not work for him. He has now been breachered. He's now been podded. I don't know what you want to call that. He's
Yeah.
still running away.
While on
The
the
rest of his
other
comp's
side,
gone.
exactly, where has the comp gone? S&T has lost half their comp. The lower end has been removed. The Logi has been removed. Their links have been removed. Their Shimu has been removed. So they're losing application here as their Vexor is now taking damage of mystical abs.
I just want to point out, right? He goes up to the Dominics, fires a breacher pod at it, and then goes, you know what? I'm done here, and just leaves and goes somewhere else. Like,
Yeah, because he is approaching the second Dominix of Graggle. So he is doing his job. He is spreading the love of those breacher pods around. You get a pack of Marines, and you get a pack of Marines, and everyone
oh,
gets
look
a
at that
pack of
again!
Marines.
Like the Dominics tried again to smart bomb it off, but was a single game tick too late. That's a damn shame. All right, well now you've got the next one, Cenotaph. What are you doing next? Burning up for the next one, probably. They will hopefully
Yeah,
get this Nighthawk, so it won't be a clean sweep. But man, Neon Nightmares is abusing this potato salad.
yes, they are absolutely tossing their salad right now, as we indeed see the Cenotaph of Thehin immediately after his breacher on Graggle turn to Nava Edios in the last Dominix that has been so far untouched by this Cenotaph, but I don't think it'll be untouched much longer, though it has been webbed or grappled by Graggle at the moment, so maybe he'll not reach it in time, as both Nava and Graggle are taking heavy damage.
Okay, Tali, please die. No, you don't get to Don't get away with this. No. Okay, there we go. He's gone.
There we go.
Crisis averted.
The teasing has ended, and the Sonotaf is deciding he's not reaching Nava, and he's going instead back onto Graggle.
I mean, that man's probably enjoying it. Like he gets to go around, just fire a button once, and then burn off again. It's amazing.
Yeah,
He
he's
probably
had
did
a
damage to the
really
entire
good
team.
run. He has had a really good run, and I'm not saying that the rest of the Neon Nightmare teams has not been doing their part, but that Cenotaph has definitely been carrying them. Turns out bringing a Seno against high hit point hulls is a good choice.
Nah, he would have thought that. That doesn't sound right at all. No. All right, well,
We
there's a
are
single Vexer left who's being killed, and very, very well done to Neon Nightmares. Absolutely dominating performance.
I was about to say there is just one. Oh, did someone just violate? Yes, Kaldari Daddy has been boundary violating with his squall. He made it to 208 clicks.
He was trying to go for the record in a squall. That man is nothing if not ambitious.
That was fairly ambitious as we see Carl Bruter and the Vaxer go into structure and pop. And with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Welcome back. We see that Taliyamo fed for the BR, but Neon Nightmares have rushed their way into the Alliance Tournament. Very exciting, very quick match. Misty, I believe you had some thoughts about what one should and shouldn't bring when Cenotaph is unbanned. Care to share them with the rest of the class here?
Yep. So 2 points. One, disappointed in myself for not noticing the Cenotaph was open. That definitely lends itself to a ham rush, which I should have just said in the beginning. They'd brought rush the other 2 times that they've flown. When the Cenotaph is open, Twitch chat, this is a good test for you guys. Keep this in mind. Battleship bad. Cenotaph good. Okay, this is the pairing here. All right. For those of you that don't know what a Cenotaph is, it is a new deathless battle cruiser. New being like Eve term new, where new it lasts a few years. And the breacher pod that it has, the special weapon system, when fired at a ship, will do either 1% of its hit points as damage, or I think 1,000 is the max that it can tick at any one time. So whichever one is higher, that's the one that it will do. Up until that 1,000 cap. Now, the issue with a Cenotaph in the tournament format is that when you're bringing a triple battleship, it can spread that damage across like 6, 7 different ships on your team. The dots last for 75 seconds each if you have maximum skills. So you are able to do a lot of damage to a lot of different people, and it does mean that eventually your team falls apart, as we saw. I'm not sure that was the only issue that the Dominic's team necessarily had, but Cenotaph into Battleship is a pretty good fucking trade.
Yeah, it's definitely a ship that's purpose-built for deleting large pools of EHP, and it does so quite regularly on Tranquility as well. Speaking of the Dominic's team, Theronth, is there anything that this Dominic's team could have done in order to, say, counter the rush or counter the Cenotaph pick?
Well, I think they were not really equipped to deal with a ship like Cenotaph because even if you manage to tackle down, you put, for example, a Punisher, as some teams were doing that in the previous matches in the feeders, and just making sure that the Cenotaph does not reach its target, it doesn't get to your dummy, and applies the breacher pod. Well, you have to have some way of slowing it down, or jamming it, or controlling it in some other way, and I think they just lacked it, honestly. You could try to mitigate it by spreading out, and I think at some point Dominic's has decided when they saw this Cenotaph just bearing down on them, one of them went a little bit further away from the rest of its team, so that Cenotaph does not apply the dot on multiple targets at once. However, then when he got a breacher pod, when it landed on the Dominic's, the Cenotaph just turned around, went for the next target, because as Misty said, this is extremely high damage. And we saw that this Dominic's, even though Cenotaph was nowhere near it anymore, was still taking a lot of dot DPS, and it went down to like a quarter armor, or just passively by having the dot applied to it. So if you opt to not ban the cenotaph and you want to bring some sort of a battleship-based comp, you have to come up with some way of controlling that ship, be it through positioning or screening or ECM maybe.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, so in Twitch chat, I did see It's Back Yo saying that there's no counter to the Cenotaph. You know, it's not doable. It's an OP ship, etc. As Theronth outlined, being able to kind of screen it with the Punisher, as we saw very effectively in one of the matches, I believe yesterday or maybe Sunday last week, does manage to kind of keep it under control. But also, I don't think it's as powerful as people believe. I just don't think we're seeing enough kiting setups or setups that can maintain range and do damage from range um, in this tournament at the moment, because most teams are opting for the easier to execute, your rushes or your triple battleship setups, which will put you in cenotaph range at some point, right? And the teams that have kited and allowed the cenotaph through have won hands down. It worked in testing, coming to mind, because they flew the fly killer Sleipnirs, which are just arty Sleipnirs that burn around the arena, do damage from range. Cenotaph couldn't do anything in that match. We've seen other matches where the Cenotaph has been controlled or killed at the very beginning of the match before it can really do much apart from shoot one or two targets. That I would also consider as control on the Cenotaph fairly well, considering what it could do if given enough time. So, and also it has a very low range. So the Cenotaph pilot has to play very well to ensure that its impact can be felt properly in the match. We did see some smart bomb effects coming off of the Dominixes, but the Cenotaph decided to sit on the Dominix holes instead of at maximum range, ensuring that the dots would go off before the smart bombs could destroy them, and also ensuring that the Dominixes didn't move out of range before the pod hit it, because it has such a small range that maintaining speed and moving away from the Cenotaph can sometimes mean that the pod doesn't hit, okay? So, Twitch chat, there are counters. Don't be shit. Just play better. That's the way to win.
Use multiple, and then because one Punisher is also going to die if the whole Ham Rush just bears down on it and dunks the guy, moves on. So make sure
Yeah,
to have failback.
giving advice to Twitch chat, always challenging. Twitch chat, we see you out there. We believe in you. We believe that you can become better, that you can join us in this wonderful tournament world that we inhabit. Um, One of the other things we saw in that match, it was just towards the end. I mentioned Tali fed for the BR, but Tali was not the only pilot to die. Um, Kaldari Daddy also fell, and Kaldari Daddy opted to do a uh, Edge of Glory attempt. We usually see this from the losing team, but in this case, the winning team decided to see beyond the veil. And I just want to refresh for all of you here who may not have seen this before what the actual inside of the arena looks like. So, how are people making these Edge of Glory attempts? Well, the first off, when you come in one of these initial beacons. You get to pick which one you choose, and then you get to warp from your initial beacon to the center at your choice of range between 0 and 50 kilometers. Any choice that is larger than 50 is actually just 0. We saw that earlier in the match. We've seen teams pick a variety of these. Around the arena are these micro jump beacons. There's one at the center and one at a bunch of corners of a cube, and these will launch you 100 kilometers in any direction when you activate them. The trick is that there is a 125-kilometer kill boundary around the outside. So if you go outside of 125 kilometers from the center beacon, your ship is instantly explodificated by the game itself, and you will go down in history as either someone who has made an attempt on a boundary record, such as the 208-kilometer jump by Kaldari Daddy, not quite near the main record, or someone who perhaps needs to look at their overview more commonly. We do see some classic intentional boundaries and some classic unintentional oopsie boundaries here in the oopsie dome. So that's what's going on inside the arena. Of course, it is tough to remember to check your overview when you're also busy trying to check your ranges, overheat your modules, not burn your props, so on and so forth. There's a lot going on. Speaking of a lot going on, we have one more match before our break today: Post Pod Clarity versus Goonswarm Federation. So we'll take a look at their bans and see what we can expect. Hey, That's the bands from last time. Bay with the copy paste. We've got one in the air there. At least it came with the other team's names, so we didn't get too excited about reading them yet. Um, but now we have the correct bands coming on. I'm a bit disappointed to see that there's no Basilisk ban here. Instead, we just have some absolutely vanilla bands, with the exception of some thinking at the end there. Misty, if you were going to take a look at these, what do you think the thinking was about?
Well, okay. So, Postbot Clarity, I believe, I'm just double checking, have flown the Typhoon Fleet issue in their first match and then Triple Navy Geddon in their second match. I don't think that they've really utilized the Cenotaph, but it makes sense that we're seeing that removed, especially if teams do want to aim to bring a more battleship heavy comp. The fact that the Geddon Navy issue isn't banned, but we see the Loki Sleipnir, Dominic's Typhoon Fleet issue, Zom, and Cenotaph all banned implies to me that we might end up seeing 3 Armageddon Navy issues on the grid at the very least, which, um, again, I've been too harsh on the Armageddon Navy. They were worse in the previous tournament because of the point inflation rules. They're not too bad in this tournament, I guess.
It's possible. It's very possible. People have been bringing them. Now, sometimes they're winning, sometimes they're not. They didn't have the best, win rate in the first day. What are you thinking looking at these bands?
Well, as you said, they are pretty vanilla, so they can literally bring anything they want at this point. Dominic's is the only ship that, and Loki are the only ships that have some sort of um, unique bonus that makes the comps around them way stronger than the substitutes. But Sleipnir can be substituted by any other command ship. The Cenotaph, yeah, it cannot be substituted, but it's a good anti-rush ban in general. I personally, I'm hoping to see some control again because I think it's the blood pumping 12 ECM modules and 6 dumps on each side, right? Those are the best matches.
Exactly. You're a man after CCP Jotun's own heart. The hater of rush, enjoyer of control, and we could very well see that here. So, Goons versus Postpod Clarity, both teams have played before, I believe, in the Alliance Tournament. Goonswarm, of course, have been perpetual tournament attempters, tournament enjoyers. Mystical Might, where would you put the points between these two teams? Twitch chat is voting on PPC.
I've put 200 and something points on Goons. They sacrificed to keep Star to the gods yesterday to help their tournament run, I'm sure. So fingers crossed they'll be able to win a fight on a grid at some point. Hopefully this is the one.
Theronth, are you also going with the underdog here? Interesting. We appear to have lost Theronth's sound. Theronth's takes
everything's
are
fine.
too hot for Twitch chat.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Great.
The technical issues have been amended. I think Goons have managed to learn how to overheat properly, so they have enough practice for this event. I'm rooting for them.
Indeed, and it does go to show you get more practice, you get more reps in, and soon enough you may find yourself in the late stages of the tournament, perhaps even one day prize ship enjoyers. To find out whether that is their destiny, we will head down to the arena with Wingnut and GM Ren.
Welcome back to the arena with myself, GM Ren, and Wingnut. We are looking at a triple Armageddon Navy comp up against the Goonswarm's Geddon with EOS's in their drone comp, it looks like, Wingnut. I am not hearing Wingnut.
I mutilated myself. No! Okay, yep, we're good. Someone did not manage the warp, so that's getting dealt with right now. We have triple rabbit heavy Geddon Navy again against a weird mixed drone comp with a pilgrim. At left field.
Yes, we do. And it looks like this is yet again a gunless, missile-less, full control Armageddon supporting that, or supporting about to carry that Goonswarm team.
Yeah, the Armageddon will probably be using a lot of heavy newts, maybe a smart bomber too, but like again, the long reach Armageddon newt has can be a very potent tackle tool in and of itself. I think we're all here. There we are.
I think so too, but the Pontifex has been placed at 0, it looks like. The Pontifex of Baroshi Hinas.
Well, he's versing a drone comp, so he's got enough time to get up some speed and hopefully get away from whatever drones are getting dropped on him. So he should hopefully be safe. But match is now underway.
Let's find out where all those drones are going. The Pontifex is indeed burning back to his own team, as we see the backhand, the Pilgrim, and the Arbitrator applying their guidance
Oh, wow.
disruptors onto the triple Armageddons, it looks like.
And it looks like all the Armageddons, all three of them, dropped heavy rep drones onto their what's it called, on their Ponty. So they have 3 flights of heavy rep drones as their support, which is crazy. Because the only damage they have is purely on the rapid heavies and nothing else.
Yes, so maybe Goonswarm was indeed cooking if those Arbitrator and Pilgrim are fully Guidance Disruptor fit, because then we might not see that much damage come out from those Armageddon navies, even if they do manage to get in range. They'll have trouble applying.
Do not believe they were fully guns disrupted. There is definitely at least 2 disruptors, maybe more. But there is actually some gun disruptors on a Mauler, because it's the only thing with guns in that comp.
Yeah, and we can see the drones going after the Mauler of Halb right now, but he is comfortably tanking, it looks like.
Hold on a second. Okay, I said that the Mauler's the only thing with guns. I'm looking on his hull. I don't think he has any guns. I think that's a brick Mauler. Yeah, I think that's a brick Mauler. So he's got a track disruptor on a ship with no guns.
We have previously seen Maulers do excellent work as tacklers, though, as we see
yeah.
the Goonswarm team pull range from the incoming red team. One of the Arbitrator of Zoan has been left behind, but he's safely hiding on one of the beacons, and he just pushed to the next beacon to join his team again. And so post-pod clarity has caught nothing so far.
Well, all the heavy drones are now on post-pod clarity Armageddon Navy. Nymph is now being hit by as many heavy and medium drones as they can find. But honestly, there's so much rep power that might not even matter. Like they've got so much rep power.
They do indeed still have that entire flight of heavy rep bots somewhere in the arena, though we are also seeing some damage drones coming out, I think. But the acolytes have been pulled back.
They're going back to the Ponty where they belong. We also see a hyena as well being harassed consistently by a bunch of medium and light drones as well. So have to be careful for him. He could get an unlucky shot from a infiltrator and suddenly lose a good chunk of armor.
Yes, that hyena is trying to cut off the Ishtar of Luz Mucus, but has maybe been caught himself.
Yeah, that hyena just got caught down. That hurts to watch. He should not have been a country mile from that. But goodbye, hyena. Goodbye, application. Now these rapid heavies gonna be dealing with it entirely on their own.
Yeah, and the Thalias were not close enough to keep that hyena up. But we see one of the Vengeances now taking damage from missiles.
Those Armageddon navies, they're going to be able to apply to like cruisers and up okay-ish, but man, they're going to struggle when they try and hit anything with fancy ammo types. They're going after, looks like an arbitrator first, I think. Out of all things to pick, I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of that. Never mind, they're going after the Geddon now. Okay, never mind, I've changed my mind. This is fine.
This is fine, but they've just traded their Thalia wing, having lost their Logi completely now. We'll see what PPC can do without their logistics, and maybe they can race against Bruxo's Armageddon hit points.
I mean, at this point, they're comfortably in the driver's seat. Like, I don't know what's happened this week, but Goons are actually being competent in AT. Like, they're great in TQ, but AT, they've been infamously having either bad luck or bad flying. Yesterday, they outflew a team. This time, they're outplaying a team. What the like? This is not the right world. Something has changed. I feel like I've moved world. Nothing's right.
Correct. We see PPC lose their Pontifex, chased by a flight of heavies. Somehow they caught up and somehow they applied.
Yeah, that Armageddon is being pounded, but I don't know if there's any DPS drones on him. I'll just double check it. Yeah, I think it's just the rapid heavy. So if he survives the clip, he can then get rep back up to full with the deacons before the next clip comes in. I'm just trying to check see if there's any. Oh wow, just see smart bombs go off as well, removing some of the drones.
Yeah, we saw
Through-
that previously with the triple dummy comp. I think I saw 2 effects come out of Bruxo.
I
But
think he might have survived. Yeah, I think he's got through the clip now. Deacon's now wrapping him back up. I saw some smart bombs removing DPS drones. So yeah, I think he might
DPS
survive
and
this.
repair drones, yep.
Yeah, it's fine. Collateral damage. Oh, MJD's going off. MJD from the Armageddon Navy of Nymph. So he's deciding to leave. I think he should jump that one safely. Yep, there he is. Actually, he jumps right next to a micro jump beacon as well, which is a perfectly landed jump. It's a perfect spot.
Yeah, it of course doesn't matter where he jumps to as long as the drones have been activated. They'll continue to deal damage as long as he survives. We do see Goons go after the Purifier, which so far has been uninterrupted, dealing torpedo damage to that Armageddon core of Goons, and the Purifier does pop eventually.
I'm not going to lie, I did not know even notice he exists. But that would explain a lot of the good damage going on right now. But yeah, Nymph is safe, but unfortunately that's lost a third of their damage leaving to the other side of the arena. Because don't forget, that's the rapid heavy Geddon navies. So with them all the way over the other side of the arena, they're now doing 2/3 of their damage. And that Geddon of Bruxo is still holding on for dear life. I think maybe he might be about to go down if they keep pushing.
He is pushing, but we also see the Armageddon of Titus Hanaya go down.
Oh no, Bruxo, no, don't go down, my boy. Keep the 200 Zero Dream alive. Oh, oh. Is missile stopped? No, there's still one more volley. I'm counting. I'm trying to see if he's going to make it, but I don't think so.
We are seeing the DPS raise as both the Geddon Navy and the Geddon are in deep structure now. And the Geddon Navy goes down first, but it doesn't matter as the Geddon also explodes.
Okay, well, the Geddon does go down. No 200 to 0 scenario here, but they did kill off 1/3 of the DPS, and the other third just came back to the fight, actually. I think they just either MJD back in or burned back in to fire their missiles again. So Nymph is now about to die remarkably quickly. He came back to the fight and is now just going to be slaughtered for it.
Yes, he came back to the fight, not fully wrapped up. And he will
right
pay
when
the price
this friendly
surely.
died, yeah. Right at the perfect time. There we go.
That leaves the Mauler, the Arbitrator, and the Geddon Navy currently still on field. And we'll see where Goons puts their damage first.
So I'm just double check. Where is it? Where are you? Hold on. Yeah, the Mauler actually managed to tackle down the Pilgrim, which in other scenarios would have been an amazing pick for this comp, but unfortunately it don't matter now and it didn't really help the scenario. But being able to tackle down ships like that can be a quick way to win a match. But again,
Yes.
too little too late.
Correct. We've seen Maulers used to great effect as tackle. Not this time. They were too slow, did not catch any of the Goonswarm ships as they tried to kite out of range from the get-go, and I would say successfully so.
I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. We are in an alternate timeline. The Goons are competent in the AT. Everyone, they're gonna make it to the AT. No, they're gonna get out of feeders here. Goons are actually gonna get to the AT and hopefully kick some butt. This is not what I expected to see today.
This is not what we expect to see, and this is also not where I put my points, I'll be honest, but congratulations to Goonswarm, I guess, even if it's for now just a win on points, as the last minute and a half ticks down.
Well, F to everyone who lost their points betting against Goons. For once, the Goons get to cheer and laugh about that one. They have been the usually the lower point of the betting odds.
Yeah, we finally see the Mauler taking damage and going into lower armor. I think there might be some split damage. Is that Armageddon Navy also still taking some? Or did that just MJD to safety as well?
Yeah, He MJD to safety. In fact, I think he's just leaving the arena. Yep, he decided to leave. He just burned out.
I was about to say he needs to be careful for that boundary, but there he goes. A boundary violation by Saint de la Ponnage Lutte, leaving just his arbitrator near the edge of the arena. Is that arbitrator burning for the
Yes, he is.
beacon and trying to go for the record? Is Goonswarm going to let him? Will the drones reach him before he gets to the beacon? Stand by.
Well, he's got 15 seconds to do it, so you better bloody well hurry. I don't think he's making it.
Arbitrators are not known for their speed, and this one at 500 MSEC is not going to make the beacon, is it? Before time runs out and we send it back to the desk.
Welcome back, everyone. Twitch chat, Goon believers, you have been redeemed. You have taken the points from everyone voting on post-pod clarity. And as the mayor of Hot Take City, I am going to say that one of my hot takes for this Alliance tournament, Goons are good now. We've seen them before. They've been in the Alliance tournament. They have a lot of practice. They've actually picked up some of the members of the Brave Corps as well. Brave not fielding a team this year, and their members have sort of distributed among others. And we've seen Goons be quite strong in feeders. Of course, their reward for having a little bit of a rockier route is that they'll be facing Rage Quit Cancel Sub first thing in the main AT. Here we have the history of Goonswarm Federation in Alliance Tournament. They have been trying many, many times. The veteran players are playing in the tournament quite often. They also run the Anger Games. Anger Games 7 confirmed. Dirk Satil up there on the veterans for Goonswarm Federation. We did not see him on grid this time, I believe, which is important because he has a reputation for heat-related incidents. But very well flown to all of the Goonswarm team. Misty, what did you think about the comp matchup there?
Yeah, yeah, no, I think I had some misgivings at the very beginning, but I think that Goons flew their comp fairly well for what they had. I would have liked to have seen maybe some drones coming out from their comp. I think Theronth probably going to highlight that as well. So I'll let him speak about it. But I'll end on saying that Goons took drones into the AT because they can't take drones on TQ, and I'll let them prove me wrong. I'll be paying great attention to drone lands.
All right, yeah, Theronth, any final words before we send it to a break?
Yeah, the Goons definitely did in the end pilot with what they had right well enough to obtain the win. However, there are some at the beginning, like Misty said, there was one thing that I think could be improved for the next match when they field this comp. There was a hyena from PPC side just burning towards the enemy, the Goon team, right, trying to secure webs on something so that it can be dispatched by the Armanis. The Goons opted to put all of their combat drones because they dropped heavies in this particular case and put them on the Mauler, which was probably one of the tankiest ships on the PPC team at the time. One classic maneuver with those combat drone based comps is that you can fake out your next target by look up a couple of them, you send the swarm away, and you TP, for example, this Mauler. The Mauler is like, oh no, I'm going to be a primary, and he burns back, and then you just switch to the hyena, who is lulled by the false sense of security and one tapped by the angry swarm of wasps and berserkers. So maybe there is still room for optimization over there, but overall they played decently.
Yeah, and definitely a exciting match to watch. I look forward to seeing them in the main tournament in October. But we have reached the wonderful part of our day where we will take a break. We are going to call it here. We'll go to a little bit of a break screen, and we'll be back after this for more exciting spaceships explosions. So thank you, Misty. Thank you, Theron. And thank you, chat. See you all later. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break. I'm your host, Aliaris, joined by Moderator and Phantomite. Moderator, welcome to the desk.
Hey, glad to be here for the second half. Looking forward to it. It'll be, I'll miss you guys until October when we have the main tournament, but very excited to be here for what will be exciting set of matches to determine who makes it and who doesn't.
Phantomite, welcome as well. Glad you're back from yesterday.
Thank you. Always fun.
Yeah, you've been let out of predictions jail, so we'll be doing some more predictions jail. So we'll be doing some more Twitch chat predictions and attempts to see Beyond the Veil coming up. But our first match is coming up quite quickly. So we have, before the break, we were doing win and ins. If a team won, they were into the Alliance tournament, they were out of place, they were ready to be seated. We are running out of seats in the main Alliance tournament. We only have 3 slots remaining, and so we have to these teams have to battle out for those 3 slots. Of course, those 3 slots are perhaps the least desirable 3 slots of the Alliance tournament. The winners, the people who stay in, will have the distinct pleasure of facing 3 of the 4 teams from the top 4 as their first matchup in the bracket. So, but they will get there with a lot of skins. So, who's to say if that's good or bad? So these are elimination matches. If you win, you get to keep playing. If you lose, you are out. You're going home. And we will start with no vacancies versus UA fleets. We have some pretty classic bands here. Maud, can you walk us through these?
Yeah, just give me one moment if you don't mind. We've got a Armageddon Navy issue right from Novak. We've got Raven Navy issue and Hyena. So just looking at kind of what they've been banning since their previous days, they've changed it up just a little bit. Where so far No Vacancies has been primarily banning out the Pontifex uh, and the Loki, and then like a mix of Magus, Abaddon have been their next 2 bands, but those have been kind of the 2 bands they've gone with almost every single time. So maybe switching it up, or possibly they've actually gone back and looked at what UA fleets have done in VODs. Right, you've got 3 days of matches to look at. It would behoove you to see, hey, what have they brought? Let's maybe alter our strategy to maybe best incorporate that.
Indeed, and we see the Ravy Navy has made the ban slot fairly. It's been fairly popular previously, owing to its points discount, but now it has been removed from contention for the triple battleship slot. Fandomite, looking at these bans, is there anything you're expecting either of these teams to show up with?
I tell you what, I'm expecting no vacancies to probably feel a lot more like showing up with a shield fleet. With those Logi bands there, the Zarmaz, something that we're all very used to seeing there, the Guardian. Um, Not seeing that as often here, but it definitely sends a statement as to what it got, kind of a path it guides you down. I'm
Indeed,
actually
indeed, and we. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Mod.
So I'm actually liking these bans from UA fleets a little bit better. They've been banning Zarm every match so far, but also hitting at the Guardian really is going to take out any sort of energy transferring composition you could have from an armor comp. Really, things like Dominic's can really like being able to get fed capacitor or other support kind of e-warships. And the Jackdaw is just like all around a very, very good ban against shield comps. Shield Rush runs it, Shield Kite runs it. It's probably like the most important shield single ship you can ban if you have to just pick one. So I'm really liking it. It's an improvement, I believe, over their last couple. And it matters because a loss here means you're out.
Indeed, as Baz is pointing out in Twitch chat, we do have the Cenotaph open. We've seen that be brought most of the time when it's open, but as Misty was discussing before the break, bringing a Cenotaph does not guarantee victory if your opponent is prepared. Counters do exist. Whether one of these teams has the counter, that we'll have to find out. Before we go to the arena, Phantomite, any predictions for who you're putting your Twitch points on?
I'm going to not tell you because I've just seen everything that's landed on the grid, and I'm quite excited now.
All right, all right. Maud, no peeking here. Just
No
hide
peeking,
your.
but I put 50K on no vacancies. I think they're better, but I don't know. Those odds are pretty steep.
Indeed, you're betting that CCP Jotun is wrong. Wormholers can make it to the Alliance tournament, or at least make it to a chance to make it to the Alliance tournament. We will go to the arena where we'll find out whether Maud gets to keep his points with Colonel Kurtz and GM Ren.
Hello and welcome back to AT21. You join me, Colonel Kurtz, here with my esteemed and very knowledgeable colleague, GM Ren, and we've got a scorcher for you. Not one, not two, but 4 Cenotaphs on the grid. We see no vacancies lining up against UA fleets, no vacancies bringing just the one Cenotaph, fairly sensible. Nighthawk, triple Loki, double Kirin, and then that triple Skull backup line. GM Ren, what do we see on the other side?
we see on the UA fleet sides triple Cenotaph supported by triple Osprey Navy and a Basilisk, a Stork for Lynx, and the Battle Badger is back.
I mean, the Cenotaph is such a good ship. Bring 3 of them, right? Like, yeah, that makes sense. This is an interesting tactical decision. We will have to see how this plays out for them. That many dots, you'd imagine you're going to get a dot on each ship. That would be the ideal situation for them. UA fleets electing to warp in at 0, while no vacancy sitting out at about 28 kilometers, 30k they've warped in at. They're going to need to close that gap with those Senos to start applying those dots. 5 seconds left on the time, and they start to flare links. Let's see what happens.
Yes, let's see if those Cenotaphs can make it onto their targets, because triple Loki means a lot of long-range webs.
They've got a huge amount of control, and they're going to be able to, well, ideally hold back these Senos, but it doesn't seem to be going very well so far. Those Senos have closed the gap extremely quickly as we see dots being traded across the field. It looks like UA Fleets is going to focus across the Cenotaph of no vacancies to start with and apply some pressure to the Nighthawk. With 3 Cenotaphs, they truly can pressure across the field, but Novak fighting back, going straight for the Basilisk. Its shields going down very quickly here.
Yeah, and with that Logi, we'll have to see how the rest holds up. But so far, the Basilisk is down, and we can see the Cenotaph and Nighthawk taking some damage on the no vacancy side, but they are slightly holding as their Logi is still intact. Those Cenotaph dots doing less damage to less big hit point pools. So maybe those Kirins can keep them up. Does that Seno even have an active tank as well, as we see it dip into armor?
Yeah, they seem to be doing very well, and holding that Cenotaph of Fury has lived for a very long time against this barrage. Of course, 3 lots of Senos does not mean 3 lots of damage, but Fury does fall in the end, but I feel like he's done a brilliant job of taking up all of that damage. Meanwhile, UA Fleet's now seeing a good bit of damage across all of their Senos, and I do believe they do have some active tank going, their shields jumping up and down a little bit, so they should tank for a little while, but it's not going to be for very long, while Novak with the Nighthawk starting to drop now.
Yeah, but he's traded against the entire Osprey Navy wing of UA fleets. We'll have to see how much damage is left after that.
Yeah, now we see those Senos turning their attention to the Squalls. Leave the Squalls out of this. They're innocent partners, but they will take a fair bit of damage. Decent amount of buffer hit points normally, but those Senos now playing a huge impact. We see 3 Lokis taking a huge amount of pressure. This is exactly what these Senos need to be doing, but we do see the first Cenotaph die. Those dots do continue after death, but you won't be getting any new ones. If those 2 Senos can keep up the pressure, they may overwhelm these Kirins and take out a Loki, but it's not looking great as Para in the Seno for UA fleets does go down.
Yeah, and that leaves the triple Loki fleet, or the triple Lokis, they're still active here and pushing that Man Brown down into low shields as well. I think UA fleets is losing this DPS race, despite all the dots that are still active.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that they are trading very well at the moment. Those 2 Kirin pilots must have a serious headache at this point in time, trying to keep all these different ships alive. 1 Loki does go down, but Man Brown in the Cenotaph is unlikely to live for a huge amount longer under the damage of these 2 Lokis, and of course, our good friends in the Squalls.
There was the point to be made that despite bringing 3 Senos and Senos dealing a lot of damage on their own, the dots alone being your only source of damage is not enough here. Absolutely. And the Kirins have done a great job keeping their fleet alive through those dots.
Fantastic job. Yeah, we do see Man Brand now burning off, being chased by a Squall, but I was about to say he should be able to stay away from it as he does get webbed and painted. I think if Man was able to stay alive a bit longer, we may have had an interesting situation on our hands, but realistically, not so much. With 2 Lokis, they're going to catch up to that Cenotaph eventually. So as long as those Lokis can keep him at range without him being able to apply their dots. Dot range is somewhere around the 11 kilometers mark. As long as they can keep away, apply their damage, and just leave that Cenotaph to die very slowly. Ideally, pick off the Raptor, get rid of that, get rid of the Badger, because, I mean, just a Badger, right? It's never just a Badger. Bide my words, it's never just a Badger. But UA Fleet's putting up a good fight. I do have to question whether 3 Cenotaphs is a good idea. That's a lot of points to sink into Cenotaphs. They're all doing the same thing. All can only have 1 dot on any given ship. So an interesting decision. But Novak still have some work to do to close this one out if they want to win.
Yeah, and we see the damage go out on Midnight Aldant, who now dies in his squall.
Yeah, we do finally lose one squall. I imagine that's a wise sacrifice. Keep the Lokis alive for sacrificing poor Midnight in the squall. But they still need to get over there and finish off that cenotaph. He's sat out there just having a wonderful old time. They are slowly closing the gap. But if they can get rid of Man at this point, I think it's a nice, easy cleanup, assuming that the Badger doesn't have too many teeth, as UA fleets do lose the cenotaph. These two Lokis and the couple of squalls should now hopefully be able to clean up this Raptor, which they do have tackled down, finish off the Badger, and take out the Stork, and it is game done. And a fairly clinical approach. They could have potentially done a little bit more to control those Senos, having 3 Lokis, but when they're that close to you, when you've got 30 kilometers worth of notice of their arrival, they're bound to get through, really. As we do see, Novak cleaning up now. So that Badger's often used as a bit of a utility platform, likely maybe some remote sensor boosters, some target painters, a web, a scram, who knows. Never discount the Badger. But he is unlikely to be long for this world, and the Stork as well, taking a lot of damage. I do wonder if we're going to see anybody go for glory and try to beat the boundary record, but I don't think so. I think the Stork was our best opportunity to do that, but the Badger now bleeding through structure. Good performance from No Vacancies here. Unfortunately, this is an elimination match, so we will be saying goodbye to UA fleets. They have put in a good show this tournament, so well done to you guys. You can hold your heads high and be proud of your performance. And I'll reiterate my point that I made on one of the other matches a couple of days ago. Give the AT a go. This could be you on the big screen. You could be making a big impact. And with that, we shall send it back to the desk.
Welcome back. We have been trying to determine the correct number of ships to bring in various compositions. We've seen that 3 signables is the correct number of signables. Today, we were asked to determine, is 3 cenotaphs the correct number of cenotaphs? And based on those results, I'm not liking it. Phantomite, what do you think?
Pros and cons to bringing multiple cenotaphs or thalosses to this kind of thing here. Perhaps the most obvious pro is that you can get some significant damage going on multiple targets at the same time. Perhaps a con is that you can't really do much else with those ships.
Yeah, well, you were while we were watching those 3 Senos on grid, I saw they did have heavy assault missile launchers fitted. I did a little simulation. They do a whopping 360 DPS with Rage Hams 1 BCU. It's really not that impressive.
Yeah, is that I'm gonna guess that's you using, just it's got 3 launchers. They could put some turrets on there as well. They could stick some turrets on there, get some extra DPS, but this is all starting to get very mixed very quickly with what it's trying to do.
Yeah, moderator, do you feel like that comp, where was it on the undercooked, overcooked scale of theory crafting here?
To your point about 3 syllables being the right number, I don't actually think it's just raw. The meat is raw. Okay, Gordon Ramsay was right. We're sending that one back to the kitchen to actually just never be returned, especially now that the low slot is going to be removed, as mentioned during CCP Kestrel's presentation. Yesterday, you can read all about that on Reddit or go back and look at that VOD. The correct call here is exactly 1 CNO. The problem that UA fleets ran into very quickly is that they ran out of things to dot. You cannot stack dots on top of each other. I had to do a quick sanity check. Like, wait, can you do that? And no, you cannot. So even if you roll all the dots onto everything at once, the problem is, yes, you're dotting them, but what do you have to follow up to kill them? Well, ideally, that would be the Navy Ospreys, but No Vacancies did excellent target calling. So they applied all the Loki webs to the Basilisk. Normally, you just have to send a contract to the Basilisk for it to die, but sometimes you can just put all the webs on it and then shoot heavy assault missiles, and that'll happen too. Then they broke down the Navy Ospreys, and then UA fleets only had a series of dotting ships. So just a bad trade from there on out. I really liked the way that No Vacancies played that. Lokis also are a hard counter to Cenos because a Ceno has to be 12 kilometers at the very, very most to hit you. Lokis are very happy to just say, haha, you can't hit me, like we're playing, on the lava in kindergarten all over again, and just keep you at range and keep pelting you with hams. So Really well played. I love the backup support with the Skulls. No Vacancies had a very concrete, well-rounded composition that had a good, cohesive idea of what it wanted to do. And for their efforts, they're going to get to play the winner of this next match between Minmatar Fleet Alliance and Kitchen Sinkhole to determine who's going to make it into one of the 3 least coveted spots in the Alliance tournament.
Yeah, and we saw the scene or the squall low line there. We have not seen nearly as many squalls this year as last year. The points discount is, or the points economy is not nearly as favorable towards them, but they are showing up. The garlic down from a garlic festival, as it was determined last year, to a more reasonable amount of garlic in your dish. With the Sino, we do have some changes that have been hinted at the coming to that ship from CCP Kestrel yesterday. Phantomite, do you think those changes are going to increase or decrease its popularity in the Alliance tournament?
People are bringing the Cenotaph for its pod. That's what they're bringing it for. Everything else is just an extra small bonus on top of those things there. I would not see people bringing them notably less. What we saw here was that even in the face of Loki's, moderator, like you say, is like an ideal thing to try and counter them, to hold them at arm's length. Those things still got into range absolutely fine. So, I can't see I can't see its usage dropping significantly when it comes to the end of October and this all restarts again.
And we'll have to see if either we get some more strategies they're able to counter it on the grid, or if it just eats a ban slot for one team for the rest of time. One of the other things that we saw in that match, it's a rush mirror, and Maud, I think you wanted to talk about one of the most important factors in a rush mirror, the target calling.
Yeah. So in this situation, really, what we can see is that there have been a lot of teams so far who they run rush, but they don't really fully understand like what the win conditions are and what do I do if this happens to me, right? We see a lot of teams kind of freezing up. And usually what you have to do is have a combination of a low end war, right, and kind of like your main DPS ships. You're trying to with your main ships either break one of the command ships to remove the links, or you're trying to remove the logistics. Meanwhile, you have 4 squalls. Those are doing between all 3 of them, right? It's a total of 21 points added up, but they're doing like well over 1,000 damage combined. And you have to think, okay, it's 21 points, but combine that, the damage value is equal or greater than that of something like a Nighthawk. So you have to say, hey, if they have less tank than a Nighthawk, right, but they do the same damage, maybe we have to kill the squalls in order to make that DPS trade work. And this is where you're seeing some of the teams like No Vacancies, who had a more mature, cohesive concept of what they need to do in order to execute on their win conditions, are going to take the win here.
We definitely see that this is a place where more experienced teams can win out. We've seen this again and again with experienced teams previously making it into the Alliance tournament. Goonswarm in the previous match, honestly, partly that experience was part of what carried them in there. We've still got a little bit more time before the next match, so I just want to go back to the CCP Kestrel changes one more time, since those are very exciting. For those of you who missed it, there was a video last stream during the break where we had CCP Kestrel talking about all the things that are changing. There are also at this point a dozen summary posts between Reddit, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure all of you have had your Alliance or Corp Discords just going mad. Phantomite, what are you most looking forward to in the changes for the tournament setting?
Well, I can see four ships in particular that I think are going to actually do dual duty of being, far more viable in the tournament setting and in regular combat on Tranquility as well. And that's the changes coming up to the battleships. One of my favorite ships in the game, the Navy Mega, is going to become significantly faster compared to its previous plated version, because it's getting that plate mass reduction bonus that we've seen be so unbelievably, incredibly powerful as part of the Exekera Navy issue. Now, that is a ship to be feared for its price, and perhaps in the tournament for its points value. Now, the Navy Mega is something that we don't see very often in a tournament setting. But now that it's going to be able to maneuver a lot quicker, perhaps some teams are going to be picking it over other traditional, very high damage battleships because this is going to be the one that does the most damage immediately now that it can get onto its targets.
It's entirely possible, and if it does become good, perhaps we'll see it entering our vaunted canon of standard bans. Speaking of bans, we have Minmatar Fleet Alliance versus Sinkhole coming up next. And before we take a look at what they've actually banned, we're going to get a little bit of help from our data analysts with our predictions. So we can see here's what Minmatar Fleet Alliance and Kitchen Sinkhole have banned in the past. One of the things that leaps out to me is that Minmatar Fleet Alliance has a pretty standard set of bans, while Kitchen Sinkhole has been mixing it up. Mod, why might that be?
So, Minmatar Fleet Alliance probably, if I have to guess based on what they've brought previously, they've liked to do triple battleship comps, right? And a Cenotaph is, as we've noticed in every match so far, incredibly strong against triple battleship. Carries is also good against it because if you have, say, 3 Typhoons, as has been brought before, and you damp them down to no lock range, then they're very ineffective against you. Zarm has been a traditionally good ban. Mullis you would bring for the same reason as you might ban a carries, and Loki has been kind of the core of the shield composition. Whereas, again, Kitchen Sinkhole also electing every single time, well, but one to bring to ban the carries, banning the Sino. That's the number one really banned ship along with that Zarm. Again, Jackdaw really is part of the shield comp, and really Kitchen Sinkhole, if you look at their ships that they've banned and you compare them to the top 8 banned ships that we had yesterday, they almost line up nearly 1-to-1. There's a couple ships here and there that aren't quite on that list, but looking at the bans here now, we see that Minmatar Fleet Alliance is continuing to ban carries as they've always done. EOS looks a little bit new, and Jackdaw, they banned previously. Meanwhile, Kitchen Sinkhole doing much the same. Really, the Dominics and EOS ban say, hey, I don't want to deal with the drone comp. Those are by far the best 2 drone ships. Jackdaw is also a really good shield rush ship. And Minmatar Fleet Alliance, notably along with Kitchen Sinkhole, is not taking a long time to take these bans. We see 45, 50, 50, right? And then 247, 247. So they have a pretty good idea of what they wanted to do. Maybe they were just kicking it over in TeamSpeak a little bit, saying, hey, are we sure we want to do this? And then locking it in. So they seem to have a fairly cohesive idea of what they want here.
Indeed, and we've got a little bit of time before the ships arrive on grid. So Phantomite, you can't peek. I'm asking you right now, where are you putting your
Okay.
points?
I'm putting my points on Minmatar Fleet Alliance. I don't necessarily feel that they've got an overwhelming chance of winning this fight, but I do just have a personal soft spot for them.
Indeed. Twitch chat has it fairly even. Moderator, what about you?
I believe in none of these teams, and I think no matter who wins, no vacancies will go to the Alliance Tournament. That's a nice way of saying that I don't like some of the comps either teams have brought so far.
All right. So moderator is abstaining and planning to bet all of his channel points in the next round. Myself, I said it before, I believe in Jesus. Jesus will carry Minmatar fleet to victory, or will they? We'll find out together with Colonel Kurtz and Novatera Ren.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I'm Novatera Ren, filling in for GM Ren, whose vocal cords apparently got breacher potted in the last match. I'm joined by Colonel Kurtz, who needs no introduction for this match here between Minmatar Fleet Alliance and Kitchen Sinkhole. Minmatar Fleet showing up, I believe, undermanned, but bringing a setup with triple Golem. What are we seeing from Kitchen Sinkhole, Kurtz?
Kitchen Sinkhole on the blue side with the Navy Armageddon Redeemer, Abaddon, Ashimu, couple of Deacons on Logi duty, Bellicose, Crucifier, Magus Ponti for the Lynx. That's a good bit of control, decent bit of battleship damage, but will they stand up to the barrage that these golems are about to unleash?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see here. I'm immediately noticing a couple differences between this Golem setup in comparison to what Fraternity brought. While it is cruise missiles at the same time, not only are they coming into it undermanned, but the Nighthawk has guns as well, or I'm sorry, missiles as well, at least. So they are going to be doing some shooting there. It'll be interesting to see whether that pays off or not, but things now getting underway. The golems also warped in a lot closer, so they would be potentially at risk of taking damage a little bit earlier from the opposing team. It looks like the first target is just going to be that Armageddon Navy issue right on the top end for kitchens on the kitchen sinkhole side from the Minmatar Fleet Alliance's cruise missiles, at least.
Yeah, golems, as you can probably see, electing not even to move in the slightest amount from the beginning of the match, just balling up, dropping drones, and starting to rain down some cruise missiles on Beralt in this Navy Armageddon. They're clearly going to go for a battleship, see if they can break through the reps of these deacons, take out a big ticket item from Kitchen Sinkhole's receipt, and put a real dent in their chances of responding.
I'm very interested to see as well whether there are going to be any attempts at bumps at this point. The first target has now gone down on the Minmatar Fleet Alliance side. That was their Squall. Presumably, I'm assuming that Squall is carrying some additional cap boosters in case they were run out of by these golems, but they are drifting a little bit away from it, so they might not be able to access those, interestingly enough. But Armageddon Navy issue taking a pounding at this point, as is the Crucifier, who I believe is just taking drone pressure. That would make a lot of sense, at least. But yeah, so far, not too much damage going into the rest of Minmatar fleet just yet. It looks like the Blackbird is the next primary from the Kitchen Sinkhole side.
Yeah, Minmatar fleet doing a good job, as you say, putting a bit of pressure on the Crucifier, forcing those deacons to spread their reps to keep the Crucifier alive while trying to keep this Navy Armageddon alive. And they are slowly burning through this Navy Armageddon. If they can kill it, that would be pretty massive and will really change the dynamics of this match. When you first look at it and go, 9 guys and 3 golems, this doesn't sound like a good night out to me. But if they can manage to kill off a Navy Armageddon, that might really change the script on this one.
And they've been doing a beautiful job of getting the damage into that Navy Armageddon thus far. He's now dropping into hull. They did try to go for a bump there with their Abaddon, who unfortunately for him missed the bump on that core golem comp. Nighthawk is also doing some, additional DPS there. I'm not really seeing it cap transfers flying yet, but that could become relevant, especially as the Redeemer will begin applying some newt pressure. They were doing so before, but I do believe a jam landed on the Redeemer from the Blackbird for a little while there, which definitely relieves some pressure on these golems.
Most certainly, and the Crucifier does go down. That will be massive. Those missiles from those golems will now be able to apply even better to the small stuff as they do manage to kill the Navy Armageddon. That is massive. Getting rid of that battleship is enormous for Minmatar Fleet Alliance. This has absolutely changed the course of this match. If they can now burn through another battleship, or maybe even apply to these deacons now that they're not guidance disrupted, this could be massive. This could be a real upset if they can pull this off properly.
No, you're absolutely right. And like every moment that we're not seeing these newts go off from the Redeemer as well, make me feel more and more like jams have landed again and again from this Blackbird. We are finally seeing them get reapplied now onto the Golem of Kermes, but has the damage already been done? They're chewing through this Abaddon at this point, and still Nighthawk is mid-shield, Blackbird is untouched. I'm shocked. This is looking really good for Minmatar Fleet Alliance.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Like I say, when you look at this on paper, this doesn't look great, but somehow this appears to be working at this point in time as the Abaddon starts to head towards half armor. And so far, these golems are in a healthy position. Currently, the Blackbird taking a bit of damage. That is a wise decision to get rid of that. Like you mentioned, Nova, it is putting some pressure, potentially on the logistics, potentially on the Redeemer, stopping it, putting some newts out. They can get rid of that. It is going to ease that pressure off and allow them to put out more consistent reps and more consistent damage. But this Abaddon is getting lower by the second.
Yeah, they really need that Blackbird off grid. It has already been so relevant. We don't often see that necessarily from the Tinker setup with that Blackbird there, but it did a crazy good job there. Surprised it took this long to go down as well, but so much damage still coming in from these golems onto this Abaddon. The Abaddon is very likely to be dropping in the next moments, but yeah, maybe it is the case that with that Blackbird gone, these deacons can potentially better land some reps here. Notably, the golems as well did, like we mentioned earlier, that Squall going down, and they were a little bit ways away from the wreck there, but they have all grouped back up and are orbiting it very close by, and no bumps have landed, meaning that if there are any additional capsticks in that wreck, they will be able to pick them up and use them if they need it.
Now, these Bantams from Minmatar Fleet Alliance have made a little bit of a mistake. They burned away, trying to run away from some of these hostile ships chasing them down. But in doing so, they are now trapped off to the side of the arena and be well out of range, optimal rep range of this Nighthawk. And at the same time, have now burned in and got tackled. So they may be about to lose those Bantams, which will leave the Golems and the Nighthawk alone to try and survive. But if they can kill the Abaddon, this might be a very different story. There'll be a lot less pressure, and it will be mostly a DPS race. Whether these Golems can grind through enough battleships to win this, all of the damage for their team is sat in these battleships. We do see the first Bantam go down, but drone pressure also killing off Neff in the Deacon. His armor is dropping dangerously low. These two Deacons for Kitchen Sinkhole having to multitask big time here.
They're doing everything they can to keep up this Abaddon because they're recognizing if that Abaddon falls, so do their chances in the match. He's been doing such a good job trying to tank it out. The last quarter of the armor took forever to go, but the Abaddon does drop now, a massive blow to the remains of the Kitchen Sinkhole team. Surprised to see the Abaddon going before a Redeemer. I'm wondering how chewed through the capacitor, at least this Redeemer has done so far through the Minmatar Fleet Alliance's capacitor. At least it looks like instead of going off to the Redeemer, though, there's some pressure on the Bellicose. I'm wondering what the Golems are going to choose next.
That Bellicose doesn't feel like a great option to me to get rid of. It's not really contributing much at this point against these big ships. You need to get rid of that Redeemer. Like, surely that's got to be your target here with those cruise missiles. Apply your full damage. Get rid of their last serious amount of damaged ship, and then you can really make a difference. But if you look at the defense bar for Minmatar Fleet Alliance, it is massive, bigger than Kitchen Sinkholes. If they can just win the DPS race here by getting rid of damage from the Kitchen Sinkhole side, they may well win this.
Yeah, this Nighthawk has been tanking like a champ for a while, but not only on his own merit. We've had extended, this is an extended engagement on the Nighthawk where they've been able to run their shield reps forever thanks to the additional capacitor that's been constantly given again and again and again over to that Nighthawk. Finally seeing some effective bumps come in now. Bellicose hits Sycamoria physically, and Anemone is also getting bumped off all of a sudden. It seems like Kitchen Sinkhole finally, in the waning moments of this, are getting the right idea, but is it too late? Has the damage already been done? Comp's starting to get broken up a little bit here, but they're going to need to hit more of these bumps.
Yeah, most definitely. If they can disrupt them and turn these the cap transfers off, it could be pretty massive. You can see the purple portion of the Minmatar Fleet Alliance defense bar. That indicates how much active tank they're able to put out. It's a huge amount, but you can only use active tank if you've got the capacity to do so. If they can separate these ships, turn off the remote cap transfers, those active tanks will fall over very quickly under the heavy newts of the Redeemer. But meanwhile, Minmatar Fleet Alliance still shooting. I think they're shooting the Pontifex potentially at this point in time. That's a really, really poor choice in my eyes. Why not just get rid of the Redeemer? Come on.
No, I love this Tinker setup, and the entire time I'm sitting here, my brain is screaming, kill the Redeemer, kill the Redeemer. It's the one thing that really taxes not only the rest of your game plan with passing that capacitor around and keeping everything topped up nice and toasty. It's the only thing that really provides any substantial threat to the comp that's left. If they go for that, they're also going to apply to it so much better, because trying to hit these small things still, even with these bonus target paints from the Golems, it's going to be a lot harder than flying into this Redeemer. We're seeing they finally did make that choice to swap to it, and just like that, it's mid armor, trying to claw back some hit points. Maybe the reactive armor hardener is catching up a little bit here, but it's not looking good for this Redeemer whatsoever. Still very good shield total for all of these ships from the Minmatar Fleet Alliance side. I think we might be having an undermanned setup actually taking a match.
Well, don't count your chickens until they've hatched, because the Golem now taking a lot of damage, coming into half shields now, having to turn on his tank finally. But the Redeemer is taking a huge amount of damage now. With 1 minute left on the clock, if Minmatar fleets take out this Redeemer, this is game over. There is no way that Kitchen Sink will respond, and it does go down. That is enormous. Who would have thought a triple Golem setup with 9 people beating a full 10-man setup with triple battleships, a fairly meta setup, something that we've seen very commonly here. This is a huge upset.
No, it's so interesting as well. What Kitchen Sinkhole brought here really reminded me of something that we saw from, I believe it was White Squall in day one, where it looked like a repeat of a setup from the previous Alliance tournament, but wasn't as leveraging as much the fact that there's no longer inflated point counts for fielding multiples of the same ship here. The multiple golems in this instance doing a really great job of helping all of them apply on their various targets, but a little bit less so for the top end here for Kitchen Sinkhole, unable to really bring enough newts to bear, largely thanks to that Blackbird as well. Absolutely crushing it. Just a few seconds left here, and the golems have done it.
Yeah, unbelievable. And I will openly admit, when I saw this comp, I thought, what are we seeing here? What is this trash? But credit where credit's due. Minmatar Fleet Alliance take the victory, 146-31, and we shall send it back to the desk to break down that incredible match.
Welcome back to the desk after that absolutely incredible match between where Fleet is continuing on. And I just want to say, so we've seen undermanned setups in the Alliance tournament feeders a number of times. We saw one earlier, Portal Pirates, they showed up, and there was a lot of, talk in chat. Why show up if you're undermanned? Why show up if you're underplanned? Well, folks, Fleet had 9 players that were available to play in this Alliance tournament match, and they showed up with 9 players, and they won the freaking match. They did it. Not only did they win the match with 9 players, they won the match with 9 players and Tinker Golems. So we are seeing Tinker Golems winning for the second time again today. What a match to watch. Moderator, how are you feeling about that?
So, allegations of Minmatar Fleet Alliance having blobbed. Haters are shook. They came in with 9 people and they won against 10. They were not blobbing. They got blobbed and got the W. Stay mad. Okay? Amar, loser. You know what? Amar ship's lost. You're losing. Minmatar Fleet is winning. Okay. So the reason that I was kind of tongue-in-cheek being a little bit of a kind of a hater earlier was because Kitchen Sinkhole has clearly not really practiced against some of these golems here, or any other Tinker comp. What you have to do, and the Bellicose, to their credit, did figure this out, but it took them 7 minutes to do so, is you need to ram directly into the golems and push them apart. So if you don't do that, you have this giant lavender bar called the self-rep that was almost as strong as, or stronger than most repping from like T2 logistics, including like the Zarm fully spooled. You don't break that unless you have the full application of newts over a long time, and your battleships are not going to live that. So you need to push them apart. You need to break through that. Kitchen Sinkhole didn't understand that, and that's really what I've been talking about most of the day with teams that do not understand their win conditions not being the ones who get to go on to the actual main tournament itself. This is make or break here, and if you as a team do not understand what it is you need to do, you're not going to earn a spot because you maybe just didn't do your homework.
It's definitely a tough place to be in, and this is again the thing that rewards the tournament experience. We've seen some of these teams come in with the ability to see it again and again. And Minmatar Fleet Alliance, they're collecting a lot more tournament experience with this feeders run. They're not into the Alliance tournament yet. They have one more match to play to battle it out for that slot. No Vacancies is indeed heading home, but we are great match there. So, Phantomite, one thing I wanted to ask you is, how do you feel like the Blackbird did in that match? The casters were definitely talking it up. What's your take?
It's a very powerful ship. It's very powerful at doing its, a main job of jamming. But the key thing that with the way to fly a Blackbird is to try and get it as far away as possible. Because when you are as far away as possible, it still works. And the enemy is going to have to put in some significant effort to go and get to it. So if you're not moving it far away, you're not really taking advantage of all of its powers there.
So, yeah, the Blackbird did do their very best job. Of course, you do have to stay inside of lock range in order to
Yeah.
jam things.
Mhm.
But we do have coming up another match to stay in the Alliance tournament. Slow Children at Play versus Critical Mass. And once again, we'll be looking at the historical bans for these teams to try and see what they might ban this time. And oh boy, both teams do not like the Armageddon Navy issue here. But there's a bit more diversity in the bands here. Maud, why might a team have more diverse bands across the tournament?
Because they theory crafted more setups and they're not one dimensional. I hate to have to say that, but it's kind of true when I see that um, the teams that are banning exclusively ships this early on are usually the teams that either don't really understand what's going on, and they are scared of like one specific thing and not understanding that there's other counters and other um, conceits that they have to run into, or they're teams that have like a default setup that they think they can beat literally anyone with, and that's going to be like your barcodes or your nerves, and they've already made it into the Alliance tournament with your Odin's calls, right? The teams that are traditionally top eight and had to play through feeders anyway. But looking at the bands here, right? There's a lot of like commonalities between the two. The ones that are really jumping out to me as kind of different are going to be the broadsword and the Astarte. Astarte, of course, being part of that formerly Octodad, now known as kind of the medium railgun composition. And then um, I believe we got a Kieran ban as well. So we haven't seen a lot of those. Usually the ham rush kind of involves scalpels, or you run out of points and you have to bring kind of the tech one, either the bantam or the burst.
And so let's see what they actually banned. And these, hey, there's your buddy the Astarte and your buddy the Kirin. Both of these ships showing up on the current ban line. Phantomite, looking at this set of bans, what are you predicting these teams to bring?
Good question, because I wasn't expecting, despite it being on that chart there, it's not. I don't expect to see the Astarte on these graphs in the first place. Well, with these bands here, it's going to make it's evenly spread between the shield and the armor on this one here. If I'm not thinking about what the teams are going to bring regarding their tank, then there's a lot of opportunity left over here for control. There's a lot of opportunity for both teams here to bring plenty of weapon disruption, which might force them closer together.
We might also see those logistics frigates now that they're safe from Jackdaw's Astartes and Dominic's energy neutralizers. Moderator, we have just a couple of seconds to go before we go to the arena. Who are you putting your channel points on?
I actually like the bands from Slow Children at Play better than Critical Mass, so I would have to lean towards them for the bands. I mean, look how quickly they were locked in, though. 7 seconds, 19:19, and then a minute 23. The only one taking a bit was the Kieran. Pretty quick on the trigger with those, despite how many bands both teams have gone. Probably looking at each other's VODs if I had to guess.
Oh yeah, as it's smart to do so. Well, I'll also root for Slow Children at Play here. Ericon, team captain, said that everyone still owes her cookies from last year, so we'll see if she can get them this year with a performance in the Alliance tournament. To find out what's going to happen and to see some very exciting spaceships on grid, we'll send it to the arena with Colonel Kurtz and Nova Terra Ren.
Welcome back to the arena with myself, Colonel Kurtz, and Nova Terrorin for this match between Slow Children at Play and Critical Mass for what will be my last match of this year's AT. What do we see on the field for Slow Children, please, Nova?
This is an incredibly interesting setup. We see a Balgorn and a Vindicator on the top end. I'm sure Wingnut would be thrilled to see that right now, as well as a pair of Pilgrims. Don't see that super often. Sort of reminds me of something that I believe actually Slow lost to back on day one, where they ran Autocannon Rush into a Vindicator setup. What are we seeing from Critical Mass?
Well, those scars run deep, as you say, but for Critical Mass, they've brought the triple Nighthawk ham rush with the Basilisk, double Navy Caracals, triple Svipple, and a normal Caracal sat in the brawl. But we see Critical Mass warping in at 0, only 8 kilometers from this Balgorn and only 17 from the Vindicator. Are they just going to go ahead and nuke this Balgorn? Are they going to ignore it and try and nuke the Vindicator sat behind it? We got 3 seconds. Links have flared. We're about to find out.
I'm very worried for these slow children at play battleships. Being so close already means they aren't going to be able to use their superior control as well to keep these targets away from them. And so quickly, critical mass are going to be applying into them. They are going after that Balgorn right away. It makes sense. It was the ship immediately right there that they can all get onto. But we do see as well the Svipples might be burning a little bit towards the back line. No, they are all clustered around the Balgorn, trying to take him down very quickly here. We see a myriad of control effects going across the critical mass team now. But will it be enough to stop this Balgorn from going down? I am not sure.
Yeah, critical mass putting a massive amount of pressure on this Balgorn, and slow children yet to really respond, putting a little bit of damage into a Caracal, but that is not going to save their Balgorn from its fate against this absolute myriad of heavy assault missiles. As the Balgorn's armor just about clinging on, structure starting to bleed, he's unlikely to live for much longer, and you would imagine the Vindicator will follow very quickly afterwards, which will leave slow children with no teeth remaining.
Yeah, and meanwhile, all of the teeth are very much unpulled from the critical mass side still. Of course, there are still a lot of control effects going on, but without that Balgorn, that is a lot of the potential for both the control and getting rid of the rest of the capacitor from these critical mass ships, but also a lot of their potential damage here. And that's definitely going to be a big struggle as this Vindicator is going down so quickly as well. Oh, it's looking like a brutal collapse from the slow children at play setup.
100%. Under this much damage, there is not a huge amount you can do, especially if it's able to catch on. Critical mass do lose a Caracal, but I don't feel like that's going to make a massive amount of difference in the fate of Ericon in the Vindicator. Those two Inquisitors, the reps that they put out, are no match for this amount of damage. Meanwhile, the Basilisk for critical mass doing a great job of keeping things alive, but realistically, there's not really that much damage coming out of the slow children team at this point in time. I imagine the Basilisk of Starry is having a fairly easy and relaxing time.
No, this slow children at play team was quoted last year as having some cojones, and I think they've definitely shown that. Bringing a Balgorn on the top end, paired with a Vindicator, paired with these Pilgrims, we saw them field some curses to success earlier on in this tournament, but it looks like things are starting to fall apart here in this match. Yeah, it looks like the Caracal from the bottom end of the critical mass team is the only thing they're able to take down. Vindicator now dropping as well. I don't know if there's enough DPS remaining to be able to break even a single ship, even if they were able to nude out the rest of the critical mass team at this point.
Totally agree. You look at the size of slow children's attack bar at this point of time, that is desperately disappointing by anybody's measure. While meanwhile, critical mass have virtually their whole setup still intact, minus a single Caracal. All of that damage is an inevitable fate, really, for slow children at play. It's more of a case of time.
Slow are giving it their best shot here, though. They've burned these Pilgrims over to the Basilisk, and that Basilisk is pretty well and truly caught, and I'm presumably it will very quickly be capped dry here. So potentially with these drones, they are able to potentially knock down another ship there, and that is a relevant one in the Basilisk. I don't know whether it would be enough to let them break through enough things, but is there some world where they could potentially kite it out after? I don't know, but critical mass are now trying to screen these ships off from that Basilisk. I don't think the Basilisk is going to go down after all, as a Nighthawk and a Svipple are now chasing down these Pilgrims that was putting so much pressure onto it for a little bit there.
Yeah, slow children deciding that I'm far too much of a negative Nancy and making some decent decisions in getting on top of that Basilisk with the Pilgrims, but the Basilisk now has been released and is free to continue roaming wild, and his tank does seem to have fairly stabilized. So I think, unfortunately, I may have been correct in the first place, as slow do lose their other logistics Inquisitor, which just leaves them with a couple of Pilgrims and that Draugr really for their DPS output. They may be able to finish off the Basilisk if they do this right, but after that, I think they've got a lot of work to do.
I think this could be a case as well where having banned the Cenotaph, Slow potentially expected that critical mass was not going to go for something so aggressively rush focused. But yeah, just turns out just banning that Cenotaph wasn't enough for it, and critical mass just able to capitalize so quickly onto the pretty close warp in from Slow. I like that they gave it their best effort with those Pilgrims there to go and make something happen at least, but maybe a little bit too late in the match. Balgorn have a way of dropping pretty quickly, especially when they're in non-flagship configurations, and sort of same for the Vindicator even. These ships just cannot deal with such massive incoming DPS.
I don't know of many ships that can deal with this amount of DPS. You look at the size of the attack bar from critical mass, nothing really realistically that gets caught is going to survive that. So, I don't think those two battleships were ever going to live very long with the ranges that they warped in. Maybe if they warped in a little bit further away, the Vindy could have come into play and held, could have had that Logi at range, and this could have been a bit different, but I don't think so. And this just goes to prove as well that the Cenotaph is not the be all and end all. Rush in its classic format is still viable, will still chew you up and spit you out, as demonstrated by critical mass here.
That is definitely indeed what is happening. We did see the Basilisk actually drop into incredibly low shield for a brief moment, but it looks like their own local reps have caught up and they are doing a-okay, having knocked down now one of the two Pilgrims, Sentinel now falling. I don't think there's enough DPS in the form of these drones to even pressure the Bassi anymore. We're just watching the last moments of slow children at play in the arena here for these feeders for Alliance Tournament 21. I hope they're enjoying it, but yeah, they've gave it their all. Not quite enough here.
Most definitely give it a good shot, put on a decent performance in a few matches, and like you say, slow children actually faced a very similar comp that they've brought in their first match, I believe, and they probably thought, you know what, we that works, let's give it a go. But they, it's just the big game of rock paper scissors that is the AT meta. They chose rock, and the other side decided to bring paper, and this is the situation that we've ended up in. Not a bad showing from slow children. I don't think there was really realistically a lot that they could have done about this one with the sledgehammer of critical mass coming through, but we'll now see critical mass try and clean up this last Pilgrim as he does head towards a micro jump beacon to try and achieve glory. You can do it.
Yeah, we're going to see if they're able to achieve any sort of record here. They are burning for it. Let's see if they activate it, waiting for the module effect. And yes, they are indeed going for it. We're going to see what number they reach, or potentially the Svipple can catch back up and scram it in time. We'll see.
That would be particularly boring if he gets in between him and Glory. The web is on. No scram yet. No, he's made the jump, and a decent jump. And with that, critical mass take the win. Slow children at play, thank you for taking part. You've put in a good show. And with that, for the very last time, signing off from me, Colonel Kurtz, sending it back to the desk.
Welcome back. And with that, Slow are out of the Alliance Tournament. Critical Mass continuing on to fight for one of those last 3 slots available. We did see a control bar there. It was a tale as old as time. Control versus Rush. Here we saw Rush come out on top. Phantomite, is there anything that the control team could have done to come out ahead in that matchup?
They really put all their eggs in one basket when it came to their damage in that fleet. I mean, the Balgorn, it's possible to get some reasonably respectable damage out of a Balgorn. But the only other ship it was paired with there was the Vindicator. Plenty of damage from a Vindicator, but once it's gone, it's gone. The attack bar on there was absolutely minuscule. They put all of their skill points into the control there, and minus the damage, that's it. They're just making those missiles be a little bit shorter, but it doesn't really matter at that stage.
And speaking of the control bar, they achieved that control bar partly with the headline Double Pilgrim E-War. Moderator, how do you feel about that point economy?
I don't. The point economy would have been much better taking either double curse and then not bringing the Sentinel, or doing something else with it. Like, you could take double curse and then the Sentinel becomes, dare I say, a T3D. The issue that Slow Children at Play had is that they have almost a cohesive anti-rush setup with what they've got with the Balgorn, right? You've got the webs to prevent things coming in. You've got the Vindicator with a 90% web, which, I mean, yes, they have to already be in range of you to do it, but you can heat certain things to prevent ships from really getting on top of you, or you could hold down like a Logi Frig right with that. The issue that you run into, though, is that you run out of points to do anything with if you're Slow Children at Play. When you put 97 of your 200 into 2 ships and then you choose Pilgrims. So the Pilgrim, people might be asking, why would you bring that over a curse? Well, it's because it's 5 points cheaper per, so there's 10 points saved. However, Pilgrims are bad because they don't have nearly as good of an optimal range on their neutralization. which prevents them really from being able to put themselves outside the envelope of the damage profile of Nighthawks, right? When they're shooting the hams at you. And that's how you win in control, is not getting shot because you control their incoming damage. So if you can't do the one thing that your setup is built to do, you lose.
It's really a tough bargain there on the control team side, and, Rush, of course, the whole point is you're trying to overwhelm whatever it is that you have, whatever it is that the other team has brought, overwhelm their screen, overwhelm their logi, so on and so forth. Triple Nighthawk, very effective at that type of thing. We have been seeing many more triple setups with the return of the three hole, both three hole per hole size and the lack of the points reduction. So we've got a little bit of time before our next match, and we've definitely got a fair number of things to talk about. So we've seen a number of ships throughout these feeders. Of course, post feeders, we're going to be seeing the balance changes. Those balance changes are going in on Tuesday. They're going to come in before the main Alliance tournament. Moderator, what ship do you think we're going to see more of in the Alliance tournament than we have seen in these feeders so far?
Well, I've been hyping up a lot of the Sentinel, which to slow children at play, they did bring. But one thing that really has to be accounted for between this year and last, while a lot of the ships haven't necessarily changed, teams were coming into this tournament saying, hey, really the balance pass that is defining this tournament versus last year is going to be the introduction of the Cenotaph and the Tholos, which didn't exist in Alliance Tournament 20. And of course, the reverting of the Surgical Strike change, meaning that everything takes a little bit less damage, right? Or rather, things are a little bit less tanky, right? And when that happens, things like the reactive armor hardener become much more effective, because if you put out less incoming damage, it has more time to spool up. That's why you're actually seeing the Zarm being banned as much as it is, because in this new meta, it's just much better than it has been previously. So Zarm is going to be much more relative important. Things like the reactive armor hardener are much more important. But it also means that control becomes more viable, because if you can't just blitz it down, right, like you could in previous years, you can really grind out these matches. We've seen, as referees in scrims between Odin's Call and like Tuskers, we've seen matches go 8 minutes right before anything dies, and that's because both teams are playing really good control comps, and then something dies at 2 minutes, and then it might be the only thing. People might be thinking, oh my god, it's such a boring match. No, it's the most hype thing you will ever watch, because things are getting caught in 10% armor and somehow living after bleeding whole, because people are playing cracked out of their minds. And you're going to be seeing a lot of that in AT21 this year.
Yeah, if you find control matches boring, just try and predict when the ships are going to die, and pretty soon you'll be nail biting, gripping like this. So we've got about 5 minutes towards our next match. We have post pod clarity versus punishing Grey Raven. Again, both teams fighting to stay in the Alliance tournament, and in terms of what that Alliance tournament is going to look like, or what that Alliance tournament gets you, at the end of Alliance Tournament 21, one team will have their name engraved upon our very fine Alliance Tournament trophy. Here it is. It looks beautiful. I have seen it in person at FanFest. I am reliably assured it is quite heavy. I did not want to pick it up, lest the Concord security guards come find me and dispatch me from the event. But it is a beautiful trophy and tons of space on it for one team's name, many teams' name, to be etched alongside the luminaries such as Band of Brothers, Pandemic Legion, Hydra Reloaded, the Tuskers, last year's winner. Many options for victory here. So we are looking forward to seeing who will make it to the top of this in October. But now, first, we have to get these teams into the Alliance tournament. So let's take a look at the bans that Postpod Clarity and Punishing Grey Raven have been doing. Oh, well, we've got the ones they have right now. Great. Zarmazd, Typhoon Fleet issue, Armageddon Navy issue, Cenotaph, Loki, and Sleipnir. Both of these teams, we have seen them play quite competently before. Moderator, what do you think these teams are thinking about with these bans?
So, Punishing Gray Raven has brought drone comps. They did that unsuccessfully against the one good Triple Navy Armageddon comp that we saw earlier today from Doro Punch. And these bans are coming in like very, very quick. Postpod Clarity instantly said, hell no, you don't want to deal with this arm. And then right after, like 18 seconds later, quickly responded with Typhoon Fleet and Navy Armageddon, which you know, are iconically the two ships that are very, very good against them and beat them earlier in the Navy Dominic or in the Dominic's comp. Then responded to by a Sino ban and a Loki ban and a battle cruiser. So what this is telling me is I think Punishing Gray Raven wants to go into Dominic's or a drone comp, but Postpod Clarity banned Loki, which is good in Rush, and Sino, which I would want to bring against them, but also Punishing Gray Raven, then banning out the Sleipnir, another Rush comp. I'm thinking Punishing Gray Raven really wants Dommies or a drone comp, and Postpod Clarity knocked out the ships that are good against that.
It's a very interesting observation. We might be seeing maybe a little bit of a mirror match here. Phantomite, if you knew that your opponent was bringing Dramies, what would you be looking to bring to counter it with these bans?
I know I might be still looking for different battleships that I could bring. I mean, when you are facing large, stationary, high hit point targets, then having your own large, stationary, high damage, high hit point ships yourself is not necessarily a bad idea.
Speaking of large and not necessarily stationary, but high hit point battleships, we could be seeing maybe a Ravy Navy situation here. Get some torpedoes applied directly to the hull of the Dominics is potentially a very powerful and effective strategy, especially if backed up by stealth bombers. That would just be, some advice that I would give to teams that have long since locked in and been teleported into the arena. Uh, in terms of predictions, Phantomite, where do you want to put your points?
I'm going to be putting all of my points on post pod clarity today.
And moderator,
Uh,
what about you?
I've put 100,000 on Punishing Gray Raven because they also banned out the ships that Postpod has brought every single time in Typhoon Fleet Issue and Navy Armageddon. So I think it's just much more mature bans by Punishing Gray Raven and Postpod ban themselves out of the ships they probably need for this match.
Indeed, and we'll have to see which team is able to come on top. I do see one very exciting ship on grid, and to share it with you all, I will pass it to Novaterra Ren and Dujik One Eye.
Welcome back to the arena. I am Novaterran, joined here by Dujek One Eye for this match between Postpod Clarity and Punishing Gray Raven. Both of these teams still fighting to stay alive and maybe get one more shot at trying to enter should they survive this match here. Postpod Clarity showing up with double Maelstrom, triple Ferox, and some low end. That's pretty interesting. What are we seeing from Punishing Gray Raven? Dujek, you there?
Oh,
We
my
might have
name
a
is
mute.
Muterator. Punishing Grey Raven has brought triple Armageddons with some rapid heavies, and they're looking to nude out these Ferox Navy issues to stay alive in this match, I think. I'm curious whether we're going to see the Inquisitors go down quick or not.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a good question. I am so interested to see if these maelstroms are going to be able to apply well or not as well. There, we've seen something a little bit similar to this drone setup in a couple cases, but sometimes there has been a lot more control involved with those comps. But notably, that is one of the things that is largely absent. You do have those newts, but there's a lot less effects like potential arbitrators, like guidance and tracking disruption. So I'm wondering how well this post-pod clarity team is actually going to be able to apply into this drone setup. We do see links going up now, and things are about to kick off. How do you think this one's going to shake up? Which team's going to be the aggressor going in?
I am interested in the newts in particular. Like, these are not full newt Armageddons. If they had been, I think that this might have even been more in their favor. But double Maelstrom, I'm not sure I've ever seen in the history of casting tournaments. And they are basically immune to newts. They're just going to keep doing their damage as they want.
That they are, and we do see things getting underway now, and presumably, yes, we do see the Armageddons burning in, at least at the moment. They're trying to make use of their newt range to be able to start chunking down the capacitor of these receiving end ships. First thing is indeed the Inquisitor from the Punishing Grey Raven side that's taking some pressure from these rails, but so far surviving okay. And now we are starting to see some effects go on to a Ferox Navy on the Post-Pod Clarity side. Newts, webs, grapple, it's all coming in.
This is exactly the opposite of how I would imagine the start of the match to go. I would think that Punishing Grey Ravens would be more defensive and less aggressive in the opening moments of this match and try to create a significant buffer between their big tanky ships and their squishy backline. Argus True Sight is going down in this Ferox Navy imminently, which is a very good start for them.
Yeah, definitely a nice catch getting someone who was potentially a little bit slow off the mark and immediately applying the full brunt of these rapid heavy clips into them. And that is a target that they are able to break down with just that first clip. A massive takedown to start with. The Ishimu now from Punishing Grey Raven is taking some punishment going back in the other direction. But we are seeing as well a Maelstrom is now getting caught up by Punishing Grey Raven side. And it looks like that is going to be their next target.
Yeah, Mark Kaloof is starting to take some significant damage here. I'm surprised that Punishing Grey Raven weren't assaulted by these Maelstroms quicker. You'd think that they would anchor the comp. They shoot the least far in that comp as well, and that would allow them to tackle down some stuff while the Ferox Navies and the Moas were at a more acceptable range for themselves. I'm thinking here that uh, Mark is probably going to stay alive for longer than Nymph is.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good for Mark Kalouf's Armageddon, at least in comparison to that Maelstrom at the moment, who has burned through a lot of reps already, and it doesn't look like they're going to survive for long, already dropping into armor here, and that's not really where you want to be as a shield setup ship. Kieran's trying to do what they can to provide some reps, but they're also both nuded and now webbed as well, which doesn't look good for their survivability even after this Maelstrom potentially falls. Taking a little bit of a while now to chew through the armor and hull of that Maelstrom, but these battleships are doing just fine at taking it down, and I do believe we're seeing the first Maelstrom fall here.
Yeah, I personally I love the Punishing Grey Raven comp. They've just decided that they could save 5 points per Armageddon Navy by turning them into Armageddons. They get slightly better height of range on their newts. Contrary to what some people think, Armageddons and Armageddon navies do not have exactly the same newt range bonus. And they still get their missiles, they still get their drones, and they're making good use of them.
And I understand, though, why they actually had to be a bit of an aggressor here, given that they don't have quite as much control as we've seen other setups bring like this. Not only are they not wanting things to go super extended the way that we often see things work with these Armageddons, because they've elected to bring that rapid heavy missile launchers as well to supplement those newts. So definitely leveraging their potential for aggression here to try to take things down one by one. And meanwhile, there are still plenty of newts that they're also fitting, just raining them across the entirety of Post-Pod Clarity's team at this point. The only unnewted targets are these MOAs on the low end, but they're not doing much that they really care about in this moment.
Yeah, as Punishing Grey Raven went in on the Maelstroms, they were going to get the chance to newt the Kierans as well, as the Kierans have to be in close to apply the reps against Maelstroms well enough. I think the Post-Pod Clarity's chance here lay in overwhelming the newts at the start. Like, you start out the match with your buffer, where even if you take a couple of newts, it's going to take some cycles before you are neuted out entirely. Because once the guns are shut off the Ferox navies and the MOAs, you just don't have the damage to break anything significant anymore.
Yeah, I really suspect that what post-pod clarity were trying to go for there was to leverage the superior range of their rails and hopefully try to knock down these Inquisitors before then turning and then going in for a brawl themselves. Unfortunately, though, just being a little bit slow off the mark was enough for things starting to fall apart one by one there. First, a Navy Ferox got caught, followed up with a Maelstrom, and then everything at that point was too piecemeal in order to be able to apply properly into these ships. Mark Kaloof, still holding in this Armageddon, is finally entering like lower armor stages at this point, but my god, they might live forever.
Yeah, he's not gonna die. I also like you start out this match, you are at a reasonable range where you can possibly shoot the Inquisitors. The Inquisitors are naturally going to go back and then sideways a little bit in order to keep up their transversal and get out of range of the Feroxes and Moas, especially whatever ammo they have selected at the start. Like as the range changes, they're going to do less damage as you move away. And post-positive clarity would have to go in towards them in order to actually continue doing the damage that they needed. Like once the Inquisitors were well and safe, like you've started being neutered out at that point. You're losing against time.
Post-pod clarity, saving everyone a little bit of time there with a boundary on at least one of their ships, but it's just these MOAs left at this point, and I am sure that Punishing Grey Raven are going to be able to take those down without a hitch here. First one dropping, and it's just one ship left, and between them and their elimination from this year's event. Yeah, this was, I would say, impressively done from Punishing Grey Raven. They brought a setup that I think we haven't seen quite flown or brought exactly like this, but made good use of it, I'd say.
Yeah, that was master class in the newt control. I love the archetype.
And yeah, again, we just have this one Moa who is moving about still. As soon as these Armageddons can get over to it, I am sure that Moa will die. They are sort of burning for a boundary at this point, but I think a Vexor might be catching up to them as well. And yeah, amazing that Mark Kaloof was able to hold that entire time as well. Easier said than done when you're under pressure from Maelstroms, which definitely can apply a hefty chunk of DPS, especially at close range. And I do believe our Mo is about to fly out of the arena.
Somebody should tell him that you get out of the arena quicker by using Beacon.
And with that, we're going to be throwing it back to some analysis.
Welcome back, everyone. Post-pod clarity, my friends, I regret to inform you that the patch drops on Tuesday, and the Maelstrom is still not very good. But had you brought that next weekend, it would have been amazing. Potentially, who knows? We don't know. We need to spend some time cooking, and we need to spend some time scrimming. Speaking of the Maelstroms, Phantomite, you mentioned something about how they were moving at the start of the match. Care to expand on that?
Maelstroms, when you are trying to get, the most power out of them that you can, what you don't really want to do with them is move away from where you can actually hit your enemies. Some people think that the Maelstrom makes a particularly good artillery platform. I disagree. I think it makes, as far as the Maelstrom goes, a very reasonable autocannon platform. Autocannons, they don't have a huge amount of range, and I tell you what, the enemy team that they were shooting with those guns were in ships with plenty of hit points. You want to get closer. You don't want to run away. You want to get closer. You want that damage to start hitting. You want to try and overwhelm the enemy with it. Instead, they turned tail and moved away from all of those Armageddons and other juicy targets that would have been there for them.
And I do understand wanting to move away from those deadly neutralizers that will ruin your capacitor, but as the lovely graphic is showing us on the screen right now, your chance to hit drops way off, and the cycle time of autocannons is not so good that you can just bet on that wrecking shot, Lashak style. Moderator, I believe you also wanted to share some things about energy neutralizers.
Yeah, it's too easy. Remember when I said Punishing Grey Raven wanted to bring drones and post-pod clarity banned the only thing that was good against a triple drone comp? And then the Ishimu completely neuted out those Kirins. And then I said, oh, reactive armor hardeners are good. So punishing Grey Raven, actually knowing what they were doing, killed the 2 Maelstroms, and then they had 3 Navy Feroxes and 3 Moas that were shooting kinetic therm into Armageddons that have a reactive armor hardener and an EOS which has perfect resist against that. Chat, it's just too easy. This is why I have over 1 million channel points and you guys don't. Because it's just easy. What can I say?
Moderator
Hold on.
has
I mean, Ali, I'd
Yeah,
like
yeah,
to sort
yeah.
of go back on this kind of like you don't want the Maelstroms to get neutered. You know, with the right setup, you know, if you're using ancillary shield boosters, then you've got capless guns, you've got a nearly capless tank. I'm not sure that they are as vulnerable to neuting as some people might make out.
It could be. Now, you are also relying on your logistics for some of your reps. That said, turning the hardeners off on a shield ship can be honestly a little bit punishing. And, to your point, though, in terms of ships to get neuted, I would much rather that the neutralizers are falling on my Maelstroms than on my Ferox Navy issues. Because, as you point out, if my Maelstroms are getting neuted out, then they can still shoot. If my Ferox Navy issues are getting neuted out, then they can't shoot. And here is our lovely graphic about energy neutralizers. Moderator, care to add some context to what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so when Aura says your capacitor is empty and you are shooting either energy turrets or railguns, or rather blasters, right? Any sort of hybrid weapon system, that makes things very difficult. Ancillary shield boosters, as previously mentioned by Phantomite, are one of the ships or one of the defensive modules that can run active modules that require cap injection, like a normal shield booster or an active armor repper or even an ancillary armor repper will not function. Armor hardeners, shield hardeners, those all take cap. So unfortunately, once you don't have that, your guns turn off. And that's one of the things that is constantly used against these kind of um, medium railgun spam comps is your capacitor is empty. And they were completely empty in all of their points.
Sorry, is Aura in the room? I just heard her voice perfectly.
Yes, I
It-
do have Aura. Thank you, Phantomite.
It's
The
it's someone
Moas-
who's heard that sound far too many times. The capacitor is empty. The capacitor is empty. The wonderful sound of a ship about to die in the Alliance tournament.
And she says it so sadly as well.
It's
Yeah.
true. It's true.
It's disappointing. It's like, your capacitor is empty. Do you need some
Bravo.
therapy?
Bravo. Yes, I do need therapy. I need therapy from the time you could have Dead Space newts on our flagship Armageddon Navy issues. I believe I've mentioned that before. But enough about the last match. Enough about energy neutralizers. This upcoming match is a real banger. Deteriorated versus Whole Control. So Deteriorated, just to add a little bit of context for folks here, they went top 8 in the Alliance tournament last year. So this is a team that has proven that they can compete on the main stage, they can make it, they can go through, and yet here they are fighting for their life at the end of the feeders. This is I believe in them. I believe they can get through, and this is not the only team that has made it deep into the tournament that's been fighting for their life in the feeders. Again, Odin's Call, fairly famous for doing some skin runs down the lower bracket in feeders and then going deep in the main tournament. This year, they've elected to go 2-0 in feeders. We'll see how that works out for them. But Deteriorated versus Whole Control, let's take a look at their historical bans and see what we can divine from that. Deteriorated, they do not like the Ferox Navy issue. They do not like the Loki. Whole Control, they do not like the Sleipnir. Beyond that, there's a little bit more diversity. Phantomite, what do you think of these ban lines?
Well, you know, Deteriorated bands certainly are putting something very different into the list. You know, it's interesting to not, for once, I mean, I know this is historical, but for not to see the Zarmazd in a list for once.
Yeah, neither team really has the Zarm in it, and maybe that means we'll see it in the bans this time, maybe not. Moderator, any comments from you?
Yeah, notably, almost all of these are shield chips, right? All the Ferox Navy issue, Loki, Alligator, Sino, Orthros. I mean, Sino, yes, we see that banned all the time, but like the EOS and the Get a Navy for Deteriorated getting banned once or twice, and then for Whole Control, the Widow. I mean, you can run that as shield or armor. The Hugin and Rapier can be run as armor or shield, depending on how you want to use them as control. We still saw that used earlier by Doro in an armor comp, a little bit different. People normally think of them as like a shield screening ship, right, along with the Orthrus and the Nighthawk or the Sleipnir, which is why that might be banned out. But clearly, they're afraid of shield, not so much armor.
Yeah, and let's see what they've actually banned. You can determine what they might bring. And hey, look, honestly, these are a bunch of armor bans. We've seen the Hugin and the Rapier far
Aside
more.
from half of them.
No, the Hugin and the Rapier are armor ships. I'm gonna die on this hill. Those are armor ships. The mid slots are for target painters and stasis webifiers. If you put shield modules into the mid slots of those ships, you are just giving up free equity. Moderator, are you with me on this?
I mean, this is why you're on Odin's call and I was with Tuskers and Barcode. You're right. Those are, in fact, armor ships, not a shield ship. But, I mean, look at how quickly these are getting locked in. Like, I'd say both these teams are actually quite locked in as well. When you see an EOS get taken out in 12 seconds, it's a very, very good command ship. Sleipnir Hugin getting banned out. The one thing that is an asterisk to me is a Rapier. Like, why are you so afraid of that ship in particular? What have you seen in scrims that makes you say, "Oh my god, I don't want to deal with any sort of those ships"? Because if I see a Rapier, I'm usually happy because it's like a Hugin, but worse. I understand that one has guns, one has missiles, right? They're a little different. That's why Goons brought it in their, missile kite comp. That's why they brought a Rapier. But getting banned everywhere, not a surprise. Armageddon Navy issue getting banned as well. Not crazy. Dominic's are open. Some drones are open. EOS does not completely negate that. Ham Rush is still like very, very open. There's really Xeno's banned, but Nighthawks are still in. You could well able to do that. Medium
I'm
guns
gonna
banned.
I'm gonna stop you there because we've got both teams on grid. I can see what's going on, and it is a mirror match. A mirror match of what? You'll have to find out with Nova Terra Ren and Dujik One Eye.
Hello and welcome to the arena. I'm Dujik One Eye. I'm here with Novatera Ren. We have an exciting mirror matchup with a lot of cruise missiles in our sights.
Believe it or not, though, checking out these ships on visual inspection, I don't think it's cruises at all from either team. Rapid Heavies seems to be the weapon system of choice from both of these Typhoon fleet issue setups. We have not seen a lot of this. We saw some cruise TFI earlier stages in the tournament, but looks like both of these teams electing to go a little bit away from that here. A lot of the same core from some of those cruise setups coming out from the Deteriorated side, leveraging a Hyena and Vigil for additional application, for example. Hull Control electing to go entirely different there with a Jackdaw and a little bit more ECM.
I think that will teach me for making assumptions and making an ass out of you and me. No, just me, in fact. I think that Hull Control have elected to, let's see, they don't have as many links. I think that might end up making their low end a little bit more susceptible to these rapid heavy missiles.
And immediately Deteriorated are the team that are burning away from the other team, but it does look like they're actually just grouping up at a micro jump unit here. It'll be interesting to see whether they elect to use that to try to get the jump on some critical piece of Hull Control infrastructure. But for the time being, not much damage is applying. It does look like the Mollusk from the Hull Control team at least might have won the damp war there, damping out the Mollusk from Deteriorated, but so far it doesn't matter super much.
I'm interested to see if Wari and the Kitsune and Dread Pirate Rogers can work together to maybe jam out some large and kill a Vigil here. The Vigil and the Hyena are key pieces for Deteriorated in their quest to be able to kill the low end here. They're up against a lot of small ships that normally have a decent defense against missiles. For that reason, they're trading a Deacon for a Hyena immediately. Let's see who goes down first.
Yeah, it's a fast one. The Deacon just does evaporate from the hull control side. Hyena under tons of pressure. They're trying to stabilize, but I think they have their work cut out for them. But potentially here, the superior application from the Deteriorated side coming in clutch, able to pick off multiple low end targets before anything happens to this Hyena, clawing back all of its armor HP now. Absolutely absurd. Kitsune trying to land jams now on the entirety of the top end from Deteriorated, but so far the bleeding has not been stemmed at all.
Yeah, 3 ships out of 1 clip is all you can possibly ask for rapid heavies, and they're doing significant damage to this Vexor as well.
That they are. I wonder whether they will be able to chew through them entirely. Yet they do. Wow, I was thinking that potentially they'd be clipping out in momentarily there, but apparently it was just enough to finish off that Vexor. And yeah, they're still going here. Deacon now under a lot of pressure. Finally, something that it looks like might be able to drop here from the Deteriorated side. Hull Control trying to find any trades, some trades of some variety, but nothing working out so far. And we're seeing all of the not grapples, but webs go off now onto the Typhoon fleet issues. Deteriorated are saying, you're here with us and you cannot leave.
Yeah, as soon as Deteriorated have gotten down Locust or Warrior or Dread, they can get started killing these Typhoon fleets. And being up a clip is a huge advantage in the Typhoon or the Rapid Heavy versus Rapid Heavy trade wars, where you can't really do damage all the time. You are doing damage for a set amount of time, and these distinct windows of high damage, like whoever gets ahead there will win out.
Jackdaw and Kitsune both dropping from hull control as well, unable to leverage the Jackdaw to kill off some of these smaller targets that they very much needed to in order to prevent that bonus application that they're getting out of this low end. We've seen the Jackdaw do an excellent job at that before, but in this case, it was not enough to be able to break through those Deacon reps. And yeah, application has just been so perfect from Deteriorated thus far. Looks like the Deacon is going to be next to go. There will be no Logi left on the hull control side. It might just be a 200-0.
Yeah, with the benefit of hindsight, it is easy for me to say this, but hull control, once they started losing the low end, they had to just switch gears and go for the top end. Like, as soon they immediately lost the first ship in this match, they lost the Deacon. At that point, they probably need to reconfigure their mindset and go for a Typhoon fleet. There are really no other big DPS ships on either side here except for the Typhoon fleets. And if you are taking 1/3 of your opponent's DPS away in chunks, like losing a Deacon can become fine if you are up a Typhoon fleet shortly thereafter.
But still, look at the amount of damage that hull control still had left on field there after losing all of their low end. They nearly break through the Typhoon fleet issue of Reggie Ator at actually the same timing as Richard Howe, but it's just a little bit slower at this point. And it does look like Richard Howe will be dropping first. That is the first Typhoon fleet issue to die here. I wonder whether there's going to be enough missiles left in the clips of Jita and Vladislav to take down this remaining Deteriorated armor hit points on this Typhoon fleet still, but it's not looking like it. Clawing back those armor HP now, that means they have indeed clipped, Deteriorated, crushing through these Typhoon fleet issues of hull controls now.
Yeah, and once you've failed to clip somebody with your full 3 ships, you are not clipping them with 2 on the after the reload. Reggie will be almost full health by the time they have reloaded, and Jita will be dead.
These scrim partners have been bantering in a really friendly way with one another throughout. And believe it or not, Jita asks, "Unhand me, sir. I want to go for a jump," and Deteriorated let go. It does look like they might actually let him go for the Edge of Glory there or take a micro jump unit, but they're still putting a ton of damage into him at the same time. So maybe they're not going to give him that opportunity after all. It was really interesting to see right at the beginning, I think, as well. The entirety of Deteriorated had burned away and then grouped up around that micro jump unit, possibly lulling the whole control team to think that, that they might actually go for that micro jump play. And what we instead saw is they all ended up turning in unison and immediately having a very well crafted target priority. We are seeing the boundaries now. At least it's just this one Typhoon fleet from Vladislav left, and that will end up being it for Hull Control's chances in the tournament. But Deteriorated are still going to have to win another match in order to punch their ticket into the AT prior. And yeah, just a lot of armor buffer to get through now.
I once had somebody ask if they could boundary in a match against us where we had already won, and we all stopped shooting them, and they tried to like line up towards the micro jump beacon, and they were boating over and they were picking up speed. And then they realized they didn't quite know how to use it, and they just overshot it completely. And we ended up killing them instead when they failed to jump. At least in this match, Jita did get a good jump off.
And again, both of these teams so friendly with one another here, very supportive. Their whole controller wishing Deteriorated luck in their next match, and all of the damage has now fallen off as well. So it does look like they might be allowing Vladislav to also go for an Edge of Glory if they do choose to here. We are seeing before dropping into Hull, they are pulling away, all the damage is off, and they are allowed to freely burn away from these ships, just enjoying a little bit more fun for the last couple minutes in the arena here.
Yeah, this was an exciting match for the start. I think that Deteriorated were maybe expecting this mirror in particular. They took way more application in the Hyena and the Vigil in order to win that low end, whereas the extra E-War defensively taken by Hull Control was more in case they were up against something that they needed to defend themselves against. That wasn't a pure mirror match.
The micro jump unit was activated, and they actually got a helpful nudge with one of the ships from Deteriorated, helping the boundary there from the Hull Control Typhoon fleet issue. They do go down. Don't think it's quite a record, but a respectable attempt. And with that, we're going to be passing it back to the analysis desk.
And with that, we have Deteriorated continuing on to play for a slot in the Alliance Tournament 21. Great job to both teams. That was a mirror, but it was not the mirror that we expected. I am joined now by Kevin Grumman and Starfleet Commander Kevin. Welcome to the desk.
Thank you very much.
And Starfleet, welcome. Tell me about those two comps. They had very similar top lines, but different bottom lines. What do you think about that?
I think, well, I'm going to let Kevin talk about the TP stuff because he really wanted to talk about that. But I think this is we obviously the commentators said that they were, training buddies, which was quite clear because they were joking and local about how they scrimmed. But what was the most important thing was the target calling. I think is so important when you come up in a mirror. It wasn't a mirror because obviously the low end was different, but I just do think that Deteriorated executed it so well. They did move back to the jump beacon. They did try and they probably even thought about going for it, I think, and then all turned around and realized that the other team, Hold Control, were moving in. They thought they'll just go in and make the right calls for the targets as well. And well, we can talk about Kevin, the TPs. Like, what do you have to say for that?
Oh yeah,
Well,
please.
so especially for those target painters, we saw that one side brought far more ships that were bonus for target painting than the other, and especially in this matchup where they have very similar DPS levels. Even though one side had more of raw DPS of having a Vexor and a Jackdaw with it, it didn't have the needed application to get the top end to apply the full DPS. You see on your Pytha, you see on your Theory Crafter that, ooh, big number, more per DPS, good. But if you can't apply that, especially to the low end, especially to those deacons, then you can't get the kills that you need. You can't make the progress you need to get the win. And with those target painters, you can get that application and cut through that bottom end and get at the top end eventually.
Absolutely. And that application is probably why they were banning out the Hugin and the Rapier, two ships that could also have brought amazing application and been perhaps a bit more tanky, although, we saw the Hyena and the Vigil live the entire time. It's been a very exciting weekend of spaceships on top of another previous exciting weekend of spaceships. And we've seen all types of things before. Starfleet, is there anything we've seen that has particularly impressed you over these feeders weekends? Oh no, Starfleet, your microphone, it's completely fallen to the mute button.
Oh no,
It's captured
I've,
you.
I've done it. Oh no, I've done it. I was going to say the Seno, but like I think that there's a lot of core comps out there that impress me. I think what impresses me most is when teams just have a commanding understanding of the comp that they're flying, like Deteriorated today. They actually knew what they needed to do, target calling, they got it all sorted out. I think it's not always about the comp for me. It's about how people fly and how the team flies and adapts in situations. I do like a Kingslayer. I really think it's really fun. I do like control comps as well. So like having the visuals and hyenas there is really good. Um, we saw like the last match I commentated last week was like a Seno match, and there was a lot of DPS going around, which was really fun. But I mean, I do love, yeah, I think a Kingslayer for me is kind of like my core as well, and a bit of railgun spam is good fun as well.
Yeah, we did hear, one of the things in the backroom chat is people have been begging us to stop calling just triple Armageddon Navy rapid heavy missile launcher a Kingslayer, and we were told that this was the real Kingslayer. This truly,
Yeah,
with the application bonus and the target painters, was going to be the thing
yeah.
that counted as Kingslayer, so
It is a risk though. Like, bringing rapid heavies is a risk. Like, you would normally think that it would be a cruise comp, more consistent DPS, more range as well. So bringing rapid heavies, you do have to. That's why the target calling is so important because you only have a clip. You've only got a certain amount of DPS to land really fast. And if for example, in that match, if they didn't get the deacon down, they would have to, if they start killing it and it's not dying, at some point they've got to make a decision. Like, do we immediately switch to the Ponti, go for something else immediately, or do we try and focus through to the Deacon? Because if they don't kill it in the clip, then they've got plenty of time now to waste while the other team would be pressuring them.
yeah, it's real tough. And Kevin, you've been doing some scrims with the Eve Rookies group. It's a group that we're not seeing in the tournament, but that has been sort of open practices and letting some people maybe get a chance at seeing what the tournament might be like without having to commit to the whole thing. How has that learning process been with target calling in particular?
Being a part of and leading out that Eve Rookies training team, one of the really advantages that we get is that since we're not in the main team, anybody can join, including people from other teams, including teams that are very, very experienced. So even if I, as captain, wouldn't be a great person at target calling, I could pull on that knowledge of what should we be going for here, or what's good things to hit right now, what's the most important things to get rid of, can we realistically get rid of early on in a match, or what do we get rid of now? All those kinds of questions. Having that established experience in the Alliance tournament and having run these for hours and hours and hours is extremely helpful. It's one of those places where, or especially for newer teams, their target selection is one of the places you can see inexperience. That lack of experience of, I don't know if they've run into this comp at all yet. If they haven't, where do you start on in like a Kingslayer? Or do you try to punch through a T1 Logi? It's not a lot of their points. They can still keep on and having their full clip to DPS you and stuff like that. It's
Yeah,
a
it's a
tricky situation to be in.
real important thing to get a chance to learn. And people, of course, have been learning throughout the feeders. One team that will be learning more, we have Space Violence versus Scary Naval Theory coming up next. These two teams, again, this is our last match that is playing to stay in. After this, we will start finding out who is going to make it into the Alliance tournament and who is going home. So let's take a look at the ban options for these teams. We should be able to see which one, what they've brought here. So we've got the Cenotaph, the Ravy Navy. We've been waiting to see how many of those we're going to see this day, and not this match. The Sleipnir, the Zarmaz, the Eos, the Typhoon Fleet issue, Starfleet. How are you feeling about these bands?
These are quite quite good bands actually. I like these bands because they're quite, the Raven Navy is good, Sleipnir is good, getting a lot of rush out of the way. Zarm is a annoying logistic ship. Cenotaph standard. Eos is good, and obviously Typhoon Fleet issue is obviously a solid ship in a lot of comps. One thing I like to look at is actually the times of how, like, and I think Moderator was doing this a lot earlier on, is like looking at how quickly teams, ban these ships. I think that's such a important part of this. Is like are they confident they're banning or are they waiting? So, for example, the last ban there is what, 3 minutes 45, we've got 52 seconds, 38, 38, 37. So I feel like we're probably going to see definitely an armor comp. I think Armageddon Navy issues still out there, so I think that could be a pretty sure thing that could be on grid. Maybe like a Balgon, potentially, probably not. Or potentially some form of. There's a bunch of battle cruisers still on grid, like Ferrex Navy. So we saw that today. So I think there's still a lot open today for this match.
One thing that really is sticking out to me, at least, is that the EOS ban might have, I think, shaken up scary naval theories and made them need to rejigger their whole thing with looking at that big gap of time for the Typhoon fleet issue ban, and that they might have been thinking, hey, oh, we're going to bring in EOS drone comp. You might be looking more at a Dominic's comp like that, something like
Yeah.
that, with those still open and that lots of options available still.
Yeah, we've got just a few minutes before or moments before we go on grid. Starfleet, who are you putting your channel points on for this one?
I'm going to put my channel points on without looking at what's on grid because I'm not looking at what's on grid yet. I'm being honest.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to go for Space Violence because the last match I commentated with them, they smashed it. So I think we'll go with them.
Yeah, I'll put mine on Scary Naval Theory. I do like a good name mashup, and the name mashup game is strong. We'll see if that can carry them through to the next round. We'll go down to the arena where we have Nova Terra Ren and Dujek One Eye here to bring you the exciting action.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Nova Terran, joined once again by Dujek One Eye for this match between Space Violence and Scary Naval Theory. Scary Naval Theory electing to bring a setup with triple Dominic's core up at the high end, Inquisitors as Logi, and some mid-range Stratios, interestingly enough, as well as Nishimu, Ishtar, Magus, and Ponti for links. What are we seeing from Space Violence?
Space Violence have brought Rush Comp featuring Claymores, and I find that to be weird. As far as I'm aware, the Nighthawk is not banned.
I feel like we actually saw them bring exactly this earlier. It might have been a different team, but the key defining feature that I really remembered about this was this double Tholos on the low end. A really interesting setup. We've seen a lot of other teams favor ships like the Svipul, for example, for a reduced point total, but able to get a lot of raw DPS out of that and good ability to screen on top. But the Tholos is a massive threat as well. While not quite as large as the Cenotaph, it doesn't deal quite as much raw DPS as that Cenotaph against large targets like these Dominixes. They're still very, very good at applying a lot on their own right. And we do see things getting underway now. Svipul's now streaming in towards the Scary Naval Theory core. We do see sentries out now from these Dominixes as well, but so far haven't been able to get much DPS out. As I say that, they're applying into a Claymore, and initial tackles are now landing. It's just going to be a Dominix right from the get-go.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just get some damage off the field, get something that you can actually catch. One of the benefits the Claymores have is their selectable damage type. They will be able to spread out their damage types against the Dominix to limit how great their reactive armor hardener is. And they seem to be holding up against the Dominix. They're trading hit points for hit points, Claymore with Dominix, although the Dominix has a much higher pool, which means that it takes less effort for these Bantams to rep a Claymore than it takes for these Inquisitors, who are dying themselves at the same time to keep this Dominix up. They might lose an Inquisitor and a Dominix at the same time while trading for nothing.
And the other ship that has been completely unmolested on the space violence side is those Tholoses. Sometimes we've seen them die very quickly before they're able to do much of anything with their small size breacher pod launcher. But in this case, they are able to get through any of the Scary Naval Theory ships that they want to and start applying in. I've seen them land tackles here. I've seen them be pushing additional DPS into things like these Inquisitors, now getting breacher pods onto the Pontifexes and the Lynx. Everything starting to fall apart, and still the Dominixes have not yet found a way to trade onto that Claymore. They were the ones who were initially getting some DPS on with the sentries, but for the time being, I believe they're just continuing to try to use those sentries. I think that might have been part of the problem, especially at the point when those Claymores were burning in. Then they were actually going past the sentries, at which point they're just not tracking.
I think if you completely get some stuff shut down, if you have your grapple, your web, and your scram on a claymore, you are probably hitting it with sentries. It might actually come down to what heavy drones they have and the damage types. Claymores are somewhat higher in resists against EM and thermal than they are against kinetic and explosive. Kinetic often being the lower resists for them, and they had some wardens out. If all their heavy drones are Praetors, for instance, they might just not feel confident in being able to break a Claymore in particular, whereas a Nighthawk wouldn't have that problem.
You're totally right on that as well. And I think that something else that the Space Violence team has been leveraging in a really interesting way is this broadsword. Sometimes we see these heavy interdiction cruisers like this be used as sort of a web's replacement in a rush, like if a Loki has been banned out, for example, just to be able to tackle something at an extended range and shut off micro warp drives. But in this case, it's been used as a really synergistic piece there, being able to get that long range scram essentially, while still having the webs from the Loki to be able to do something very similar there. So that's been really interesting to see. And yeah, Tholos still continuing to apply these breacher pods to that mid end. The rest of the top end has pretty much fallen. It's a single Dominix and an Ishtar for the bulk of the DPS. That's left for scary naval theory. I think finally they've launched some so they finally launched some heavy drones, but it took a while there, and these sentries were just not applying well enough. They are getting a lot of damage into this claymore here, but it might be too little too late, and the Logi is still alive in these form of these double bantams, although they've also received a lot of newts at this point, so it's entirely possible that something else might drop for Space Violence.
The Space Violence team has gone for more expensive but higher resist ships, except for their bantams. What you often see is because this is a Kaldari tournament and the Kaldari faction lineup is discounted, you have your Drake Navy, you have your Caracal and Osprey Navy that are just cheaper than the other ships in that category, but they also present weak spots where you don't have those tech 2 resists, where people could pick you apart a little bit. Space Violence has gone for Tholoses that are quite tanky in and of themselves. They can reach over 30,000 HP. Swipples with their defensive mode, hard to take down. Broadswords, Lokis, and Claymores are all top tier tanky ships. They're offsetting the Bantam's weakness in that they are Tech 1 frigate Logi. But these Claymores have tanked so well in this matchup. Homeless Citizen might not die, and they have a Tholos that just disappeared somehow. I was not expecting there to be more kills in this match on the Space Violence side, or like against the Space Violence side, but we are getting to the end where this Ishtar is going to get run down and killed.
Yeah, I was very much expecting that Claymore to drop there. It was under the pressure of not just the Ishtar, but the Dominix there for a little while as well. But the Dominix barely dropped in time for it to stabilize. That's 1% structure right there in that Claymore. That's a lucky ship right there. You paid for the number of points of that ship. You paid 34 points. You will get all 34 points out of it, says Homeless Citizen there. It is just that Ishtar left. It's still a little bit tanky of a ship, but nowhere near tanky enough to measure up against Double Claymore, Loki, Broadsword, Tholos, Svipple, all of which were applying so much damage into that. They do drop, and with that, Space Violence will be getting a chance for a win-in for Alliance Tournament proper.
All right, welcome back to the desk. We have seen the triple Dami comp once more fall to a rush. Starfleet, one of the things that you noticed there was some drone choices in the Dominixes. This is one of those places where you have quite a lot of freedom. What's the right
Yeah.
answer?
Well, I was sat there and I was thinking. Well, I first checked and it was the Dommy team that banned the Sleipnir, and I was like, okay, so you ban the Sleipnir, you bring a Dommy comp. You're probably expecting that. They're not going to bring any Minmatar comps. And I was like, what sort of drone composition do you bring? Because in that match they dropped bouncers and some wardens as well, and then they started burning away. And so I was a bit like, well, they're going to get on top of you as we saw, and they're going to kind of they're not going to track very well. Like, bouncers obviously do explosive damage, and the wardens do kinetic. So in terms of damage profile, the best options they have. But I was trying to think like, what other drones do they have in there in their hangar? Did they have curators and were they banned the Sleipnir because they want to have curators which can track more, have a better range, and do a bit more damage, but obviously are hitting into the resist profile of the Sleipnir and probably didn't expect them to actually bring claymores. And I was just thinking, maybe this wasn't actually the right comp to bring overall. Maybe it shouldn't. I don't think it should have been a drone comp they should have brought. I think it should have been something like maybe some other form of battle cruiser comp. I think, but I think that I think they kind of pushed themselves back into a corner, bringing sentries inherently in this comp, basically.
Yeah, if you were going to have to fight a rush, what category of comp would you like to be in?
I mean, I think you could do some form of control comp. And a bunch of the comps you saw earlier today, the Typhoon Fleet actually was banned in this comp, which is quite good at dealing with those sort of things. But I think you could bring some form of armor control comp as well. You could do a kiting comp as well, and just basically control them from range with webs and stuff. The hugging, so the hugging was open as well, so there's a lot of control that can be used. I think that they probably just misread their own bans and just thought we'll bring a dummy comp. We can project with that. We can use the dummies to newt and stuff. But obviously the claimers don't really care about that. And I think that they probably should have brought some form of maybe a more control-y comp without drones, basically.
Quite likely, yeah. And speaking of the claymores, we've seen a lot of triple battle cruiser lines in rush comps lately. Missile rush, you have two options. You have the claymore or the nighthawk. Kevin, which one should you bring?
So it's a difficult question to answer since if you look at the Claymore, it has less EHP than a Nighthawk does. It just has less meat to chew through to be able to break it. Which, if you're looking at the rush comp, you're thinking about EHP to DPS. How much do you get? How much EHP do you get per DPS? The and the Claymore is worse at that. It doesn't tank as much. But the thing is that you get the advantage that your DPS isn't pigeonholed into just kinetic like the Nighthawk is. It gets a flat bonus, but it gets a bigger bonus to just kinetic damage. So especially if you're looking to go into an armor comp that it has the reactive armor hardeners that will adjust as they take the damage. If you're just shooting kinetic, then they get to adjust all the way up that they get tons of EHP into just you. And the other thing is that the Nighthawk, even though it does more damage, is significantly slower than a Claymore. So the Claymore can actually get on top of stuff and get its damage in a lot quicker than you can with a Nighthawk. Which, if you're looking at, especially if you're expecting a lot of tackle, things that are going to screen you, that Nighthawk might not ever get into do DPS, and we've seen that today, with Nighthawks getting scrammed back and then just never doing damage the whole round through. But the Claymore being faster, that's less likely to happen. You also get bonuses to your skirmish links so that you can get it in faster, even in better for it. And so that's why you might see people going with the Claymore over or the Nighthawk.
It's definitely a tough choice between the two, and honestly, the right answer might be to mix and match. This is something that we have not seen a ton of. Now, previously, it used to be that if you brought multiple copies of a ship, the second copy of the ship cost more, and the third copy of the ship cost even more. You made the whole points inflation thing. That isn't happening this tournament, and so we've seen people maybe overcorrect a little bit into, "Oh, I can bring triple Nighthawk, I can bring triple Claymore." Fact is, folks, you can bring 2 Nighthawk, 1 Claymore, 1 Nighthawk, 2 Claymore, you can mix it up. Starfleet.
I think that you should bring all of one though. And I was just looking at that graph, at the Nighthawk graph, and I was like, it's really fascinating how like the Nighthawk itself was actually not used at all before like really 4 years ago. And in one tournament like 4 years ago, it was like 58 times it was like used or something. It shows that the Nighthawk clearly like the ham meta like really came to like apparent like 4 years ago specifically for the Nighthawk. Everyone just sort of used it. But I think that if you bring a comp. Like mixing and matching can work. I don't think in command destroyers, command battle cruisers like battle cruisers and stuff. I don't think it kind of works, especially for like Nighthawks and Claymores. I think you could do it with some of the T1 stuff and the faction things. And I don't know if Kevin, you have a different idea, but like maybe the lower end ships. I think you can mix and match. I definitely think in the higher end, it's better to just kind of stick to the same thing.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, especially because you don't know what you're flying into. You don't know if you're about to fly into like a double Blackbird setup. And those Blackbirds are going to have maybe one of each jam.
Yeah,
And if you've brought all Minmatar, two of the jams are effective against you. If you bring in a little bit of Minmatar, a little Kaldari, a little Galente, it suddenly of those four jams that each Blackbird has, three of them are effective, and they have six good jams against you instead of two. So it might
that,
be worth that little bit of it less raw EHP and DPS, but you get better or other advantages and like that resistance to EWAR or and control comps.
yeah, that's a good point because a lot of I remember years and years ago when we were theory crafting comps and stuff, we'd actually try and theory craft a comp all with the same race of ship for that specific purpose. Like, we'd all have Caldari ships to make it so if the other team did bring ECM, it meant that they'll be using a lot of off jams, which have a big impact as well on a match.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to be a little bit careful because, of course, if the other team knows that you stack up on one race and they know what you're stacking up on, then you can get yourself in a whole load of trouble. There's nothing like loading grid with in a Blackbird and where you have gotten the soul read. You've got all Amar jams against the pure Pravi comp ship, and you're just sitting pretty like, oh man, they are going to be flipping tables, banging their hands on the keyboard. This is the end of them. So we are in the last three matches of the day today, and these last three matches are going to be the most exciting because these last three matches are the last three opportunities for teams to make it into the Alliance tournament. Now, as a perhaps trade-off for the deep skins run that these teams have been on, they've played many more matches than the teams that went 2-0. They are going to be seeded to fly against Platinum Sensitivity, Truth Honor Light, and the Tuskers. So good
Okay.
luck, folks. Um, it's
Okay.
there are no easy brackets in the Alliance tournament, but yours are some of the less easy. But the first teams that will be playing for this are No Vacancies versus Minmatar Fleet Alliance. So for the last time today, we'll take a look at the historical bans for these two teams and see what they have banned before. Minmatar Fleet Alliance, again, they have a fairly standard set of bans, but No Vacancies. They're a bit more varied. Starfleet, does anything jump out at you about these?
I think, I mean, yeah, Minmatar doing the Cinepath. I actually like no vacancies bands. I actually think that they're a bit more like they rescale the Loki, which is a solid ship. Armageddon Navy issue really good. High and Magus, Ponty. They're banning a lot of maybe not bad. I don't know about that, but like the rest of the ships are like really solid as well. Obviously, Minmatar fleet, Centerpass, Carey, Zarmzad's good. Maulus, Loki, Scimitar. So both teams, well, Minmatar not banning battleship like at all. So that means that they're not really too bothered about that, or they bring them themselves. But I think their vacancies are going for more like a lot more control. Just looking at both things because like Loki, Hyena, and then I do like a Ponty and Magus band though. I think it's quite good sometimes.
Yeah, let's take a look
The
at
one,
what oh, sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
no, go for it, Ali.
I was just gonna say, let's take a look what actually got banned, because we can speculate, we can try and see through the veil, but the actual bans here are from a previous match. All right, let's give it up, folks, for the copy paste and the graphics. I was going to say I'm very surprised we're not seeing Golem banned because last match we saw Minmatar Fleet Alliance win with a 9-player Golem Tinker, and if I am No Vacancies, I'm looking at that. I'm saying, all right, if they cannot find a 10th person to show up, I'm sure they are at everyone pinging on Discord like, do you have a Thunderdome account? Please log in, be the 10th person so that we don't have to run this again because they've had a whole couple hours to study that and plan it. And it's still not here. All right, all right. The I believe a rat has run off with the Minmatar Fleet Alliance bands. It has
They've
stashed it
taken
in
them.
its hole. It has hidden it from the casters. It has hidden
God,
it
this
from
team,
sight.
like,
All
they keep
the
banning the same
bands are
stuff.
cloaked. All right, so both teams landing on grid. Starfleet, where are you putting your channel points?
I'm gonna go for no vacancies. That's what I'm gonna
All
go
right,
for.
Kevin,
Okay,
Kevin, real
okay.
quick. Some
I'm
other random
I'm
bands.
putting
You
them
can think
I'm
about these
putting
No,
them
no,
bands.
on
no.
Fleet because I
No,
like them
no.
more.
All right. So, folks, we are putting our channel points on Bay Art J's Control C and Control V. But first, we are going to have to spend some time looking at these. Our commentators are going to spend some time looking at these and give production some time to sort this out. So, with no further ado, we are sending it to the arena for this very exciting win and in match with Novatera Ren and Dujek One Eye.
I believe that we might not be able to hear Dujek, but joining me in the arena is Dujek One Eye for this match between No Vacancies and Minmatar Fleet Alliance. Minmatar Fleet showing up yet again with something very unexpected. Last time it was the Golems, this time Flempists. Triple Tempest Fleet issue on that top end there. Really interesting setup, going against something that we've seen a lot more in older Alliance tournaments. Looks like more of an Octo setup. Of course, you're no longer able to bring that many medium guns, but still a lot of them here. Double Astarte, Oniros as Logi. Looking pretty solid.
I think Minmatar Fleet Alliance deserves some kudos for bringing Tempest Fleet issues. It just makes sense for them to do so. Tempest Fleet issues are reasonably fast. They have some good heavy newts, and they're going to have to use that Ashimu to get particular ships locked down to get the heavy newts on top and just have the benefit of both slowing down and stopping the DPS of the ships that they can catch.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one yet again. I think it was kind of cool to see as well. They have fielded rather a full 10-man setup. They were previously only at 9 when they had that triple golem, so maybe their success in that match was enough to excite them about this one and have a couple more people showing up to help them try to make do. But it does look like the first victim here is likely to be this hyena from Fleet. Although they are clawing back a lot of armor HP now, it makes sense. Potentially a little bit slow off the mark, meaning that No Vacancies will do a great job of applying DPS into it with those medium guns at extended range. But now that the Hyena has picked up transversal, it's a lot harder to hit.
Yeah, we are looking at the Brutix Navy of Babel, maybe, as one of the people who might get caught early, or the Exec Navy of Nikita. I think that trying to go for something quite as fast as an Exec Navy when you have somewhat ponderous ships like the Tempest fleets, fast for battleships but slow overall, is a bit of a trap. They should focus on getting the Astartes and the Brutix Navy down with that Ashimu, who is taking a lot of damage now. I like the idea of the target calling onto the Hyena and the Ashimu. If both of those are down, this becomes just a pure kite matchup that I don't think is going to be all that difficult.
No, I mean, in comparison to some of their shield counterparts, sometimes these ships from the No Vacancies side, it can look a little bit slow, but realistically, they are the faster team by all metrics here on grid. Although Brutix Navy issue was tackled down, it took a while for Minmatar Fleet to be able to get over to it. Those Tempest Fleet issues, as you mentioned, were indeed ponderously slow, and that Ashimu as well was a little bit late to get over there. But now, at least finding a target that they can put the brunt of their DPS into, and it should be really high at the close ranges once those Tempest fleets are there. I think the main problem for them is that even if they trade well here, I could imagine that No Vacancies are going to be able to trade well back. And again, if they are able to take down that Ashimu and Hyena, subsequent catches are going to be harder and harder. But it does look like it is Minmatar Fleet who will take first blood here, getting that Navy Brutix down.
Yeah, for Minmatar Fleet Alliance, getting the critical mass of damage off the Novak team is going to be important to keep their Deacons, their Lynx alive. It turns out that if you kill enough of the damage, you're going to run out of the ability to kill the slightly harder to hit but less tanked ships. And once those Deacons aren't dying anymore, the Minmatar Fleet Alliance can try to just get enough big stuff to win on points. On the low end of this, you have a double Maulus versus single Maulus damp war that the single Maulus is currently doing quite well in. The Molluses on the Novak side are going to have to spend the boundary
boundary.
violation of Bed the Boss.
Yeah, massive boundary there, losing the logistics for no vacancies. I was going to say they did a good job of finding a kill on the hyena, but it's nowhere near worth it when you're potentially losing a logistics ship for no reason there. The boundary is a massive, brutal blow to no vacancies chances, and now the chances of them getting to a long game are not going to look so good. Astarte now being tackled down as well. Without that Oneros, they're unable to hold at all. These Flempists are applying it perfectly fine once they can lock anything down. And at this point, I'm looking at the points total already, realizing that these Tempest fleet issues likely have reactive armor hardeners, at which point it's only rail ships that are going to be applying into them. So realistically, I'm imagining they'll be able to survive forever.
Yeah, I don't see much effort in surviving here. Like, they are only going to lose if they don't catch anything, but they lose so much of their low end that they lose on points, I think. Maybe if they'd like done very badly at the start. One of the reasons why this match was so slow to like get ramped up is because the Molluses on the Novak side are able to effectively damp out the Ashamu and the Hyena before it died from being able to leverage having long range webs by also not being able to pre-lock and then be in lock range of the stuff that they were trying to get webbed down. Electroshock in the Exec Navy is taking good damage, and that seems to be the main danger on the field at the moment.
Yeah, the only real way that no vacancies was going to be able to take this one down was preventing additional ships from getting tackles on them and finding ways to just stay away from these Tempest fleet issues. But they were unable to take down that Ashamu. They got the Hyena, that was part one, but they needed to be able to take down the Ashamu as well. And at this point, the Ashimu are just repeatedly putting these extended range webs onto things and then slowly watching a Tempest fleet issue make its way over and essentially guarantee the death of whatever it does take down. Looks like the single Mollusk for Minmatar fleet as well had a bunch of damps on all of the low end for a brief second there from no vacancies. But yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful takedown now. It's just I wonder how this would have gone if the Oneros had been able to stick around. I do believe the Oneros pilot as well is the captain from the No Vacancies team, so undoubtedly kicking themselves for that. The Astarte now of Roderick is the next thing that will be falling for No Vacancies. Yeah, the decisive taking down of this team from Minmatar fleet.
Yeah, Roderick got clipped by a newt there that slowed him down enough to get some webs and grapples onto him. One of the, like, the Tempest fleets do a lot of damage, but they do not do all that much damage unless they're very up close and personal. And they're also not perfectly hitting all the time here. So, like, with an Aneros alive, even a caught Astarte is going to slow Minmatar Fleet Alliance down a little bit as they have to chew through them with reps up, but there just weren't any reps in this match. And Minmatar Fleet Alliance cannot do anything to lose this unless they purposefully boundary their entire team.
Yeah, and I very much doubt that they will be doing that. Minmatar Fleet Alliance are going to be qualifying themselves for the Alliance tournament with this one. Tell me, Dujek, did you have it on your bingo card that Minmatar Fleet would first be bringing triple Golem, Tinker, Undermanned, and then win, and then follow it up with triple Flempist?
I would say that the Flempists are more likely just because it's excellent branding. I give all my kudos to Minmatar Fleet Alliance for winning with the coolest ship available to them in their personal arsenal. Though I love golems. Like, golem comps used to be purposefully run undermanned around the times when, or not only golems, but like small tinker setups. I don't think that you're always at the most disadvantage from doing so. In their case, they made it work. Good on them. I'm very much looking forward to what they bring against one of the top 3 teams of the tournament from last year when they get into the tournament now.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a difficult ask, but hey, maybe they can do it. They've surprised us today. I wonder if No Vacancies was sort of gambling that Minmatar fleet might bring a triple golem setup again. I can tell you personally, I've been on the receiving end, flying Tinker into sort of an octo setup, and you're just not able to apply anything, especially when these medium gun spam ships take down your low end. Anyways, Minmatar Fleet Alliance taking this one down very handily. Well done to them. And with that, we're going to be sending it back to the analysis desk.
All right, welcome back. I am the mayor of Hot Take City. I came in Friday with nothing but a dream saying Minmatar Fleet Alliance into the Alliance Tournament. And you know what? Minmatar Fleet Alliance into the Alliance Tournament. It has been a wild road to get them there. They last year went 0 and 400, killing not even a single ship. This year, they've killed more than one, and they will have the opportunity to kill even more in October. So my apologies to any Minmatar Fleet Alliance pilots who are hoping that they might get to do something that is not scrim, but get back to the gulag, get cooking, and come back. So, Kevin, you noticed something about the Minmatar Fleet Alliance logistics in that fight compared to the previous one they were in. So, why don't you tell us about that?
So the last time we saw these deacons for Minmatar Fleet Alliance, when they were flying in an Armageddon Navy shoot those triple battleships, one of the weaknesses of Deacon Logi and Frigate Logi in general is that they have very short range. So you get like 10 kilometers optimal and 30 fall off. Very short range. So you're going to need to be positioning perfectly the whole time. It's key to these compositions to position well. And in the last time, they just were never where they needed to be. And because of that, they lost critical elements of their fleet and they couldn't keep in they lost too much and they couldn't stay alive. But this time, those Logi were right where they needed to be. Whenever something was getting shot, they were in position to send it reps and keep it on grid. And because of that, they were able to keep up the elements that they needed, that Ashamu and that Hyena, long enough to break the critical as against them and break that DPS and let them stay in the match for all the time that they needed to get into a brawl with these short range battleships. It was an amazing performance.
Yeah, great job to them. And Starfleet, the other team, they showed up with a railgun setup. Talk us through how that went.
It's a tough comp to fly. You know, you have to kite around. I think they did well kiting. I think obviously at some point, I think Babel was the first Brutix Navy to get tackled. I do think you're going to get something's going to get tackled at some point. Like all you can do is try and get some of the lower end ships down as fast as possible. They tried to go for the Hyena. He wasn't breaking. I do think it was a good call to go for him. Like you have to make that choice quite quickly when you get into the arena. There's a bunch of ships they could go for. Like the Ponty is a good choice as well to get links down as well. But it is a race against time with these rail comps. Like you do have a limited amount of time, especially against a Fleet Tempest comp, which is just going to be chasing you the whole time and catching you one at a time. Obviously, we did see the Logi boundary, which was basically sealed the fate for No Vacancies. Like, I do think if the Logi didn't boundary, and we're not too sure if he DC'd or if he just flew out the arena, I'm not sure. If they still had the Oneros, because they had a lot of projection reps, obviously, on No Vacancies side, they can project their reps really far, unlike Minmatar Fleet Alliance, they've got to keep together as a unit. I do think they could have potentially got through the lower end, but they still how the question would be is like even if they got through everything, so they killed the Ponti, the Magus, the Shimu, like everything. How much have they lost by that point? And can they then can they kill the Fleet Tempest? That's where I'm not too sure.
It's really tough, yeah, and we have heard that the logistics pilot disconnected.
Ah,
Having watched the replay, it makes a lot of sense. You can see if you, with that knowledge, go watch Bedabaw's position. You can see him just like gliding straight at the boundary, and usually, if when you get close, you start to see this like bubble of red that
yeah.
tells you danger, danger. And I did not even see the hint of a attempt to e-brake there. So we've got a little bit of time before our next match. Once again, these are matches that are taking us into the Alliance tournament. So we have two more slots in the Alliance tournament to go. Uh, we've got some ship balance changes coming up. We've talked about some ships that we might see more. Kevin, based on the CCP Kestrel changes, what ships do you think we're going to see less of?
Honestly, I think we will see less of the Cenotaph. But notably in feeders, a lot of the meta is around Rush. And we see a lot less of Rush in finals in general. And Cenotaph is probably the strongest Rush ship in the current meta, bar all. So I think that we'll see it less in general because of that, but without one of its low slots, it's harder to fit it in the ways you want to, where you can't fit guns and a solid tank anymore. Or I would need to get some solid info on that, but it's just trickier to fit it. And so it won't be quite as this just rock hard brick half the time that everything's shooting it and it just tanks and keeps moving forward. And it won't have that same ability to be a gunship at the same time it is that at brick. And I think between those two things of it not being in feeders anymore and the low slot, we'll see a lot less of it.
Yeah, Starfleet, do you agree with that, or is there another ship that you'd pick for the
I,
least?
I think I'd pick for a ship for being seen more of. I think.
Ah,
Um, I think that the Sweeple is getting some extra speed boost, extra damage, and a new defense mode bonus, right? Remote rep. I think the Sweeple is the biggest, is a huge buff. It will be, it's already good. It's just gonna be better. That's basically it. So I think we'll see definitely more of that. Confessor, same sort of thing as well. I think we might see a bit more of that, but I definitely think the Sweeple's better. I think stuff that we'll see less of. Yeah, definitely what Kevin said is that's the biggest standout one. Um, Obviously the Ferrex Navy issues got reduced tracking and damage bonus, and reduced fitting, increased active tank bonus. So we'll probably see less of that as well. But I think everything else, I don't. There is the Maelstrom. I don't know if we're going to see more of that. Personally, I don't know if
I
Kevin.
don't know. Whole
I don't
control
know. I
wants us
don't know.
to believe.
I'd say I don't know. It's not enough. I don't. I don't know. I'm gonna say no. That's my. I don't think so. There's better battleships on the table than the Maelstrom, in my opinion. So
That makes sense. I mean, we don't, we heard is it's going to become more of a shield Hyperion, and we've seen Hyperions, but very rarely. Of course, in the Alliance tournament, you can still bring Navy battleships. You can bring potentially Tech 2 battleships. I don't think anything's going to be unseating the Typhoon Fleet issue and the Armageddon Navy issue anytime soon, unless some of these other rumored changes to modules or armor tanking or stuff like that might affect those ships. We'll have to see. Um,
Mm.
that said, we are coming up on this next match, Critical Mass versus Punishing Grey Raven. Both teams fighting for their last slot in the Alliance tournament. Both teams have been playing very well this weekend, but they've banned some ships, so we'll take a look at those bans. And here we go. Starfleet, can you walk us through these?
we've got Armageddon Navy issue Kieran Bassi, Zamzad, Seno, Slepnir again. Slepnir again, free Logis as well. So clearly, punishing grade. Don't want to see some shield Logi, but obviously Simi's still on the table, which is I in my opinion is the better of the two in terms of the Basilisk and the Scimitar. I think the Simi is more all rounder, stronger Logi. Kieran as well. That's a good little one. But I think yeah, they're focusing on shield. Again, trying to get rid of the shield rush. But then why they ban the Bassi and the Sleipnir together? Wouldn't you ban the Scimitar instead of the Bassi? Well, what do you think, Kevin? Wouldn't you ban the Simi instead of the Bassi for the Slep ban?
If you are afraid of a shield like HM Kite, especially, then I think you'd ban Scimitar. But if
Yeah.
you're afraid of a rush, I think you ban Basilisk. And that lines up with the Sleipnir. All of these seem to be targeting rush columns. So I'm curious to see what is so terrified of a rush comp, because as I don't think I've mentioned it yet, but you see rush so often in feeders because they're easy to execute.
Yeah.
So if your comp loses to a rush, it's not a very good comp, in my opinion, anyways. So if you're spending all of your bans on it, what are you bringing?
But hams are still open. Like all of the hams are still open. You just bring the Scimitar. So you've got the rush comp right there. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't. I feel that the Bassi is a bit of an odd ban for me. I think.
We have seen them more this tournament than we have in previous tournaments. Some of the Tech 2 logistics changes have really improved the fate of the Basilisk, which used to be just 100% worse to bring than the Scimitar. But we do have both teams on grid. The teams have listened to Starfleet Commander and remembered that hams are available. For more on that, we
Yeah,
will go to Novatera Ren and Dujek One Eye to take us through this match.
Hello and welcome to the arena. I'm Dujek One Eye. I am here with Novatera Ren, and I think we have some idea of why they banned the Basilisk, but they are still getting rushed.
Yeah, they definitely are getting rushed, this time in a triple Nighthawk configuration. There is a Scimitar there for Logi, which I'm assuming is about to eat a ton of damps from these two Keroses that Punishing Grey Raven are spending a grand total of 24 points on their low end. The rush is supplemented by some Caracal Navies, triple Sweeple. We've seen that ship be used to really good effect thus far, and a Caracal. But I can imagine as well, Punishing Grey Raven are or they're going to get a few seconds, I think at least, before that Scimitar gets into the rest of their team, before they damp it out, or they're going to damp it out to next to nothing for lock range. So they are going to have some chances to take out some stuff right away.
Yeah, they really need to get these Sweeples down. They are not too worried about being caught by Nighthawks. Nighthawks not the fastest ship. They need to just get away the stuff that has the scrams that will catch them and tie them down immediately. Once they are fully caught up to by Nighthawks, they will die.
Yeah, indeed. The Scimitar does indeed get damped down right away, and immediately Svipple does go down. That does prevent those tackles from landing for a little while there. And so far, doing a great job of kiting away is Punishing Grey Raven. They've went out to a micro jump unit. They're not going to use it though. They're instead going to hit towards the edge of the arena and then start kiting away. It looks like they are doing a pretty good job of breaking away now. There are some initial tackles finally landing. It will be on the Prophecy Navy of Kit Kats, but still, so far, trades are really good for them.
Yeah, I think that Scimitar probably needed to go in and just potentially eat the damage. Like, losing all the Swipples here is going to make it much harder to tackle stuff. The Caracals and the Caracal Navies probably have some tackle mods for themselves as well. They're going to be the last or the next thing to go. The Nighthawks, you can just kite them indefinitely, especially as you have better links to keep the Starday, like the Starday keeping its team going fast. And lastly, the Starday is not going to die to Nighthawks that easily with Rodiva reps, given that it has a really high kinetic resistance and the Rodiva will spool up forever. Kit Kat in the Prophecy Navy issue here is also caught, but isn't dying as fast as Punishing Grey Raven, no, as Critical Mass was hoping for.
No, definitely not. And it definitely did not help Critical Mass there that they had lost so many ships from the low end. You were talking about reps, and speaking of reps, finally the very first reps from the Critical Mass team have landed. The Scimitar took so long to burn over towards the rest of their team. I know there's that tendency to want to keep the Simi away from the potential DPS. They do actually die via a boundary there. They were taking a ton of damage anyway, so didn't matter too much. They were about to evaporate anyway, but still, you don't want to be boundarying. But in that case, it was a situation where they were damped to nothing. They were completely unable to leverage any of that logistics power that the Scimitar can provide to keep up these lower end of ships. They just needed it to drive straight into the meat grinder and at least be able to provide some value while they could. Now the question is it way too late for Critical Mass?
Yeah, not to be outdone by Novak in terms of boundarying their Logi. I think that once the Caracal Navy issue is down, there will be a massive problem for Critical Mass to catch anything at all. And they will have to be point blank range to tackle something, because some of these Nighthawks are also going to be incredibly damped on their way to getting tackle for themselves.
And Punishing Grey Raven is also a team that has a lot of tournament experience here. And I've noticed as well, they've been flying this one really, really well. They were kiting away mostly as a very cohesive group all together until they started getting caught, at which point they very much just abandoned, left that thing to die. It was, provide reps where they could, but once it breaks, they know it's going to break at some point, right? It's a ham rush. It deals a lot of DPS, and you're not going to be able to survive entirely. But as long as you keep the rest of your ships away away, then you will be able to trade out better. And yeah, still continuing to leverage any advantage that they have. They're not letting up whatsoever. It's looking really good for them. Although I have to say, of course, these carries rather are going to be a lot less useful now at this point.
When it comes to picking a comp, I think that punishing Grey Raven's bans make sense in this context. They picked some stuff that would make sense for them. They did, assuming that this was the master plan all along, they got rid of Sleipnirs because the Minmatar version of the rush is much faster and it's much more likely to catch people. But for myself, when I'm deciding whether or not I want to rush, one of my big, like, what I really hate is being kited to death when I rush. And the best tool to not get kited to death when you rush is the Loki, which is not banned in this match. I just do not understand why Critical Mass did not go for a Loki. They could still have taken Scalpels to rep it, even though Scalpels would naturally be very squishy against a mostly Railgun team. But Lokis are faster than anything Punishing Grey Raven has of their top end, and they can web up past 40 kilometers. It would have been amazing for them.
No, I agree. I think there's a couple other ships they could have potentially taken for a similar role as well, even if that wasn't necessarily webs, but something like a broadsword or an onyx, even to try to land tackle at longer ranges, definitely might have helped them get onto an initial target. It does seem that Punishing Grey Raven have finally chewed their way through the massive shield buffer of the first Nighthawk here of Arst, who does now fall. Yeah, I mean, still Critical Mass unable to actually apply to any of these ships from Punishing Grey Raven. Yeah, I think this one's pretty much, all over but for the crying.
One of the things that our viewers at home might not realize, well, if they've watched this entire cast, they might have noticed, but there's a very short amount of time between matches for these last teams. Like, the teams who are flying in this last section of the tournament have only had an hour and a half roughly turnover between their last match, and is going to increase the stress level both for piloting and for like making a quick decision for what comps you bring.
One of the pilots from Critical Mass does choose to boundary rather than force us to sit here for an extended period of time. However, I do believe the other one is actually micro jumping back into the thick of things, potentially wanting to brawl it out for their final moments if they're able to, but still does not look like they're actually going to be able to get into effective range for their own ham missiles at this point. How do you feel about the Rodiva, Dujek?
I quite like the Rodiva. It's good in the mirror matchup for medium guns versus medium guns. It's one of the ships that you often see banned, especially in these feeders. It's been banned a whole lot. It has a weakness in terms of spreading out reps on multiple targets, which means that the carries on the team of the Rodiva need to stay close by for them to receive reps from small regular armor reppers. But the Mutaplasmid repper on the Rodiva will keep a battle cruiser up against a lot more punishment than it would normally be able to take once it's spooled up.
I'm seeing now the Rediva is also actually putting reps onto this Nighthawk. I thought for a moment there they were going to go for the micro jump play to try to get a boundary record or something, but no, it looks like they're now using it to go again back into the thick of things. And conveniently for him, it does prevent tackle from landing for a little while longer. Still, yeah, I guess they're enjoying playing with their food. Is Punishing Grey Raven at this point. But yeah, the drones keep getting over first, so he is still getting it chunked bit by bit. These medium guns as well, still applying at pretty long range. He's finally into armor and won't be here for much longer.
In the regular tournament where it takes place on Tranquility, playing with your food has another practical purpose. You get to loot the field and take your opponent's mods, especially if there's a flagship involved. That could be the difference between hundreds of billions or not.
Although, yeah, that is true. In this case, though, it being the feeders and on Thunderdome, that will not be a relevant thing for them. They can just spawn those things as needed anyway. And the Nighthawk does finally drop here. And with this one glorious explosion, that'll be it for Critical Mass. Congrats to Punishing Grey Raven for making their way into the AT proper. And with that, we're passing it back over to our analysts.
Welcome back to the desk. And with that, Punishing Grey Raven are the second winners of the last chance bracket. They'll be heading into the Alliance Tournament. Again, not at perhaps the most favorable seating, but into the tournament is way better than not. Kevin, tell me about that matchup.
So I mentioned a little while ago, Claymores versus Nighthawk. And we saw the decision that Nighthawks, they think better. Nighthawks better. We got 3 Zwipples, we can get tackle on. It doesn't matter that they're significantly slower, or we'll just get on them and then turn them to dust, right? And we see those Zwipples running forwards, getting tackle on something, everything crashes onto it, it gets dipped really low, and then the armor hardener is spooled, the Rodiva is spooled, and the Prophecy Navy holds for like 3 minutes under the full weight of an entire rush comp, because a lot of your DPS is just kinetic, and the armor hardener has reacted, and it's blocking you off.
Exactly, exactly. And speaking of those Swipples, Starfleet, you wanted to tell us something about those.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when critical mass come on grid against this comp, they know they got the enemy team's got 2 carries. The logic. I used to be a logic pilot for years for my team, and if I saw 2 carries on the other side, I'm like, I'm not gonna lock anything ever. Like, basically, the whole match. My best bet is to go in with the team. Basically, I have to go in with the team and either draw the attention of the other team on me, and then probably burn away or try and mitigate damage, use my ASB and try and survive as long as possible and give the Sveeples as much freedom as possible to go and tackle things. Make me the main priority target, burn away, waste time. Or you go in, and one thing that Sveeples can do is either depends how the damps land as well, because we see it sometimes in some matches when one people gets targeted, they might pull off as well, move away, move back to the scimitar, get reps or something, come back in. But I think in this match specifically, because the amount of damps that were just on the simi, I think at the beginning, like he has to go in and make it so he is protecting his feeples because they will probably go for him, and in that time they can try and get some tackle. But I do think this is such an uphill battle for the critical mass team, especially the Steeples as well. Like it's super hard to like get anything locked down because you don't have reps. You're going to die really quickly as well. So I think it's a super hard match. But we were talking. Obviously, Loki wasn't banned. So that
Yeah,
could have
what about
been,
that?
yeah, and the Loki wasn't banned, and that could have been that could have been a saving grace ship if they had that on their team. Obviously, they had the carries as well to damp it down, but then that would have made the Cine may be able to lock something if the damps were spread a bit more to Loki. They had more targets to worry about. Because obviously, when punishing Grey Raven came on grid, they were like, "Oh, brilliant! We'll just damp the scimitar down to 0, and anything comes to us, we'll just kill it." But if they had a Loki, maybe they could have spread those damps a bit more, made it a bit less punny for the scimitar, and let the scimitar actually do its job.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been in the logistics in that slot, and you really, like you say, you just have to ram in with the rest of your team. Tell the rest of the team you're going because you're probably going to die, but at least you can get in and at least you can get some reps off. Kevin, how did you feel about the flying from the Punishing Grey Ravens team there?
I think that the flight profile there was excellent. That they used every strength that these medium gun span and compositions have to excellent effect. One of the very strongest things about these medium gun spans is that they have excellent application, especially at the very beginning of the match. And that's when you want to be getting rid of all of those tackle swipples. That it worked in perfect conjunction with those Kiris to push away reps and just shred that low end. And that's where that lack of a Loki that we are like, it wasn't banded, they didn't bring it because the Loki is tanky. The Zwipples are not. The Zwipples just get turned to dust in seconds, but the Loki can face tank all that DPS and still provide a tackle. Well, but recognizing that and failing, that there isn't that tanky tackle platform, that they can just cut through all of the light tackle and leave these heavy ships that will never catch them. That they have the links they need, they have the rapid deployment, they can just run away forever once those Vipples are gone. And those Vipples can't stay alive because you have 2 carries to turn off a Scimitar.
Yeah, they did a really good job of using their tournament experience, their tournament awareness to make the correct decisions in that match. In terms of tournament experiences, this is not our last match of the day. In fact, we have one more match, but we are going to be sitting here and yapping for a while before that one more match because we have hit the part of the tournament where teams are going from one match into the next. Starfleet, you've been there before. What is that like?
Yes, I mean, playing in a finals day for the tournament, Alliance Tournament, playing multiple matches in a row after each other is really stressful. And I've been there with Ferenc and Annie, and Ferenc will be a commentator. Obviously, this year he's been commentating this year, and he'll be in Iceland as well with me. And I've been in the room with them doing the bands, going to a match, coming out of the match, and immediately doing bands. Literally within, in fact, they actually convo you immediately after you get out, and you start doing bands again and you start panicking, getting people into ships and stuff, and it's super fast. Everything's stressful. You're making sure you've got the players ready, everyone's here. Everyone's got the right mods, the right implants, and things. So I do have a lot of sympathy for the teams having to play multiple matches in a row after each other.
It's definitely
Especially in
something.
this one. Yeah, especially with this one where instead of doing the blind bands where you don't need to pay attention to what the heck they're doing until you've gotten the bands in. But here with the draft bands, where you need to be immediately thinking like, okay, they've said in this band, I need to think about what's going to come next. That the band process is much more intensive than it has been in previous years.
That's
I love this.
absolutely
I
true.
love this. I love the way it is now. I think it's much more exciting. Like I've seen how it works as well. Like how I've tested it how it works. Like on as a captain, I think it's much more engaging as well. It's more stressful, like for sure, because before you just sort of send your bands off and then it's just like here are all the bands. I think this way adds a lot more mind games into the whole situation, and
So
that's really fun as well.
I gotta ask, is it more stressful with this band tool than the previous one? Because one of the things with this band tool is you have so little time to make your band picks. We've been seeing just, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, stuff like that. There is an actual time limit there. It's like 5 minutes to do all of your bands or something like that. And I don't know about you, but I've been on comms in the past with my team doing bands, and it's just yap, 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 yap. How do you think it's going down on the comms this team or this year?
I think, to be honest, I think the best strat to do for banning, and this is might sound weird, is to actually not worry about what the other team are banning. Like you play your game, you play your banning game. You want to play the banning sequence that you think is going to put your comp that you want to fly in the best position. Obviously, you have to have contingencies and stuff. But I always feel like if you start mind gaming yourself about what they're banning and getting into what they're doing, you're going to completely forget the objective of this is to fly a comp that you think, because most of the major teams will have a bunch of comps, a reside, and they fly them really well, and they can probably beat most teams even at a disadvantaged comp and still win. Obviously, when you get to the last day, it's a bit different because you're playing against some way more experienced teams, or it's a conquest ban situation. That's a whole other topic if it's a conquest ban situation. But I think going in as like the main thing should be you should be thinking about your own game and your own banning, and like whatever they ban, that's them, and you just focus on what you're going to do and bring the best comp that you can fly. That should be the priority.
Mhm.
Yeah, and Kevin, how much have you been doing the banning stuff for your Eve Rookies scrims?
I've been doing it every time the other team will let me, pretty much. That it's one of those things where you just play your own game is great in theory until they have first ban and they immediately ban the comp that you're like. I'm going to bring Armageddon Navy issue who's for this rapid heavy comp, and the first ban that comes in is Armageddon Navy, and you're like, I guess I'll shuffle around here to here and bring whatever else instead. Maybe I'm going Shield Rush now, and I need to pull up now. What am I bringing for Shield Rush? What do I need to ban for Shield Rush to be effective? All that kind of stuff of that immediate scramble. Now, there's a lot more prep time that you can put in for the Alliance Tournament and stuff like that, where it's like, this is the first comp, this is my second comp that I want to bring. But there's only so much you can do when second rounds of bans are in, and I have 2 more to send still. That second comp is now banned out. What do I do now?
Well, technically,
Like, I'm going to need to sage everything and switch to a third comp, and I've already given them 2 bans. What do I do now? He can't bring a comp that I just banned out.
All right,
It's a very
Starfleet.
stressful
What does he do?
situation.
yeah,
How
what
do
do
you
you do?
fix this?
Well, technically, you can like there is like you can kind of if you know what you're banning, obviously there's a scope of what the other team can ban. You can kind of like cover. You can have a few comps that will probably cover most things. Like they can't ban every ship in the game out. There's only a set amount they can ban. So as long as you're like keenly aware of like the key ships in your comps, they probably can't ban everything depending on what you're doing. So some teams might ban off more support ships and sort of avoid like core ships in the comp they want to fly. And if it's available, or they might sort of maybe hamper a comp that would be quite good against their comp, just make it a bit less strong. Like sometimes, people would ban like the strategy ace in past tournaments and stuff. Just like make a drone comp bit more rubbish, basically. Like you kind of downgrade the comps that are already strong. But I think if you go in with like, 3 or 4 comps and an idea in mind that are kind of separate in archetype, and you've got like 2 that you kind of think, yeah, these are the 2 that are really good. I think you can still fly most of the things that you want to. I think. I
And
think
there's
you can.
certain comps that you can't really ban out everything, right? One of
No,
those
you
is
can't.
gun
You
spam.
can't. There's
There's
there are
just too
replacements
many
as
good
well.
gun spam ships. You can't ban all the gun
Yeah.
spam.
All right.
So
So speaking of ban dodging, we have a little bit more time before the next match, and I just want to get some early hot take impressions. Starfleet, we had some of this on Friday, but you can ban dodge with flagships, right? If someone bans your flag, you can still bring at least one. What is your pick for flagship if you were fielding a team in this Alliance tournament?
what do you mean you can ban dodge flagship? What?
I just mean like if someone bans like Armageddon Navy issue, you can bring the
Oh,
Armageddon Navy.
okay. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You can't ban the flagships. Yeah.
Right, yeah,
Flagships. Sorry. Yeah, I got confused there. Flagships are. I think the biggest and most prolific one we're going to see is probably the Balgorn, because it's the most it's the best flagship that can utilize the fitting the officer mods like the newts and webs to the max compared to other things. There is Bargas, and people have talked about widows as well. Some random people will definitely do Armageddon Navy issues, which can be fine, with the newts and everything. But I think Balgorn will be like the kind of bog standard flagship, just because you can get the most out of the modules that you can sort of pimp in it, and it can be a core of a comp basically, and you can just build a comp around it. It is expensive, which is why I think some teams will definitely lean towards other ships, maybe. So we might see a couple of random ones. I guarantee we'll see a Raven Navy issue flag. Calling it now. Just it'll be there. I don't know. Someone will do it, and it's gonna be there. And we'll definitely see a Widow one as well, because people will think Widows can be good as well, can work. Cruise Widows as well. But I think, yeah, for me, I mean, I don't know if Kevin thinks differently, but I think probably Balgon's probably the most we're gonna see. We're gonna see most people do Balgon.
Kevin, you
But
agree?
I agree that we'll probably see mostly Balgorn, but when I'm thinking about a flagship, I want something that if they do slap the ban on that ship, that my comp doesn't break apart instantly, right? Where if you're thinking like Armageddon Navy issue, oh, that's rapid heavy, it'll do really well if you have 3 rapid heavy Armageddon Navy issues and suddenly you have a clip size that can burn through a battleship, right? That it's only really strong if you have all 3. So if someone bans one Armageddon Navy issue, suddenly your flagship comp doesn't really work anymore. So
Yeah,
it's
that's a
one
good
of
point.
those
Yeah.
weaker setups. But things like Balgorn, things like Vindicators as well, that benefit a ton from those extremely expensive webs, or even sometimes moderately expensive webs, can get a lot of benefit being the only battleship in a comp and being the only battleship of a certain kind in a comp. So it's like one Balgorn can build a comp around itself, of whether the Balgorn is banned or Vindicator is banned or a bunch of other stuff is out. Balgorn can still be strong on its own and be very adaptable. I think that's why we'll see a lot of it, but there's some other ships as well that can do that. I mentioned Vindicator.
Yeah.
So I think we might see another flag Varger because it gets a shield bonus.
And it's
We'll
the
probably
bonus is
see that.
changing. The bonus is changing,
is
so
It
we
is
could
changing.
Yep.
Yeah.
We could even see some, Flag Kronos taking advantage of the, new improved buffer with the armor cycle time, bonus. Again, not tied to Bastion,
But the
so
Varga's getting reduced fall off though, bonus, right?
yeah,
As well.
yeah, the Varga is getting I think the Varga is getting a little bit nerfed, and the armor ones are getting a little bit buffed.
Yeah, I think the
So
Megatron maybe she's getting like more tracking, more getting armor plate mass reduction, so moves just gonna move faster.
yep,
Pockets maybe she's getting some ultra range buffs as well, reduced tracking, but replacing with bonus damage. I think like Kevin made
yeah,
a really good point. Like you won't go for those ones because like if you can't bring if you can only bring one of those ships, they're rubbish on their own. Like Typhoon Fleet on its own would be really bad as a flag, or like the Omega Navy should be really bad. So I think yeah, completely agree, Kevin. Like I think it's the flagships need to
yeah.
be like operating on their own, basically.
We'll have to see in the main tournament, which will be brought. But we have one more feeders match, and it is about to be time for that match. Deteriorated versus Space Violence. Again, Deteriorated, they were top 8 last year. Now they are in the Odin's bracket skin run attempt to make it into the main bracket. Space Violence, they've also been playing quite well this tournament. Both of these teams quite good. The winner of this match will get to face the winner of last year's Alliance Tournament, the Tuskers, in round 1. So, congratulations to that. Good luck to you. But again, you need to get in the tournament in order to keep winning skins. If you want to do the real lower bracket run, you've got to make it there first. And hey, who knows? We may see you in the tournament delivering a sound upset at the start of our rounds. But for the last time today, let us take a look at the bans for these two teams. Ravy Navy ban, first thing up, hot off the presses from Deteriorated. Deteriorated also banning the Cenotaph and the Loki. Meanwhile, Space Violence, they're taking out that Zarmaz, they're taking out the Eos, and after a long time in the tank, they're taking out the Jackdaw. Kevin, what kind of comps do you think we might see from these bans?
So one of the very powerful things of what is unbanned here. Dominix is unbanned. Potato salad is on the table. Well, Typhoon Fleet issue is unbanned, and the with long range cruise snipes and Kingslayers is on the table. Armageddon Navy issue is unbanned, and that kind of Kingslayer or Armani comp is on in the table. Well, want to know what's not on the table? Cenotaph, like always.
Yeah, Kevin, what do you think or sorry, not Kevin, Starfleet. What do you see in these bans? We already heard from Kevin.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, Typhoon Fleet is not here, which is big. That's kind of huge. Obviously Loki going down is that's Webs, Ham Rush is obviously, but can be still used. Sleipnir still on the table. A lot of like missile kiting as well. Like I'm gonna actually minimize my Eve clients. I don't see what's landing on the grid. I'm gonna be honest with this one. I think that like there's definitely like Armageddon Navy issues as well. Puffin Fleet issues still on grid as well. Like on the thing. So I think we'll see armor. Even though there's arms ban, I'm gonna go with armor comp. Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of armor comps available. Like Kevin mentioned, we've got the Dominixes and the Raven Navies. I've already put my channel points in Deteriorated. I'm believing in them. Kevin, any channel point votes for there?
I'm going to put my channel points on Space Violence because I like them more.
All right,
Uh,
Starfleet, if your client's still moderated, or still minimized, have you gotten that?
Deteriorated because I think they've been flying really well. So I'm gonna go with them.
All right, I will believe in them as well. We will send it to the arena for one last time for these feeders with Nova Terra Ren and Dujek One Eye.
Welcome back to the very last match of Alliance Tournament 21 feeders. I'm Novatera Ren, joined one more time by Dujek One Eye for this match between Deteriorated and Space Violence, the winner of which will be going up against the Tuskers in the main event in October. Deteriorated showing up here with a triple Typhoon Fleet issue setup. Hugin as well, who's going to have their work cut out for them to keep Space Violence at bay. What are we seeing from Space Violence?
Space Violence have brought gun rush comp with Sleipnirs and broadswords and a triple sweeple wolf pack. I am very interested to see if these Sweeples can do some good damage to the low end of Deteriorated. I think that if Deteriorated were to lose their Inquisitors early on, and the Slepners and the Broadswords get onto a Typhoon Fleet issue, this might go well for space violence. However, the Hugin is going to do everything in his power to keep people webbed down and away from these Typhoon fleets.
This is absolutely one of the girthiest attack bars we have seen all day from the space violence side. Meanwhile, by the way, these are once again rapid heavy missile launcher Typhoon fleet issues. They're not cruises, and they're going to do their best to apply immediately. It looks like they're first going after the Swipple of Yobaflex, who does just drop off immediately. Makes sense, trying to get rid of some of the things that will be tackling your ships down. Space violence doing a great job of recognizing the threat that the Hugin provides here, locking him down as well. Scram, Web, I think the Hugin's about to drop really, really quickly, and Deteriorated going after yet another Swipple.
Deteriorated team has absolutely gone for a good strategy and separating the Typhoon fleets as far as possible from one another. They've all gone in different directions. They've formed a triangle in this arena so that anyone that is hit by the space violence team, they'll have to do like a full-on burn to get to the next Typhoon. They're not together at all. They will keep their ability to maneuver through this arena as they kill the Scalpel, the first Scalpel, and they're going to go up against Slepners and Broadswords that have to burn a lot and will not have Logi to save them as they do so.
Notably, though, Pontifex did just boundary, unfortunately for them. So not only is it the Hugin that the space violence were able to get off grid, but the Pontifex as well. Not that, I have a feeling that these ships are still going to be under links for a good while. So maybe that'll end up being okay. But now Inquisitors dropping as well. Still a massive attack bar for space violence, but so many trades from Deteriorated. It's really impressive how many ships they've been able to kill off with just that first rapid heavy clip. I believe they're on reload now, but I'm sure they're going to be lining up some more targets momentarily.
Yeah, Q Kappa and Leonia were not in link range of the links that were going out earlier. It seemed like they are pretty far away from each other. They're doing everything to make sure that they're wasting the time of space violence as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, and it's just taking so long for space violence to get over to that first Typhoon fleet issue and start to apply to it. Of course, the lead ship did land tackle and some damage started coming in, but it still takes a long time for the remaining ships there of that core Slepner group and Broadswords to get over to reply their damage as well. First Slepner now falling, and it's looking like an absolute, I guess, destruction from Deteriorated. And I think they have plenty of ammo left to go to try to clip down yet another Slepner here. They're going after Ninetails. If Reggie breaks first, though, they're likely to not be able to break this the Slepner, I'd say.
The Slepners are not managing to use up all of their ammo, all of their charges in their Ansel XLASB Ansels. Like they're dying before they've repped out completely, which is great for the Deteriorated team, who are going down on Logi now. They might have no Logi and no links before the next Typhoon is coming under threat. But 2 Typhoons probably still kill a Slepner in 1 reload cycle when they were killing 2 Slepners in 1 reload cycle with 2 Typhoons.
That's my guess as well. But I do think it is still a little bit of a worrying position that Deteriorated are in. They still have to play this smartly because it is still, yet again, a massive attack bar for space violence. At this point, it has been reduced to the point where it's pretty similar to Deteriorated's full potential with that as well. But look at how quickly they're chewing through this Typhoon fleet issue while they're on reload. Both of these Inquisitors down for Deteriorated means that potentially the Ansel charges from the Slepner might be able to hold them for long enough that they're able to break through a Typhoon fleet.
Yeah, we're gonna see it now with Homeless Citizen. You need to rep as soon as you see you're being red boxed, basically, with these Slepners in order to get the most out of the tank. Leonia is going to go down, but I think that 1 Typhoon against 2 Broadswords is definitely an interesting proposition. We do not know how these Broadswords are tanked yet. These Slepners are pretty thin, but Slepners aren't the tankiest ship, and they're not great against missiles. Leonia will go down to these Broadswords quite soon, and we're going to see what Q Kappa can do. I'm also interested to note whether or not there is a Scram on this Magus who has been just staying out of harm's way. But if he could keep one of these broadswords from getting onto a Typhoon for a while, that would be great. These broadswords are also not repping Jerry X, just bleeding out his buffer for now.
No, that was a worrying moment, I would say, for Deteriorated fans out there. It did look like there was a chance that they might actually lose their second Typhoon fleet issue before that Sleipnir fell, but they did break through. They ran out of Ansel charges. Sleipnir did fall. Now broadswords are also starting to fall, and they've chewed through all of the shield buffer from Jerry X at this point as well. They finally paid for their crimes, did the second Typhoon fleet issue there as they did go down, but it took a hell of a while. And yeah, if that Sleipnir had been around, I can assure you it would not have taken nearly as long.
Yeah, that was what the Typhoon fleet of Q Kappa needed in order to feel comfortable in this match. Having the tank needed to tank the broadswords in order to get off a reload as well. His first reload will kill Jerry Hare, and he is more than comfortable 1v1ing another broadsword after that.
I agree. It's also worth noting you were totally right on that Magus there. It did actually have a scram, which it did use to keep the broadswords at bay for a little while longer. Of course, Magus then evaporated very quickly to the combined power of both of those broadswords. But yeah, so it ended up being a bit of a speed bump, but still a useful one nonetheless. Space Violence doing a great job of taking down as many points as they possibly could here, but Deteriorated just doing it a little bit faster, a little bit better.
I think Deteriorated here had a set piece plan in mind. They flew into a formation in order to deal with a rush where they recognized that the rush they were up against definitely was faster than them. They didn't try to kite as a bunch. It has upsides and it has downsides. They were wasting as much time of the rush as possible. The downsides being not having the mobility of drones on their team to get around quite as fast as they otherwise would. They have a lot of heavy newts on these Typhoon fleets that aren't going to synergize as much to newt out the hardeners of the target they're on. But on the positive side, it has worked out for them. They have delayed. Wasting as much time is way more important when you reload as slowly as rapid heavies do.
I think they also did a beautiful job right away of recognizing what the key threats to their comp were going to be over time and decided to use as much of their first clip as possible to get rid of low end, get rid of those fipples that were going to provide all of the pressure onto their Typhoon fleets as they tried to starburst away from whatever was tackled down. I could imagine other teams going for the high end in some cases and then getting punished by just a Sleipnir tanking it for as long as possible with its Ansel charges, for example, and then only breaking through maybe one ship in that first reload cycle. They did not fall to that pit trap, and instead they will be finding their way into the Alliance tournament proper. Space Violence getting knocked out, a respectable attempt. With that, this final explosion, we're going to be throwing it back one more time to the analyst desk.
Welcome back to the desk, and a big congratulations to Deteriorated there for earning their way into Alliance Tournament with a beautifully executed Kingslayer to send us out, really showcasing their tournament experience. It has been a fantastic 2 weekends of Internet Spaceships. I have had a fantastic time hosting this weekend along with Starfleet and Kevin Grumman. You can catch Starfleet and myself in Iceland and on the main broadcast. You can catch Kevin in the Eve Rookies scrims. If you're interested in joining those, do come into the Eve Tournament Discord and ask about them. They are a excellent time. I would also like to shout out everyone else who's been involved in this production, both everyone else who's been on the desk, who's been on the cast, as well as all of the very hardworking referees, the observers, the incredibly hardworking production staff who have been making this stream happen, as well as the wonderful ISD volunteers who have been keeping our chat lively and relatively civil. So thank you all. You have been fantastic, and thank you, the viewers and the fine people of Twitch chat. We will catch you in October for the main event, where we will get to see even more explosions. Should be a great time.